Section 1 of the Natural History, Vol.7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melissa Kingsbury. The Natural History, Volume 7 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 1, Book 31, Chapters 1 to 15. Remedies derived from the aquatic productions. Chapter 1. Remarkable facts connected with water. We have now to speak of the benefits derived, in a medicinal point of view, from the aquatic productions. For not here even has all bounteous nature reposed from her work. Amid waves and billows, and tides of rivers forever on the ebb and flow, she still unceasingly exerts her powers. And nowhere, if we must confess the truth, does she display herself in greater might, for it is this among the elements that holds sway over all the rest. It is water that swallows up dry land, that extinguishes flame, that ascends aloft and challenges possession of the very heavens. It is water that, spreading clouds as it does far and wide, intercepts the vital air we breathe, and, through their collision, gives rise to thunders and lightnings as the elements of the universe meet in conflict. What can there be more marvelous than water suspended aloft in the heavens? And yet, as though it were not enough to reach so high an elevation as this, they sweep along with them whole shoals of fishes, and often stones as well, thus lading themselves with ponderous masses which belong to other elements, and bearing them on high. Falling upon the earth, these waters become the prime cause of all that is there produced. A truly wondrous provision of nature, if we only consider that in order to give birth to grain, and life to trees and to shrubs, water must first leave the earth for the heavens, and thence bring down to vegetation the breath of life. The admission must be surely extorted from us, that for all our resources, the earth is indebted to the bounteousness of water. It will be only proper, therefore, in the first place, to set forth some instances of the powerful properties displayed by this element, for as to the whole of them, what living mortal could describe them? Chapter 2. The different properties of waters. On all sides, and in 1,000 countries, there are waters bounteously springing forth from the earth, some of them cold, some hot, and some possessed of these properties united. Those in the territory of the Tarbelli, for instance, a people of Aquitania, and those among the Pyrenean mountains, where hot and cold springs are separated by only the very smallest distance. Then again, there are others that are tepid only, or lukewarm, announcing thereby the resources they afford for the treatment of diseases, and bursting forth for the benefit of man alone out of so many animated beings. Under various names, too, they augment the number of the divinities, and give birth to cities. Puteoli, for example, in Campania, Statielle in Liguria, and Sextiae in the province of Gallia Narbonensis. But nowhere do they abound in greater number or offer a greater variety of medicinal properties than in the Gulf of Baie, some being impregnated with sulfur, some with alum, some with salt, some with nitre, and some with bitumen, while others are of a mixed quality, partly acid and partly salt. In other cases, again, it is by their vapors that waters are so beneficial to man, being so intensely hot as to heat our baths even, and to make cold water boil in our sitting baths. Such, for instance, as the springs at Baie, now known as Pisidian, after the name of a freedman of the Emperor Claudius. Waters which are so hot as to cook articles of food even. There are others, too. Those, for example, formerly the property of Licinius Crassus, which send forth their vapors in the sea even, thus providing resources for the health of man in the very midst of the waves. Chapter 3. Remedies derived from water. According to their respective kinds, these waters are beneficial for diseases of the sinews, feet, or hips, for sprains or for fractures. They act also as purgatives upon the bowels, heal wounds, and are singularly useful for affections of the head and ears. Indeed, the waters of Cicero are good for the eyes. The country seat where these last are found is worthy of some further mention. Traveling from Lake Avernus towards Puteoli, it is to be seen on the seashore, renowned for its fine portico and its grove. Cicero gave it the name of Academia, after the place so called at Athens. It was here that he composed those treatises of his that were called after it. It was here, too, that he raised those monuments to himself, as though, indeed, he had not already done so throughout the length and breadth of the known world. Shortly after the death of Cicero, and when it had come into the possession of Antistius Vetus, certain hot springs burst forth at the very portals of this house, which were found to be remarkably beneficial for diseases of the eyes, and have been celebrated in verse by Lauria Tullius, one of the freedmen of Cicero, a fact which proves to demonstration that his servants even had received inspiration from that majestic and all-powerful genius of his. I will give the lines, as they deserve to be read not there only, but everywhere. Great Prince of Roman eloquence, thy grove, where erst thou badest it rise, is verdant now. Thy villa, from fair Academia named, from Vetus now its finished graces takes. Here, too, fair streams burst forth, unknown before, which with their spray the languid eyes relieve. The land, I ween, these bounteous springs revealed, to honor Cicero, its ancient lord. Throughout the world his works by eyes are scanned. May eyes unnumbered by these streams be healed. Chapter 4. Waters productive of fecundity. Waters curative of insanity. In Campania, too, are the waters of sinuesa remedial, it is said, for sterility in females, and curative of insanity in men. Chapter 5. Waters remedial for urinary calculi. The waters of the island of Aenaria are curative of urinary calculi, it is said, and the same is the case with the cold spring of Acidula, 4 miles distance from Tianum Siricinum, the waters at Stabie, known as the Dimidia, and those in the territory of Venafrum, which take their rise in the spring of Acidula. Patients suffering from these complaints may be cured also by drinking the waters of Lake Velia, the same effects being produced by those of a spring in Syria near Mount Taurus, Marcus Varus says, and by those of the river Gallus in Phrygia, as we learn from Callimachus. In taking the waters, however, of this last, the greatest moderation is necessary, as they are apt to cause delirium, an effect equally produced, Ctesias tells us, by the waters of the Red Fountain in Ethiopia. Chapter 6. Waters curative of wounds. The tepid waters of Albula, near Rome, have a healing effect upon wounds. Those of Cutilia, again, in the Sabine territory, are intensely cold, and by a kind of suction penetrate the body to such a degree as to have the effect of a mordant almost. They are remarkably beneficial for affections of the stomach, sinews, and all parts of the body, in fact. Chapter 7. Waters preventive of abortion. The waters of Thespiae ensure conception to females. The same, too, with those of the river Ilatus in Arcadia. The spring Linus, also in Arcadia, acts as a preservative of the fetus, and effectually prevents abortion. The waters of the river Aphrodisiacs, on the other hand, in the territory of Piraea, are productive of sterility. Chapter 8. Waters which remove morphew. The waters of Lake Alpheus remove white morphew, Varro tells us, who also mentions the fact that one Titius, a personage who held the praetorship, had a face to all appearance like that of a marble statue in consequence of this disease. The waters of the river Cydnus, in Cilicia, are curative of gout, as would appear from a letter addressed by Cassius of Parma to Marcus Antonius. At Troezen, on the contrary, all the inhabitants are subject to diseases of the feet, owing to the bad quality of the water there. The state of the Tungri in Gaul has a spring of great renown, which sparkles as it bursts forth with bubbles innumerable, and has a certain ferruginous taste, only to be perceived after it has been drunk. This water is strongly purgative, is curative of tertian fevers, and disperses urinary calculi. Upon the application of fire, it assumes a turbid appearance, and finally turns red. The springs of Leucugea, between Puteoli and Neapolis, are curative of eye diseases and of wounds. Cicero, in his work entitled Admiranda, has remarked that it is only by the waters of the marshes of Reate that the hooves of beasts of burden are hardened. Chapter 9. Waters which color the hair. Euricus informs us that in Estiaiotis there are 2 springs, one of which, Chirona, renders sheep black that drink of it, while the other, called Nielus, turns them white. If again a sheep should happen to drink their waters mixed, its fleece will be mottled. According to Theophrastus, the water of the Crathis, a river of Turigi, makes sheep and cattle white, while that of the river Sybaris turns them black. Chapter 10. Waters which color the human body. And not only this, but human beings even, Theophrastus tells us, are sensible of this difference. For persons who drink the water of the Sybaris, he says, become more swarthy and more hardy, the hair inclining to curl, while those again who drink of the Crathis become fair and more soft skin, with the hair growing straight and long. So too, in Macedonia, persons who wish the produce to be white drive their cattle to the river Aliakmon, while those who desire a black or tawny color take them to water at Axius. Upon the same authority, too, we learn that in certain localities, as in the country of the Messapi, for instance, all the productions, the cereals even, grow of a tawny color, and that at Luzi, in Arcadia, there is a certain fountain in which land mice live and dwell. The river Aleos, which passes through Erythrae, promotes the growth of hair upon the body. Chapter 11. Waters which aid the memory, or are productive of forgetfulness. At the temple of the god Trophonius, in Boeotia, near the river Hersinus, there are 2 fountains, one of which aids the memory, while the other is productive of forgetfulness. Hence the names which they respectively bear. Chapter 12. Waters which sharpen or dull the senses. Waters which improve the voice. Near the town of Cescum, in Cilicia, runs the river Nus, the waters of which, according to Varro, sharpen the intellect, while those of a certain spring in the island of Chea dull the senses. At Zama, in Africa, there is a spring, the waters of which render the voice more musical. Chapter 13. Waters which cause a distaste for wine. Waters which produce inebriety. Iodoxus says that persons who drink the water of Lake Litorius take a distaste for wine, and Theopompus asserts that the waters of the springs already named are productive of inebriety. According to Mucianus, there is a fountain at Andros consecrated to Father Liber, from which wine flows during the 7 days appointed for the yearly festival of that god, the taste of which becomes like that of water the moment it is taken out of sight of the temple. Chapter 14. Waters which serve as a substitute for oil. Polycletus says that the water of the river Liparis, near Soli, in Cilicia, is used as a substitute for oil, and Theophrastus mentions a spring of that name in Ethiopia, which is possessed of similar properties. Lycus says that at Tazitia there's a fountain of it, the water of which emits light. The same is asserted, too, of a spring at Ecbatana. According to Theopompus, there is a lake at Scotusa, the waters of which heal wounds. Chapter 15. Salt and bitter waters. Juba says that in the country of the Troglodytae, there is a lake called the Lake of Insanity, from its highly noxious properties. Thrice a day it becomes salt and bitter, and then again fresh, the same taking place as many times during the night. It is full, he says, of white serpents, 20 cubits long. He mentions also a certain spring in Arabia, which rises from the ground with such remarkable force as to throw back any object pressed down upon it, however weighty. End of section 1. Recording by Melissa Kingsbury, melissakingsburyvo.com. Section 2 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melissa Kingsbury. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 2, Book 31, Chapters 16 to 32. Chapter 16. Waters which throw up stones. Waters which cause laughter and weeping. Waters which are said to be curative of love. Theophrastus makes mention of the fountain of Marsyas, near the city of Selaene in Phrygia, which throws up masses of stone. Not far from it are 2 other springs, called Kleon and Yelon by the Greeks, from the effects which they respectively produce. At Cyzicus is a fountain known as that of Cupido, the waters of which, Mucianus believes, cure those who drink thereof of love. Chapter 17. Waters which preserve their warmth for 3 days. At Krenon there are certain hot springs, though not at boiling heat, the water of which, mixed with wine, preserves it warm in the vessels for a period of 3 days. The same is the case, too, with the springs of Matiacum in Germany, beyond the river Rhenus, the water of which retains its boiling heat 3 days. The margin of these springs is covered with pumice, formed by the action of the water. Chapter 18. Other marvelous facts connected with water. Waters in which everything will sink. Waters in which nothing will sink. If any of the above-mentioned facts have the appearance of being incredible to a person, I would have him know that there is no department of nature which presents greater marvels than this, independently of the numerous peculiarities which have already been mentioned in an earlier part of this work. Ctesias informs us that, in India, there is a lake of standing water, upon which nothing will float, every object instantly sinking to the bottom. Caelius says that in the waters of Lake Avernus, in our own part of the world, the very leaves of the trees even will sink, and, according to Varro, these waters are fatal to such birds as fly towards them. On the other hand, again, in the waters of Lake Apushidammus, in Africa, nothing will sink. The same, too, Appian tells us, with the fountain of Plyntia in Sicily, as also a certain lake in Media, and the well of Saturn. The spring of Limira not unfrequently makes its way through the neighboring localities, and when it does so, is always portentous of some coming event. It is a singular thing, too, that the fish always accompany its waters on these occasions, the inhabitants of the adjoining districts being in the habit of consulting them by offering them food. When the fishes seize it with avidity, the answer is supposed to be favorable. But if, on the other hand, they reject the food by flapping it with their tails, the response is considered to be unfavorable. The river Olca, in Bithynia, runs close to Braisus, the name of a temple and of a divinity there worshipped. Persons guilty of perjury, it is said, cannot endure contact with its waters, which burn like flame. The sources, too, of the Tamaricus, a river of Cantabria, are considered to possess certain powers of presaging future events. They are 3 in number, and, separated solely by an interval of 8 feet, unite in one channel and so form a mighty stream. These springs are often dry a dozen times in the day, sometimes as many as 20, without there being the slightest trace of water there, while, on the other hand, a spring close at hand is flowing abundantly and without intermission. It is considered an evil presage when persons who wish to see these springs find them dry, a circumstance which happened very recently, for example, to Lartius Licinius, who held the office of legatus after his praetorship, for at the end of 7 days after his visit, he died. In Judea, there is a river that is dry every Sabbath day. Chapter 19. Deadly Waters. Poisonous Fishes. There are other marvels, again connected with water, but of a more fatal nature. Ctesias states in his writings that there is a spring in Armenia, the fishes in which are black, and if used as food, productive of instantaneous death. I have heard the same too, with reference to the waters near the sources of the river Danuvius, until a spring is reached, which is near its main channel, and beyond which this poisonous kind of fish is not to be found. Hence it is that this spot is generally looked upon as the source of the river. The same, too, is reported of the Lake of the Nymphs, in Lydia. Near the river Pheneus, in Achaia, there flows from the rocks a spring known as the Styx, the waters of which, as already stated, are instantly fatal. And not only this, but there are also small fish in it, Theophrastus says, which are as deadly as the water, a thing that is not the case with the fish of any other poisonous springs. Theopompus says that at the town of Chicri in Thrace, the waters are deadly, and Licus states that at Leontium there is a spring, the waters of which are fatal at the end of a couple of days to those who drink thereof. Varro speaks also of a spring upon Mount Socrate, some 4 feet in breadth, the waters of which bubble forth at sunrise as though they were boiling. Birds, he says, which only taste thereof, fall dead close by. And then, besides, we meet with this insidious circumstance, that in some cases waters of this nature are inviting even in their appearance. Those at Nonacris in Arcadia, for example, the water of which fountain possesses no apparent quality to excite mistrust, though, owing to its intense coldness, it is generally looked upon as highly injurious, seeing that it petrifies as it flows. It is otherwise with the waters of Tempe in Thessaly, their baneful properties inspiring universal terror, and possessing the property of corroding copper even, and iron, it is said. This stream runs a short distance only, as already stated, and it is truly marvelous that, according to general report, the banks of its source are surrounded with the roots of a wild carob, always covered with purple flowers, while the margin is clothed with a green herbaceous plant of a peculiar species. In Macedonia, not far from the tomb of the poet Euripides, is the confluence of 2 streams, the water of one of which is extremely wholesome, that of the other fatal. Chapter 20. Waters which petrify themselves, or cause other objects to petrify. At Perperenna, there is a spring which petrifies the ground wherever it flows, the same being the case also with the hot waters at Aedepsus in Euboea. For there, wherever the stream falls, the rocks are continually increasing in height. At Eurymene, chaplets, when thrown into the waters of a certain fountain there, are turned to stone. At Colossae there is a river, into the water of which, if bricks are thrown, when taken out, they are found changed into stone. In the mines of Syros, the trees petrify that are watered by the river, branches and all. In the caverns of Mount Goricus, the drops of water that trickle down the rocks become hard in the form of a stone. At Maeza, too, in Macedonia, the water petrifies as it hangs from the vaulted roofs of the rocks. But at Goricus, it is only when it has fallen that it becomes hard. In other caverns, again, the water petrifies both ways, and so forms columns, as we find the case in a vast grotto at Phausia, a town of the Chersonnesus of the Rhodians, the columns of which are tinted with various colors. These instances will suffice for the present. Chapter 21. The Wholesomeness of Waters. It is a subject of enquiry among medical men which kind of water is the most beneficial. They condemn, and with justice, all stagnant, sluggish waters, and are of opinion that running water is the best, being rendered lighter and more salubrious by its current and its continuous agitation. Hence it is that I am much surprised that persons should be found to set so high a value as they do upon cistern water. These last give as their reason, however, that rain-water must be the lightest water of all, seeing that it has been able to rise aloft and remain suspended in the air. Hence it is, too, that they prefer snow water to rain-water, and ice, again, to snow, as being water subtilized to the highest possible degree, on the ground that snow water and ice water must be lighter than ordinary water, and ice, of necessity, considerably lighter. It is for the general interest, however, of mankind, that these notions should be refuted. For, in the first place, this comparative lightness which they speak of could hardly be ascertained in any other way than by the sensation, there being pretty nearly no difference at all in weight between the kinds of water. Nor yet, in the case of rainwater, is it any proof of its lightness that it has made its way upwards into the air, seeing that stones, it is quite evident, do the same. And then besides, this water, while falling, must of necessity become tainted with the vapors which rise from the earth, a circumstance owing to which it is that such numerous impurities are to be detected in rainwater, and that it ferments with such extreme rapidity. I am surprised, too, that snow and ice should be regarded as the most subtilized states of this element, in juxtaposition with the proofs supplied us by hail, the water of which, it is generally agreed, is the most pernicious of all to drink. And then, besides, there are not a few among the medical men themselves who assert that the use of ice water and snow water is highly injurious, from the circumstance that all the more refined parts thereof have been expelled by congelation. At all events, it is a well ascertained fact that the volume of every liquid is diminished by congelation, as also that excessive dews are reproductive of blight in corn, and that hoar frosts result in blast. Of a kindred nature, both of them, to snow. It is generally agreed, too, that rain-water putrefies with the greatest rapidity, and that it keeps but very badly on a voyage. Epigenes, however, assures us that water which has putrefied 7 times and as often purified itself will no longer be liable to putrefaction. As to cistern water, medical men assure us that, owing to its harshness, it is bad for the bowels and throat, and it is generally admitted by them that there is no kind of water that contains more slime or more numerous insects of a disgusting nature. But it does not, therefore, follow that river water is best of all, or that, in fact, of any running stream, the water of many lakes being found to be wholesome in the very highest degree. What water, then, out of all these various kinds, are we to look upon as best adapted for the human constitution? Different kinds in different localities is my answer. The kings of Parthia drink no water but that of the Choaspes or of the Eualeas, and however long their journeys, they always have this water carried in their suite. And yet it is very evident that it is not merely because this water is river water that it is thus pleasing to them, seeing that they decline to drink the water of the Tigris, Euphrates, and so many other streams. Chapter 22. The Impurities of Water. Slime is one great impurity of water. Still, however, if a river of this description is full of eels, it is generally looked upon as a proof of the salubrity of its water, just as it is regarded as a sign of its freshness when long worms breed in the water of a spring. But it is bitter water, more particularly, that is held in disesteem, as also the water which swells the stomach the moment it is drunk, a property which belongs to the water at Troezen. As to the nitrous and salso-acid waters which are found in the deserts, persons traveling across towards the Red Sea render them potable in a couple of hours by the addition of polenta, which they use also as food. Those springs are more particularly condemned which secrete mud, or which give a bad complexion to persons who drink thereof. It is a good plan, too, to observe if water leaves stains upon copper vessels, if leguminous vegetables boil with difficulty in it, if, when gently decanted, it leaves an earthy deposit, or if, when boiled, it covers the vessel with a thick crust. It is a fault also in water, not only to have a bad smell, but to have any flavor at all, even though it be a flavor pleasant and agreeable in itself, or closely approaching, as we often find the case, the taste of milk. Water, to be truly wholesome, ought to resemble air as much as possible. There is only one spring of water in the whole universe, it is said, that has an agreeable smell, that of Shabura, namely, in Mesopotamia. The people give a fabulous reason for it, and say that it is because Juno bathed there. Speaking in general terms, water, to be wholesome, should have neither taste nor smell. Chapter 23. The Modes of Testing Water. Some persons judge of the wholesomeness of water through the agency of a balance. Their pains, however, are expended to little purpose, it being but very rarely that one water is lighter than another. There is, however, a more certain mode of ascertaining the difference in quality, that water being the better of the two which becomes hot and cold with the greatest rapidity. In addition to which, not to keep poising a balance, after water has been drawn up in vessels, if it is good, it should gradually become warmer, they say, when placed upon the ground. Which water, then, of the several kinds will be most likely to be good and wholesome? Well water, no doubt, if we are to judge from the general use made of it in cities, but only in the case of wells in which it is kept in continual agitation by repeated drawing, and is refined by the earth acting as a filter. These conditions are sufficient to ensure salubrity in water. In regards to coolness, the well must be in a shaded spot, and the water kept exposed to the air. There is, however, one thing above all to be observed, a point too of considerable importance with reference to the continuance of the flow. The spring must issue from the bed of the well, and not from the sides. To make water cold to the touch may be effected artificially even, either by forcing it to rise aloft, or by making it fall from a height, and so come in collision with the air, and become incorporated therewith. For in swimming we find, when we hold our breath, the water is felt to be all the colder. It was the Emperor Nero's invention to boil water, and then enclose it in glass vessels, and cool it in snow, a method which ensures all the enjoyment of a cold beverage, without any of the inconveniences resulting from the use of snow. Indeed, it is generally admitted that all water is more wholesome when it has been boiled, as also that water, when it has once been heated, will become more intensely cold than before. A most ingenious discovery. The best corrective of unwholesome water is to boil it down to 1/2. Cold water, taken internally, arrests hemorrhage. By keeping cold water in his mouth, a person may render himself proof against the intense heat of the bath. Many a person knows by his own everyday experience that water which is the coldest to drink is not of necessity the coldest to the touch, this delightful property being subject to considerable fluctuations. Chapter 24. The Marchen Waters. The most celebrated water throughout the whole world, and the one to which our city gives the palm for coolness and salubrity, is that of the Marchen spring, accorded to Rome among the other bounties of the gods. The name formerly given to the stream was the Euphaean, the spring itself being known as Pitonia, It rises at the extremity of the mountains of the Pellini, passes through the territory of the Marsi and through Lake Fucinus, and then, without deviating, makes directly for Rome. Shortly after this, it loses itself in certain caverns, and only reappears in the territory of Tiber, from which it is brought to the city by an arched aqueduct 9 miles in length. Ancus Marcius, one of the Roman kings, was the first who thought of introducing this water into the city. At a later period, the works were repaired by Quintus Marcius Rex, and more recently in his praetorship by Marcus Agrippa. Chapter 25. The Virgin Waters. It was he, too, who brought the virgin waters from the by-road situate at the 8th milestone from the city, which runs for 2 miles along the Predestine Way. Near these waters is the stream of Hercules, which the former shunned to all appearance, and have thence obtained the name of Virgin Waters. On instituting a comparison between the waters of these streams, the difference above mentioned may be immediately detected, the virgin water being as much cooler to the touch as the Marcian water is in taste. And yet, for this long time past, the pleasure of drinking these waters has been lost to the city, owing to the ambition and avarice of certain persons who have turned them out of their course for the supply of their country seats and of various places in the suburbs, to the great detriment of the public health. Chapter 26. The Method of Searching for Water. It will not be out of place to append here an account of the method employed in searching for water. Water is mostly to be found in valleys, whether formed by the intersection of declivities or lying at the lower part of mountains. Many persons have been of opinion that all places with a northern aspect are naturally provided with water, a point upon which it will not be amiss to explain the diversities presented to us by nature. On the south side of the mountains of Hircania, it never rains, and hence it is that it is only on the northeast side that they are wooded. As for Olympus, Ossa, Parnassus, the Apennines, and the Alps, they are covered with wood on every side and abundantly watered with streams. Some mountains, again, are wooded on the south side, the White Mountains in Crete, for example. On this point, therefore, we may come to the conclusion that there is no rule which in all cases holds good. Chapter 27. Signs indicative of the presence of water. The following are indications of the presence of water: rushes, reeds, the plant mentioned with reference to this point already, or frogs sitting squatted on a spot for a long time together. As to the wild willow, alder, vitex, reed, and ivy, all of which grow spontaneously on low grounds in which there is a settling of rainwater from higher localities, considered as indications of the presence of water, they are all of them of a deceptive nature. A sign much more to be depended upon is a certain misty exhalation, visible from a distance before sunrise. The better to observe this, some persons ascend an eminence and lie flat at full length upon the ground, with the chin touching the earth. There is also another peculiar method of judging upon this point, known only to men of experience in these matters. In the very middle of the heats of summer, they select the hottest hours of the day, and observe how the sun's rays are reflected in each spot. And if, notwithstanding the general dryness of the earth, a locality is observed to present a moist appearance, they make no doubt of finding water there. But so intense is the stress upon the eyes in doing this, that it is very apt to make them ache. To avoid which inconvenience, they have recourse to other modes of testing. They dig a hole, for instance, some 5 feet in depth, and cover it with vessels of unbaked pottery, or with a copper basin well oiled. They then place a burning lamp on the spot, with an archwork over it of leaves, and covered with earth on the top. If, after a time, they find the pots wet or broken, the copper covered with moisture, or the lamp extinguished, but not from want of oil, or if a lock of wool that has been left there is found to be moist, it is a sign of the presence of water, beyond all doubt. With some persons, it is the practice to light a fire on the spot before they dig the hole, a method which renders the experiment with the vessels still more conclusive. Chapter 28. Differences in waters according to the nature of the soil. The soil itself, too, gives indications of the presence of water by presenting white spots or an uniformly green appearance. For where the stratum is black, the springs are mostly not of a permanent nature. The presence of potter's clay always puts an end to all hopes of finding water, and the excavation is immediately abandoned, an eye being carefully kept to the strata of the earth to see whether, beginning with black mold, it successively presents the appearances above mentioned. The water is always fresh that is found in argillaceous soils, but in a stratum of tufa it is colder than elsewhere. This indeed being a soil which is highly approved of, as having a tendency to make the waters pure and extremely light to the stomach, and, by its action as a filter, to withhold all impurities. The presence of sand gives indications of springs, but of limited extent, and of water impregnated with slime, while that of gravel announces the presence of water of excellent flavor, but not to be depended upon for permanence. Male sand, fine sea sand, and charcoal earth yield a constant supply of water of a highly wholesome quality. But it is the presence of red stones that is the most to be depended upon, and the water found there is of the very finest quality. Craggy localities at the foot of mountains and silicious soils are equally good, in addition to which the water found there is cooler than elsewhere. In boring for water, the soil should always become more and more humid, and, the deeper the descent, with the greater facility the implements should penetrate. In deep-sunk wells, the presence of sulfurous or aluminous substances is fatal to the sinkers, a danger that may be guarded against by letting down a lighted lamp and ascertaining whether the flame is extinguished. When such is found to be the case, it is the practice to sink vent holes on each side of the well, both right and left, in order to receive and carry off the noxious exhalations. Independently of these evils, the air becomes heavier from the great depth merely of the excavation, an inconvenience which is remedied by keeping up a continual circulation with ventilators of linen cloth. As soon as water is reached, walls are constructed at the bottom, but without cement, in order that the springs may not be intercepted. Some waters, the sources of which do not lie on elevated ground, are coldest at the beginning of spring, being maintained by the winter rains, in fact. Others, again, are coldest at the rising of the dog star, peculiarities, both of them, to be witnessed at Pella in Macedonia. For in front of that city there is a marsh spring, which at the beginning of summer is cold, while in the more elevated parts of the city the water is ice cold in the hottest days of summer. The same is the case, too, at Chios, the water supply of the harbor and of the city occupying the same relative positions. At Athens, the water of the fountain Eniakrounos is colder in a cloudy summer than the well there in the Garden of Jupiter, while on the other hand, this last is ice cold during the drought of a hot summer. For the most part, however, wells are coldest about the rising of Arcturus. The water supply of wells never fails in summer, but in all cases it falls low during 4 days at the rising of the constellation above mentioned. Throughout the whole winter, on the other hand, many wells entirely fail, as in the neighborhood of Olynthus, for example, where the water returns in the early days of spring. In Sicily, too, in the vicinity of Messana and Malle, the springs are entirely dry throughout the winter, while in summer they overflow and form quite a river. At Apollonia in Pontus, there is to be seen, near the seashore, a fountain which overflows in summer only, and mostly about the rising of the dog star. Should the summer, however, not be so hot as usual, its water is less abundant. Certain soils become drier in consequence of rain, that in the territory of Narnia, for example, a fact which Marcus Cicero has mentioned in his Admiranda, with a statement that drought is there productive of mud, and rain of dust. Chapter 29. The qualities of water at the different seasons of the year. Every kind of water is freshest in winter, not so fresh in summer, still less so in autumn, and least of all in times of drought. River water, too, is by no means always the same in taste, the state of the bed over which it runs making a considerable difference. For the quality of water, in fact, depends upon the nature of the soil through which it flows, and the juices of the vegetation watered by it. Hence it is that the water of the same river is found in some spots to be comparatively unwholesome. The confluence, too, of rivers are apt to change the flavor of the water, impregnating the stream in which they are lost and absorbed, as in the case of the Borystines, for example. In some instances, again, the taste of river water is changed by the fall of heavy rains. It has happened 3 times in the Bosporus that there has been a fall of salt rain, a phenomenon which proved fatal to the crops. On 3 occasions, also, the rains have imparted a bitterness to the overflowing streams of the Nilus, which was productive of great pestilence throughout Egypt. Chapter 30. Historical observations upon waters which have suddenly made their appearance or suddenly ceased. It frequently happens that in spots where forests have been felled, springs of water make their appearance, the supply of which was previously expended in the nutriment of the trees. This was the case upon Mount Haemus, for example, when, during the siege by Cassander, the Gauls cut down a forest for the purpose of making a rampart. Very often, too, after removing the wood which has covered an elevated spot and so served to attract and consume the rains, devastating torrents are formed by the concentration of the waters. It is very important also for the maintenance of a constant supply of water to till the ground and keep it constantly in motion, taking care to break and loosen the callosities of the surface crust. At all events, we find it stated that upon the city of Crete, Arcadia by name, being razed to the ground, the springs and watercourses, which before were very numerous in that locality, all at once dried up, but that 6 years after, when the city was rebuilt, the water again made its appearance, just as each spot was again brought into cultivation. Earthquakes are also apt to discover or swallow up springs of water, a thing that has happened, it is well known, on 5 different occasions in the vicinity of Pheneus, a town of Arcadia. So too upon Mount Coricus a river burst forth, after which the soil was subjected to cultivation. These changes are very surprising where there is no apparent cause for them, such as the occurrence at Magnesia, for instance, where the warm waters became cold, but without losing their brackish flavor, and at the Temple of Neptune in Caria, where the water of the river, from being fresh, became salt. Here, too, is another fact replete with the marvelous. The fountain of Arethusa at Syracuse has a smell of dung, they say, during the celebration of the games at Olympia, a thing that is rendered not improbable by the circumstance that the river Alpheus makes its way to that island beneath the bed of the sea. There is a spring in the Chersonesus of the Rhodians, which discharges its accumulated impurities every 9 years. Waters, too, sometimes change their color, as at Babylon, for example, where the water of a certain lake for 11 days in summer is red. In the summer season, too, the current of the Borystines is blue, it is said, and this, although its waters are the most rarefied in existence, and hence float upon the surface of those of the Ipanis. Though at the same time there is this marvelous fact, that when south winds prevail, the waters of the Ipanis assume the upper place. Another proof, too, of the surpassing lightness of the water of the Borystines is the fact that it emits no exhalations nor indeed the slightest vapor even. Authors that would have the credit of diligent research in these enquiries assure us that water becomes heavier after the winter solstice. Chapter 31. The Method of Conveying Water. The most convenient method of making a watercourse from the spring is by employing earthen pipes, 2 fingers in thickness, inserted in one another at the points of junction, the one that has the higher inclination fitting into the lower one, and coated with quicklime macerated in oil. The inclination, to ensure the free flow of the water, ought to be at least 1/4 of an inch to every 100 feet, and if the water is conveyed through a subterraneous passage, there should be air holes let in at intervals of every 2 actus. Where the water is wanted to ascend aloft, it should be conveyed in pipes of lead. Water, it should be remembered, always rises to the level of its source. If again it is conveyed from a considerable distance, it should be made to rise and fall every now and then, so as not to lose its motive power. The proper length for each leaden pipe is 10 feet, and if the pipe is 5 fingers in circumference, its weight should be 60 pounds. If 8 feet, 100. If 10, 120, and so on, in the same proportion. A pipe is called a 10-finger pipe when the sheet of metal is 10 fingers in breadth before it is rolled up. A sheet 1/2 that breadth, giving a pipe of 5 fingers. In all sudden changes of inclination in elevated localities, pipes of 5 fingers should be employed, in order to break the impetuosity of the fall. Reservoirs, too, for branches should be made as circumstances may demand. Chapter 32. How Mineral Waters Should be Used. I am surprised that Homer has made no mention of hot springs, when on the other hand, he has so frequently introduced the mention of warm baths. A circumstance from which we may safely conclude that recourse was not had in his time to mineral waters for their medicinal properties, a thing so universally the case at the present day. Waters impregnated with sulfur are good for the sinews, and aluminous waters are useful for paralysis and similar relaxations of the system. Those again which are impregnated with bitumen or nitre, the waters of Cutila, for example, are drunk as a purgative. Many persons quite pride themselves on enduring the heat of mineral waters for many hours together. A most pernicious practice, however, as they should be used but very little longer than the ordinary bath, after which the bather should be shampooed with cold water and not leave the bath without being rubbed with oil. This last operation, however, is commonly regarded as altogether foreign to the use of mineral baths, and hence it is that there is no situation in which men's bodies are more exposed to the chances of disease, the head becoming saturated with the intensity of the odors exhaled, and left exposed, perspiring as it is, to the coldness of the atmosphere, while all the rest of the body is immersed in the water. There is another mistake also of a similar description, made by those who pride themselves upon drinking enormous quantities of these waters, and I myself have seen persons, before now, so swollen with drinking it, that the very rings on their fingers were entirely concealed by the skin, owing to their inability to discharge the vast quantities of water which they had swallowed. It is for this reason, too, that these waters should never be drunk without taking a taste of salt every now and then. The very mud, too, of mineral springs may be employed to good purpose, but to be effectual, after being applied to the body, it must be left to dry in the sun. It must not be supposed, however, that all hot waters are of necessity medicated. Those of Suggestion Sicily, for example, of Larissa, Troas, Magnesia, Melos, and Nipara. Nor is the very general supposition a correct one, that waters, to be medicinal, must of necessity discolor copper or silver, no such effect being produced by those of Patavium, or there being the slightest difference perceptible in the smell. End of section 2. Recording by Melissa Kingsbury. MelissaKingsburyVO.com Section 3 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melissa Kingsbury. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 3, Book 31, Chapters 33 to 42. Chapter 33. The Uses of Seawater. The Advantages of a Sea Voyage. Seawater also is employed in a similar manner for the cure of diseases. It is used, made hot, for the cure of pains in the sinews, for reuniting fractured bones, and for its desiccative action upon the body, for which last purpose it is also used cold. There are numerous other medicinal resources derived from the sea. The benefits of a sea voyage, more particularly, in cases of phthisis, as already mentioned, and where patients are suffering from hemoptysis, as lately experienced in our own memory by Aeneas Gallio at the close of his consulship. For it is not for the purpose of visiting the country that people so often travel to Egypt, but in order to secure the beneficial results arising from a long sea voyage. Indeed, the very seasickness that is caused by the rocking of the vessel to and fro is good for many affections of the head, eyes, and chest. All those cases, in fact, in which the patient is recommended to drink an infusion of hellebore. Medical men consider seawater, employed by itself, highly efficacious for the dispersion of tumors, and, boiled with barley meal, for the successful treatment of imposthumes of the parotid glands. It is used also as an ingredient in plasters, white plasters more particularly, and for emollient poultices. Seawater is very good, too, employed as a shower bath. And it is taken internally, though not without injury to the stomach, both as a purgative and as an expellant, by vomit and by alvean evacuation, of black bile or coagulated blood, as the case may be. Some authorities prescribe it, taken internally, for quartan fevers, as also for tenesmus and diseases of the joints, purposes for which it is kept a considerable time to mellow with age, and so lose its noxious properties. Some again are for boiling it, but in all cases it is recommended to be taken from out at sea and untainted with the mixture of fresh water, an emetic also being taken before using it. When used in this manner, vinegar or wine is generally mixed with the water. Those who give it unmixed recommend radishes with oxymel to be eaten upon it, in order to provoke vomiting. Seawater, made hot, is used also as an injection, and there is nothing in existence preferred to it as a fomentation for swellings of the testes, or for chilblains before they ulcerate. It is similarly employed also for the cure of prurigo, itch scab, and lichens. Lice and other foul vermin of the head are removed by the application of seawater, and lividities of the skin are restored to their natural color, it being a remarkably good plan in such cases, after applying the seawater, to foment the parts with hot vinegar. It is generally considered, too, that seawater is highly efficacious for the stings of venomous insects, those of the phalangium and scorpion, for example, and as an antidote to the poisonous secretions of the asp, known as the tias, in all which cases it is employed hot. Fumigations are also made of it, with vinegar, for the cure of headache, and, used warm as an injection, it allays griping pains in the bowels and cholera. Things that have been heated in seawater are longer than ordinary in cooling. A seawater bath is an excellent corrective for swelling of the bosoms in females, affections of the thoracic organs, and emaciation of the body. The steam also of seawater boiled with vinegar is used for the removal of hardness of hearing and headache. An application of seawater very expeditiously removes rust upon iron. It is curative also of scab in sheep, and imparts additional softness to the wool. Chapter 34. How artificial seawater may be made in places at a distance from the sea. I am by no means unaware that these details may very possibly appear superfluous to persons who live at a distance from the sea. But scientific research has made provision against this objection by discovering a method of enabling everyone to make seawater for himself. It is a singular fact in connection with this discovery that if more than 1 sextarius of salt is put into 4 sextarii of water, the liquefying properties of the water will be overpowered, and the salt will no longer melt. On the other hand, again, a mixture of 1 sextarius of salt with 4 sextarii of water acts as a good substitute for the efficacy and properties of the very saltest sea water. The most reasonable proportion, however, is generally thought to be 8 cyati of salt diluted in the quantity of water above mentioned, a preparation which has been found to have a warming effect upon the sinews without in any degree chafing the body. Chapter 35. How thalassomeli is made. There is also a composition made to ripen for use, known as thalassomeli, and prepared with equal parts of seawater, honey, and rainwater. For this purpose also, the water is brought from out at sea, and the preparation is kept in an earthen vessel well pitched. It acts most efficiently as a purgative, and without in the least fatiguing the stomach. The taste, too, and the smell of it are very agreeable. Chapter 36. How hydromeli is made. Hydromeli also was a mixture formerly made with pure rainwater and honey, and was prescribed for patients who were anxious for wine, as being a more harmless drink. For these many years past, however, it has been condemned as having in reality all the inconveniences of wine without the advantages. Chapter 37. Methods of providing against the inconvenience of drinking suspected water. As persons out at sea often suffer great inconvenience from the want of fresh water, we will here describe some methods of obviating it. Fleeces are spread round the ship, and on becoming moistened with the exhalations arising from the sea, the water is wrung from them and found to be quite fresh. Hollow balls of wax also, or empty vessels sealed at the mouth, upon being let down into the sea in a net, become filled with water that is fresh and potable. On shore, too, sea water may be made fresh by filtering it through argillaceous earth. By swimming in water of any kind, sprains of the limbs in man or beast are reduced with the greatest facility. Persons, when traveling, are sometimes apprehensive that the use of water, the quality of which is unknown to them, may prove injurious to their health. As a precaution against this, they should drink the suspected water cold, immediately after leaving the bath. Chapter 38. 6 remedies derived from moss. Remedies derived from sand. Moss which has grown in water is excellent as a topical application for gout, and, in combination with oil, it is good for pains and swellings in the ankles. The foam that floats upon the surface of the water, used as a friction, causes warts to disappear. The sand, too, of the seashore, that more particularly which is very fine and burnt white by the heat of the sun, is used remedially for its desiccative properties, the bodies of dropsical or rheumatic patients being entirely covered with it. Thus, much with reference to water itself, we will now turn to the aquatic productions, beginning, as in all other instances, with the principal of them, namely, salt and sponge. Chapter 39. The various kinds of salt, the methods of preparing it, and the remedies derived from it. 204 observations thereupon. All salt is either native or artificial, both kinds being formed in various ways, but produced from one of these 2 causes, the condensation or the desiccation of a liquid. The lake of Tarantum is dried up by the heat of the summer sun, and the whole of its waters, which are at no time very deep, not higher than the knee in fact, are changed into one mass of salt. The same, too, with a lake in Sicily, Cocenicus by name, and another in the vicinity of Gela. But in the case of these two last, it is only the sides that are thus dried up. Whereas in Phrygia and Cappadocia, and at Aspendus, where the same phenomena are observable, the water is dried up to a much larger extent, to the very middle of the lake, in fact. There is also another marvelous circumstance connected with this last. However much salt is taken out of it in the day, its place is supplied again during the night. Every kind of lake, salt is found in grains and not in the form of blocks. Sea water, again, spontaneously produces another kind of salt, from the foam which it leaves on shore at high water mark, or adhering to rocks. This being, in all cases, condensed by the action of the sun, and that salt being the most pungent of the two which is found upon the rocks. There are also 3 different kinds of native salt. In Bactriana, there are 2 vast lakes, one of them situate on the site of Scythia, the other on that of Ariana, both of which throw up vast quantities of salt. So too at Chitsum in Cyprus, and in the vicinity of Memphis, they extract salt from the lake and dry it in the sun. The surface waters of some rivers also condense in the form of salt, the rest of the stream flowing beneath as though under a crust of ice, such as the running waters near the Caspian Gates, for instance, which are known as the rivers of salt. The same is the case, too, in the vicinity of the Marti and of the people of Armenia. In Bactriana also, the rivers Ocus and Oxus carry down from the mountains on their banks fragments of salt. There are also in Africa some lakes, the waters of which are turbid, that are productive of salt. Some hot springs, too, produce salt. Those at Pegazai, for example. Such, then, are the various kinds of salt produced spontaneously by water. There are certain mountains also formed of native salt. That of Oromenus in India, for example, where it is cut out like blocks from a quarry, and is continually reproduced, bringing in a larger revenue to the sovereigns of those countries than that arising from their gold and pearls. In some instances, it is dug out of the earth, being formed there, evidently, by the condensation of the moisture, as in Cappadocia, for example, where it is cut in sheets, like those of mirror stone. The blocks of it are very heavy, the name commonly given to them being mica. At Jere, a city of Arabia, the ramparts and houses are constructed of blocks of salt, which are soldered together by being moistened with water. King Ptolemaeus discovered salt also in the vicinity of Pelusium when he encamped there, a circumstance which induced other persons to seek and discover it in the scorched tracts that lie between Egypt and Arabia beneath the sand. In the same manner, too, it has been found in the thirsting deserts of Africa, as far as the Oracle of Hammon, a locality in which the salt increases at night with the increase of the moon. The districts of Cyrenaica are ennobled, too, by the production of Hammonaicum, a salt so called from the fact of its being found beneath the sands there. It is similar in color to the alum known as schiston, and consists of long pieces, by no means transparent, and of an unpleasant flavor, but highly useful in medicine, that being held in the highest esteem which is the clearest and divides into straight flakes. There is one remarkable fact mentioned in connection with it. So long as it lies under the ground in its bed, it is extremely light. But the moment it is exposed to the light, it is hardly credible to what an extent its weight is increased. The reason for this is evident. The humid vapors of the excavations bear the masses upwards, as water does, and so aid the workman. It is adulterated with the Sicilian salt, which we have mentioned as being found in Lake Cocenicus, as also with that of Cyprus, which is marvelously like it. At Egelaista, in nearer Spain, there is a salt hewn from the bed in almost transparent blocks, and to which for this long time past most medical men, it is said, have given the preference over all other salt. Every spot in which salt is found is naturally barren, and produces nothing. Such are the particulars in general which have been ascertained with reference to native salt. Of artificial salt there are several kinds, the common salt and the most abundant being made from seawater drained into salt pans and accompanied with streams of fresh water. But it is rain more particularly, and above all things the sun, that aids in its formation. Indeed, without this last it would never dry. In the neighborhood of Utica, in Africa, they build up masses of salt, like hills in appearance, and when these have been hardened by the action of the sun and moon, no moisture will ever melt them, and iron can hardly divide them. In Crete, however, salt is made without the aid of fresh water, and merely by introducing sea-water into the salt pans. On the shores of Egypt, salt is formed by the overflow of the sea upon the land, already prepared for its reception, in my opinion, by the emanations of the river Nilus. It is made here also from the water of certain wells, discharged into salt pans. At Babylon, the result of the first condensation is a bituminous liquid, like oil, which is used for burning in lamps. When this is skimmed off, the salt is found beneath. In Cappadocia also, both well and spring water are introduced into the salt pans. In Chaonia there is a spring, from which the water of which, when boiled and left to cool, there is an inert salt obtained, not so white as ordinary salt. In the Gaelic provinces and in Germany, it is the practice to pour salt water upon burning wood. Chapter 40. Muria. In one part of Spain, they draw a brine for this purpose from deep-sunk pits, to which they give the name of Muria, being of opinion also that it makes a considerable difference upon what kind of wood it is poured. That of the quercus they look upon as the best, as the ashes of it, unmixed, have the pungency of salt. In other places, again, the wood of the hazel is held in high esteem, and thus we see, by pouring brine upon it, charcoal even is converted into salt. All salt that is thus prepared with burning wood is black. I find it stated by Theophrastus that the Umbri are in the habit of boiling ashes of reeds and bulrushes in water, till there remains but little moisture unconsumed. The brine, too, of salted provisions is sometimes boiled over again, and as soon as all the moisture has evaporated, the salt resumes its original form. That prepared from the pickle of the Maena has the finest flavor. Chapter 41. The various properties of salt. 120 historical remarks relative thereto. Of the various kinds of sea salt, the most esteemed is that of Salamis in Cyprus, and of the lake salts, that of Tarentum, and the salt known as Tatayan salt, which comes from Phrygia. These last two are also good for the eyes. That of Cappadocia, which is imported in small cubes, imparts a fine color, it is said, to the skin. But, for effacing wrinkles, that which we have already spoken of as the salt of Chitsum is the best. Hence it is that in combination with jit, it is used by females as a liniment for the abdomen after childbirth. The drier the salt, the stronger it is in taste, but the most agreeable of all, and the whitest known, is that of Tarentum. In addition to these particulars, we would remark also that the whiter salt is, the more friable it is. Rainwater deadens every kind of salt, but dew water makes it more delicate in flavor. Northeasterly winds render the formation of salt more abundant, but while south winds prevail, it never increases. It is only while northeasterly winds prevail that flour of salt is formed. Neither the salt of Tragaza nor the Acanthian salt, so called from the town where it is found, will decrepitate or crackle in the fire, nor will the froth of salt do so, or the outside scrapings, or refined salt. The salt of Agrigentum resists fire, but decrepitates in water. There are differences, too, in the color of salt. At Memphis, it is deep red, russet-colored in the vicinity of the Oxus, purple at Centuripa, and so remarkably bright at Gela, situate also in Sicily, as to reflect the image of objects. In Cappadocia, there is a saffron-colored fossil salt, transparent and remarkably odoriferous. For medicinal purposes, the ancients esteemed the salt of Tarentum in particular, and next to that, all the marine salts, those collected from sea foam more especially. For maladies of the eyes in cattle and beasts of burden, the salt of Braganza and that of Boetica are employed. For made dishes and ordinary food, the more easily a salt liquefies and the moister it is, the more highly it is esteemed, there being less bitterness in salt of this description, that of Attica and Euboea, for example. For keeping meat, a pungent, dry salt, like that of Magara, is best. A conserve of salt is also made with the addition of various odoriferous substances, which answers all the purpose of a choice sauce, sharpening the appetite and imparting a relish to all kinds of food. Indeed, among the innumerable condiments which we use, the flavor of salt is always distinctly perceptible. And when we take garum with our food, it is its salt flavor that is considered so exquisite. And not only this, but sheep even, cattle, and beasts of burden are induced to graze all the better by giving them salt, it having the effect also of considerably augmenting the milk, and imparting a superior flavor to the cheese. We may conclude, then, by Hercules, that the higher enjoyments of life could not exist without the use of salt. Indeed, so highly necessary is this substance to mankind, that the pleasures of the mind, even, can be expressed by no better term than the word salt, such being the name given to all effusions of wit. All the amenities, in fact, of life, supreme hilarity, and relaxation from toil, can find no word in our language to characterize them better than this. Even in the very honors, too, that are bestowed upon successful warfare, salt plays its part, and from it our word salariun is derived. That salt was held in high esteem by the ancients is evident from the Salarian Way, so named from the fact that by agreement the Sabini carried all their salt by that road. King Encus Marchus gave 600 modii of salt as a largesse to the people, and was the first to establish salt works. Varro also informs us that the ancients used salt by way of a relishing sauce, and we know, from an old proverb, that it was the practice with them to eat salt with their bread. But it is in our sacred rites, more particularly, that its high importance is to be recognized, no offering ever being made unaccompanied by the salted cake. Chapter 42. Flour of Salt. 20 Remedies. Salsugo. 2 Remedies. That which mainly distinguishes the produce of salt works, in respect of its purity, is a sort of efflorescence, which forms the lightest and whitest part of salt. The name flour of salt is given also to a substance of an entirely different character, more humid by nature, and of a red or saffron color. A kind of rust of salt, as it were, with an unpleasant smell like that of garum, and differing therein not only from froth of salt, but from salt itself. This substance is found in Egypt, and as it would appear, is conveyed thither by the waters of the Nilus, though it is to be found floating upon the surface of certain springs as well. The best kind is that which yields a certain fatty substance like oil, for salt even, a thing that is quite marvelous to think of, is not without a degree of unctuousness. This substance is sophisticated, and colored with red earth, or, in most instances, with powdered potsherds, an adulteration to be detected by the agency of water, which washes off the fictitious color, the natural color being only removable by the agency of oil. Indeed, it is for its color that perfumers more particularly make such extensive use of this drug. When seen in the vessels, the surface of it is white, but that which lies in the middle is moister, as already stated. It is of an acrid nature, calorific, and bad for the stomach. It acts also as a sudorific, and taken with wine and water, has a purgative effect upon the bowels. It is very useful also as an ingredient in acopa and in detersive compositions, and is remarkably efficacious for the removal of hairs from the eyelids. It is the practice to shake up the sediment in order to renovate the saffron color of the drug. In addition to these substances, there is another known in the salt works by the name of saltsugo or saltsalago. It is quite liquid, salter in taste than seawater, but inferior to it in its properties. End of Section 3. Recording by Melissa Kingsbury. melissakingsburyvo.com.
Section 4 of The Natural History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by kgsaturn. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 4, Book 31, Chapters 43 to 47. Chapter 43. Garum. 15 Remedies. Another liquid, too, of a very exquisite nature, is that known as garum. It is prepared from the intestines of fish and various parts which would otherwise be thrown away. Macerated in salt, so that it is, in fact, the result of their putrefaction, garum was formerly prepared from a fish called gyros by the Greeks, who assert also that a fumigation made with its head has the effect of bringing away the afterbirth. At present day, however, the most esteemed kind of garum is prepared from the scomber. In the fisheries of Carthago, Spartaria, it is known as garum of the allies, and for a couple of congii, we have to pay little less than 1,000 sesterces. Indeed, there is no liquid hardly, with the exception of the unguents, that is sold at higher prices of late, so much so that the nations which produce it have become quite ennobled thereby. There are fisheries, too, of the scomber on the coasts of Mauritania and at Cartia in Baetica, near the straits which lie at the entrance of the ocean, this being the only use that is made of the fish. For the production of garum, Clazomenae is also famed, in Pompeii, too, and Leptis, while for their Muria and Tipolis, Thurii of late, Donatea, enjoy the highest reputation. Chapter 44. Alex. 8 Remedies. Alex, which is a refuse of garum, properly consists of the dregs of it when imperfectly strained. But of late they have begun to prepare it separately from a small fish that is otherwise good for nothing. The apua of the Latins, or aphua of the Greeks, so called from the fact of its being endangered from rain. The people of Forum Julii make their garum from a fish to which they give the name of lupus. In the process of time, Alex has become quite an object of luxury, and the various kinds that are now made are infinite in number. The same, too, with garum, which is now prepared in imitation of the color of honeyed wine, and so pleasantly flavored as to admit of being taken as a drink. Another kind, again, is dedicated to those superstitious observances which enjoin strict chastity, and that prepared from fish without scales to the sacred rites of the Jews. In the same way, Alex has come to be manufactured from oysters, sea urchins, sea nettles, camerari, and the liver of surmullet, and 1,000 different methods have been devised of late for ensuring the putrefaction of salt in such a way as to secure the flavors most relished by the palate. Thus much, by the way, with reference to the tastes of the present day, though at the same time it must be remembered these substances are by no means without their uses in medicine. Alex, for instance, is a curative of scab in sheep, incisions being made in the skin and the liquor poured therein. It is useful, also, for the cure of wounds inflicted by dogs or by the sea dragon, the application being made with lint. Recent burns, too, are healed by the agency of garum, due care being taken to apply it without mentioning it by name. It is useful, too, for bites inflicted by dogs, and for that of the crocodile in particular, as also for the treatment of serpiginous or sordid ulcers, for ulcerations and painful afflictions to the mouth and ears. It is a marvelously useful remedy. Muria also, as well as the salsugo which we have mentioned, has certain astringent, mordant, and discussive properties. It is highly useful for the cure of dysentery, even when ulceration has attacked the intestines. Injections are also made of it for sciatica, and for celiac fluxus of an invertate nature. In spots which lie at a distance in the interior, it is used as a fomentation by way of substitute for seawater. Chapter 45. The Nature of Salt. Salt, regarded by itself, is naturally igneous, and yet it manifests an antipathy to fire and flies from it. It consumes everything, and yet, upon living bodies, it has an astringent, desiccative, and binding effect, while the dead it preserves from putrefaction, and makes them last for ages even. In respect, however, of its medicinal properties, it is of a mordant, burning, detergent, attenuating, and resolvent nature. It is, however, injurious to the stomach, except that it acts as a stimulant to the appetite. For the cure of injuries inflicted by serpents, it is used with origanum, honey, and hyssop, and for the sting of the cerastes, with origanum, cedar resin, pitch, or honey. Taken internally with vinegar, it is good for injuries caused by scolopendra, and applied topically with an equal proportion of linseed in oil or vinegar for stings inflicted by scorpions. For stings of hornets, wasps, and insects of similar description, it is applied with vinegar. And for the cure of hemicrania, ulcers of the head, blisters, pimples, and incipient warts, with veal suet. It is used also among the remedies for the eyes, and for the removal of fleshy excrescences upon those organs, as also of hangnails upon the fingers or toes. For webs that form upon the eyes it is particularly useful, and hence it is that it is so commonly employed as an ingredient in eye salves, as well as plasters. For all these last mentioned purposes, the salt of Tata or of Conus is most particularly in request. In cases where there is ecchymosis of the eyes, or a bruise from the effects of a blow, salt is applied with an equal quantity of myrrh or honey, or with hyssop in warm water, the eyes also being fomented with salsugo. For this last mentioned purpose, the Spanish salt is preferred, and when wanted for treatment of cataract, it is ground upon small whetstones with milk. For bruises, it is particularly useful, wrapped in a linen pledget and renewed from time to time, being first dipped in boiling water. For the cure of running ulcers of the mouth, it is applied with lint. Gum boils are also rubbed with it, and broken to pieces and powdered fine, it removes granulations on the tongue. The teeth, it is said, will never become carious or corroded if a person every morning puts some salt beneath his tongue, fasting, and leaves it there till it has melted. Salt effects the cure also of leprosy, boils, lichens, and itch scabs. For all which purposes it is applied with raisins, the stones first being removed, beef suet, origanium, and leaven or else bread. In such cases it is a salt from Thebais that is mostly used, the same salt being considered preferable for the treatment of prurigo, and being highly esteemed for afflictions of the uvula and tonsillary glands in combination with honey. Every kind of salt is useful for the cure of quinsy, but in addition to this, it is necessary to make external applications simultaneously with oil, vinegar, and tar. Mixed with wine, it is a gentle aperient to the bowels, and taken in a similar manner, it acts as an expellent of all kinds of intestinal worms. Placed beneath the tongue, it enables convalescence to support the heat of the bath. Burnt more than once upon a plate of white heat, then enclosed in a bag, it alleviates pains in the sinews, about the shoulders and kidneys more particularly. Taken internally and similarly burnt at a white heat, and applied in bags, it is a curative of colic, griping pains in the bowels, and sciatica. Beaten up in wine and honey, with meal, it is a remedy for gout, a malady for the especially behoof of which the observation should be borne in mind that there is nothing better for all parts of the body than sun and salt. Hence it is that we see the bodies of fishermen as hard as horn gout. However, it is the principal disease for the benefit of which this maxim should be remembered. Salt is useful for the removal of corns upon the feet and of chilblains. For the cure of burns, also, it is applied with oil, or else chewed. It acts as a check upon blisters, and in cases of erysipelas and seripigneous ulcers, it is applied topically with vinegar or with hyssop. For the cure of carcinoma, it is employed in combination with Timonian grapes, and for phasiodasnic ulcers, it is used parched with barley meal, a linen pledget steeped in wine being laid upon it. In cases of jaundice, it is employed as a friction before the fire with oil and vinegar till the patient is made to perspire, for the purpose of preventing itching sensations attendant upon that disease. When persons are exhausted with fatigue, it is usual to rub them with salt and oil. Many have treated dropsy with salt, have used external applications of salt and oil for the burning heats of fever, and have cured chronic coughs by laying salt upon the patient's tongue. Salt has been used, also, as an injection for sciatica, and has been applied to ulcers of fungus or putrid nature. To bites inflicted by the crocodile, salt is applied, the sores being tightly bandaged with linen cloths, first dipped in vinegar. It is taken internally with hydromel to neutralize the effects of opium, and is applied topically with meal and honey to sprains and fleshy excrescences. In cases of toothache, it is used as a collatory with vinegar, and is useful applied externally with resin. For all purposes, however, froth of salt is found to be more agreeable and still more efficacious. Still, however, every kind of salt is good as an ingredient in the okapa. When warming properties are required, the same, too, in the case of detersive applications, when required for plumping out and giving smooth surface to the skin. Employed topically, salt is curative of itch scab in sheep and cattle, for which disease it is given them to lick. It is injected also with the spittle into the eyes of beasts of burden. Thus much with reference to salt. Chapter 46. The various kinds of nitrum, the methods of preparing it, the remedies derived from it, 221 observations thereon. And here we must no longer defer giving an account of nitrum, which, in its properties, does not greatly differ from salt, and deserves all the more to be attentively considered, from the evident fact that medical men who have written upon it were ignorant of its nature. Of all which authors, Theophrastus is the one that has given the greatest attention to the point. It is found in small quantities in Media, in certain valleys there, that are white with heat and drought, the name given to it being halmarax. In Thracia, too, near Philippi, it is found but in smaller quantities and deteriorated with earthy substances, being known there as agrion. As to that prepared from the burnt wood of the quercus, it was never made to any very great extent, and the manufacture of it lies been long since totally abandoned. Nitrous waters are also found in numerous places, but not sufficiently impregnated to admit of condensation. The best and most abundant supply is found in Litae, in Macedonia, where it is known as kgsaturn. It is white and pure, and closely resembles salt. In the middle of certain nitrous lakes there, a spring of fresh water issues forth. In this lake the nitrum forms for 9 days, about the rising of the dog star, and then ceases for the same period, after which it again floats upon the surface. and then again ceases. Facts which abundantly prove that it is the particular nature of the soil which generates the nitrum, it being very evident that when the formation is there interrupted, neither the heat of the sun nor the fall of the rain is productive of the slightest effect. It is also a truly marvelous fact that, though the spring of fresh water is always uninterruptedly flowing, the waters of the lake never increase or overflow. If it happens to rain on days during which the nitrum is forming, the result is that it is rendered additionally salt thereby. The prevalence of northeast winds, too, still more deteriorates its quality, as they have a tendency to stir up mud at the bottom. Such is the formation of native nitrum. In Egypt, again, it is made artificially, and in much greater abundance, but inferior quality, being tawny and full of stones. It is prepared in pretty nearly the same manner as salt, except that in the salt pans, it is seawater that is introduced, whereas in the niter beds, it is the water of the river Mlus, a water which, upon the substance of the river, is impregnated with nitrum for 40 days together, and not, as in Macedonia, at intermittent periods only. On occasions when there has been a fall of rain, a smaller proportion of river water is employed. As soon, too, as any quantity of nitrum is formed, it is immediately removed in order that it may not melt in the beds. This substance also contains a certain proportion of oil, which is very useful for the cure of scab in animals. Piled up in large heaps, it keeps for a considerable time. It is a marvelous fact that, in Lake Ascanius, and in certain springs in the vicinity of Colossal, the water is fresh and potable on the surface and nitrous below. The lightest part of nitrum is always considered the best, and hence it is the froth of it is so much preferred. Still, however, when in an impure state, it is very useful for some purposes. Coloring purple cloth, for instance, and, indeed, all kinds of dyeing. It is employed, also, very extensively in the manufacture of glass, as we shall more fully mention on the appropriate occasion. The only niter works in Egypt were formerly those in the vicinity of Naucratis and Memphis, those near Memphis being inferior to the others, the piles of nitrum there being prepared as hard as stone, and many of the heaps having become changed into rocks. When in this state, vessels are made of it, and very frequently they melt with sulfur on a charcoal fire. When substances are wanted to keep, they employ this type of nitrum. In Egypt, there are also niter beds, the produce of which is red, owing to the color of the earth in the same locality. Froth of nitrum, a substance held in very high esteem, could only be made, according to the ancients, when the dews had fallen, the pits being, at the moment, saturated with nitrum, but not having arrived at the point of yielding it. On the other hand, again, when the pits were in full activity, no froth was formed, it was said, even though the dews should fall. Others, again, have attributed the formation of the last substance to the fermentation of the heaps of nitrum. In a succeeding age, the medical men, speaking of it under the name of aphronitrum, have stated it was collected in Asia, where it was found to be oozing from the soft sides of certain mines, the name given to which was Colossal, and that it was dried in the sun. The very best is thought to be that which comes from Lydia, the test of its genuineness being its extreme lightness, its friability, and its color, which should be almost full purple. The last is imported in tablets, while that of Egypt comes enclosed in vessels pitched within to prevent its melting, the vessels being previously prepared by being thoroughly dried in the sun. To be good, nitrum should be very fine and extremely spongy and porous. In Egypt, it is sophisticated with lime and adulteration easily detected by tasting it, for when pure it liquefies immediately, while that which has been adulterated remains undissolved sufficiently long to leave a pungent taste in the mouth. It is burnt in a close earthen vessel, as otherwise it would be decrepitate. Except in this last case, however, the action of fire does not cause it to decrepitate. This substance neither produces nor nourishes anything, while in the salt pans, on the other hand, we see plants growing, and the sea, we know, produces immense number of animated beings, though, as to plants, seaweed only. It is evident, too, that the acridity of nitrum must be greater than that of salt, not only from the fact last mentioned, but from the circumstance also that at the nitrobeds the shoes wear out with the greatest rapidity. Localities which are otherwise very healthy and remarkably beneficial to the eyesight. At the nitroworks, ophthalmia is a thing unknown. Persons, too, that come there with ulcers upon them experience a rapid cure, though ulcerations formed upon the spot are slow in healing. Used as a friction with oil, nitrum is a sudorific and acts emolliently upon the body. That of colostra is used as a substitute for salt in making bread, and the Egyptian nitrum is eaten with radishes, it having the effect of making them more tender, though as to other edibles it turns them white and spoils them. To vegetables it imparts an additional greenness. Viewed medicinally, nitrum is calorific, attenuant, mordant, astringent, desiccative, and ulcerating. It is good, too, in cases where certain humors require to be drawn out or dispersed, or where gentle mordants or attenuants are required, as in the case of pustules or pimples, for example. Some persons ignite it for this purpose, and, after quenching it in astringent wine, bruise it and use it without oil at the bath. Applied with dried iris powdered and green olive oil, it checks the immoderate perspiration. Applied topically with a fig, or boiled down to 1/2 in raisin wine, it removes marks upon the eyes and granulations of the eyelids. It is used also for the removal of argyma. Boiled in a pomegranate rind with raisin wine, used as an ointment in combination with honey, it improves the eyesight. It is very useful also for toothache, taken as a collatory with wine and pepper, or boiled with a leek. Burnt and employed as a dentifrice, it restores the teeth to their original color that have turned black, and an application of it with Samian earth and oil kills nits and other vermins of the head. Dissolved in wine, it is used as an injection for suppurations of the ears, and, applied with vinegar, it consumes filth that has accumulated there. Introduced dry into the ears, it disperses singings and tinglings into those organs. Applied topically in the sun with an equal quantity of Simoleon chalk dissolved in vinegar, it removes white morphew, and a mixture of it with resin or with white raisins, the stones being beaten up, as well is an excellent cure for boils. It is useful also for inflammations of the testes, and in combination with axle grease for pituitous eruptions on all parts of the body. For the cure of bites inflicted by dogs, it is used with resin, the application being made at first with vinegar. With lime and vinegar, it is used as a liniment for stings inflicted by serpents, as also for ulcerations, whether phagedenic, putrid, sapigneous. In cases, too, of dropsy, it is employed internally and externally, beaten with figs. Taken internally as a decoction, in doses of 1 drachma with rue, dill, or cumin. It effectually removes griping pains in the bowels. An external application of it with oil and vinegar is highly refreshing to persons exhausted with fatigue. It is equally beneficial for shudderings and cold shiverings, the feet and hands of the patient being well rubbed with it, mixed with oil. It allays the itching sensations attendant upon jaundice, more particularly when it is administered to the patient while perspiring with vinegar. Taken internally in oxycrate, it is an antidote for the poison of fungi, and taken with water, it acts beneficially as an emetic in cases where burpristis has been swallowed. To persons who have taken bull's blood, nitrum is administered in combination with laser. Mixed with honey and cow's milk, it is a curative of ulcers upon the face. For the cure of burns, it is applied pounded, being first parched until it turns black. For pains in the bowels and kidneys, and for rigidities of the limbs and pains in the sinews, it is used in the form of an injection. For the cure of paralysis of the tongue, it is applied to that organ with bread, and to asthmatic patients it is administered with tisane. Flour of nitron, used in combination with equal proportions of galbanum and turpentine respectively, is a curative of chronic coughs, the mixture being taken in pieces the size of a bean. Nitrum itself, boiled and melted with tar, is given to patients to swallow for quinsy. Flour of nitrum mixed with oil of cypress and applied in the sun is a soothing liniment for pains and joints. Taken internally with wine, it is curative of jaundice and acts as carminative also. and it arrests bleeding at the nose, the vapor of it in boiling water being inhaled by the patient. Mixed with alum, it removes prurigo, and, used daily with water as a fomentation, it removes offensive odors of the armpits. Used in combination with wax, it heals ulcers produced by pituitous secretions, and, similarly employed, is very useful for afflictions of the sinews. For the cure of the celiac flux, it is used in the form of an injection. Many authorities recommend the use of it, with oil, as a friction when cold shiverings are just coming on, as also for the removal of leprous spots and freckles. It is a good plan, also, to use a sitting bath made with an infusion of nitrum for the cure of gout, atrophy, opisthotomy, and tetanus. Both salt and nitre, boiled with sulfur, become petrified. Chapter 47. Sponges and the remedies derived from them. 92 observations thereon. We have already, when speaking of the marine productions, described the various kinds of sponge. Some authorities make the following distinctions. They regard as males those sponges which are pierced with more diminutive holes, are more compact in form and more ready to imbibe, and are stained to satisfy luxurious tastes in various colors, sometimes purple even. Those, on the other hand, which have holes larger and running into one another, they consider to be females. Among the male sponges, there is a kind, harder than the others, the name given to which is tragi, and the holes of which are extremely small and numerous. Sponges are made white artificially, the softest being chosen for this purpose, and after they have been steeped the whole summer through with the foam of the sea, they are then exposed to the action of the moon and hoarfrosts, being turned upside down, in other words, with that part upwards which they formerly adhered to the rocks, the object being that they may become white throughout. That sponges are animated beings we have already stated, and not only this, but they have a coat of blood even, adhering to them. Some say that they regulate their movements by sense of hearing, and that at the slightest noise they contract themselves and emit an abundant moisture. When such is the case, it is said it is impossible to tear them away from the rocks, and consequently they must be cut, an operation during which they emit a sanous secretion. Those sponges, too, are preferred to all others, which are grown upon spots with a northeast aspect, the physicians assuring us that these retain the breath of life the longest of all, a circumstance which renders them additionally useful to the human body, from the union which there is thereby effected of their vital principle with our own. It is for this reason, too, that they are preferred as fresh as possible and in a moist state rather than dry. They are not so useful, however, if applied with hot water, and still less so if they are oiled or applied to the body when just anointed. The compact sponges, it is thought, have less adhesive power than the others. The softest kind of sponge are those employed for tents. Applied with honeyed wine, sponges reduce swellings of the eyes, and are extremely useful for the removal of rheum from those organs, the very finest and softest being a necessity selected for the purpose. Sponges are applied, also, with oxycrate, to deflections of the eyes, and with warm vinegar for headache. In addition to these properties, fresh sponges are resolvent, emollient, and soothing, but when old, they lose their healing properties for wounds. They are employed also in medicine for cleansing sores, and for either fomenting or covering the parts fomented, till some other application is made. Applied topically, they have a healing effect upon running ulcers and upon sores of the bodies of aged persons. Fractures, too, and wounds are most effectively fomented with sponge, and when surgical operations are performed, it instantly absorbs the blood so as to allow the incision to be seen. Sponges are applied also as a bandage to inflamed wounds, sometimes dry, and in some cases moistened with vinegar, wine, or cold water. Soaked in rainwater and applied to the incision, they prevent cuts recently inflicted from swelling. They are used as an application for such parts of the body, though apparently uninjured, as are threatened with occult humors, which require to be dispersed. and also for reducing the tumors known to us as apostomes, the parts being first fermented with a decoction of honey. Sponges are employed also for affections of the joints and steeped in vinegar and salt or in oxycrate. In cases, however, where the attack is intended with fever, water alone is used with the sponge. Soaked in salt and water, sponges are applied to callosities, and with vinegar, they are used for stings inflicted by scorpions. In the treatment of wounds, sponges are sometimes used as a substitute for greasy wool, either with wine and oil or with salt and water. The only difference being that wool acts emolliently upon the sores, whereas a sponge has an astringent action and absorbs the vitiated humors. To dropsical patients, bandages of sponge are applied either dry or steeped in warm water or oxycrate, according as there is a necessity for soothing the skin or for covering it up and drying it. Sponges are applied also in all those diseases where warmth is required, being first soaked in boiling water and then squeezed out between a couple of boards. Employed in this manner, too, they are very useful for affections of the stomach and for the excessive heats attendant upon fever. Steeped in oxycrate, they are good for diseases of the spleen, and in vinegar for erysipelas, nothing in fact being equally efficacious. Sponge, when thus used, should always be applied as to amply cover the adjacent parts that are not affected. Employed with vinegar or cold water, sponge arrests hemorrhage. Soaked in warm salt and water, and frequently renewed, it removes the lividity which results from a recent blow. Used with oxycrate, it disperses pains and swellings to the testes. To bites inflicted by dogs, it is a good plan to apply sponge from time to time, cut fine and moistened with vinegar, cold water, or honey. Ashes of African sponge, with juice of cut leek and a mixture of salt and cold water, are good, taken internally, for patients suffering from discharges of blood. Applied topically to the forehead with oil or vinegar, they are a curative of tertian fevers. The sponge of Africa, more particularly, soaked in oxycrate, disperses tumors. Ashes of any kind of sponge burnt with pitch arrests the discharge of blood from wounds, though some recommend for this purpose the sponge with large pores only burnt with pitch. For affections of the eyes, sponges burnt in vessels of unbaked earthenware, the ashes being found highly efficacious for granulations of the eyelids, fleshy excrescences, and all diseases of those parts which require detergents, astringents, or expletives. For all these purposes, however, it is the best plan first to rinse the ashes. When the body is in a diseased state, sponge acts as a substitute for body scrapers, linen towels, and it protects the head most efficiently against the action of the sun. Medical men, in their ignorance, comprehend all sponges under two names: African sponge, the substance of which is tougher and firmer, and Equestrian sponge, which is softer and better adapted to fomentations. At the present day, however, the softest sponges of all are those found above the walls of the city of Antipholus. Trogus informs us that the softest tent sponges are found out at sea, off the coast of Lycia, upon spots which the spun has been previously removed. We learn too from Polybius that these fine sponges suspended over a patient's bed will ensure him additional repose at night. We will now turn to remedies derived from marine and aquatic animals. Summary: Remedies, Narratives, and Observations, 924. Roman authors quoted: M. Yarro, Cassius of Parma, Cicero, Mucianus, Caelius, Celsus, Trogus, Ovid, Polybius, Sornatius. Foreign authors quoted: Callimachus, Tisias, Eutychus, Theophrastus, Eudacus, Theopompus, Polycritus, Juba, Lycus, Appian, Epigenes, Pelops, Apelles, Democritus, Thrasyllus, Nicander, Meander the comic writer, Atenes, Celestius, Dionysius, Andreas, Niteratus, Hippocrates, Anaxagoras. End of Section 4. Recorded by Keith G. Rochester, New York, United States. End of the Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley.
Section number 5 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 5, Book 32, Chapters 1 to 12. Natural History of Pliny, Book 31. Remedies derived from aquatic animals. Chapter 1. The power of nature is manifested in antipathies. The Echeneis. 2 remedies. Following the proper order of things, we have now arrived at the culminating point of the wonders manifested to us by the operations of nature. And even at the very outset, we find spontaneously presented to us an incomparable illustration of her mysterious powers. So much so, in fact, that beyond it we feel ourselves bound to forbear extending our inquiries, there being nothing to be found either equal or analogous to an element in which nature quite triumphs over herself, and that, too, in such numberless ways. For what is there more unruly than the sea, with its winds, its tornadoes, and its tempests? And yet in what department of her works has nature been more seconded by the ingenuity of man than in this, by his inventions of sails and of oars? In addition to this, we are struck with the ineffable might displayed by the ocean's tides, as they constantly ebb and flow, and so regulate the currents of the sea as though they were the waters of one vast river. And yet all these forces, though acting in unison, and impelling in the same direction, a single fish, and that of a very diminutive size, the fish known as the Echeneis, possesses the power of counteracting. Winds may blow and storms may rage, and yet the Echeneis controls their fury, restrains their mighty force, and bids the ships stand still in their career, a result which no cables, no anchors, from their ponderousness quite incapable of being weighed, could ever have produced. A fish bridles the impetuous violence of the deep, and subdues the frantic rage of the universe, and all this by no effort of its own, no act of resistance on its part, no act at all, in fact, but that of adhering to the bark. Trifling as this object would appear, it suffices to counteract all these forces combined, and to forbid the ship to pass onward on its way. Fleets, armed for war, pile up towers and bulwarks on their decks, in order that, upon the deep even, men may fight from behind ramparts, as it were. But alas for human vanity! When their prows, beaked as they are with brass and with iron, and armed for the onset, can thus be arrested and riveted to the spot by a little fish no more than some half-foot in length. At the Battle of Actium, it is said, a fish of this kind stopped the Praetorian ship of Antonius in its course, at the moment that he was hastening from ship to ship to encourage and exhort his men, and so compelled him to leave it and go on board another. Hence it was that the fleet of Caesar gained the advantage in the onset, and charged with a redoubled impetuosity. In our own time, too, one of these fish arrested the ship of the Emperor Caius in its course, when he was returning from Astura to Antium, and thus, as the result proved, did an insignificant fish give presage of great events, for no sooner had the Emperor returned to Rome than he was pierced by the weapons of his own soldiers. Nor did this sudden stoppage of the ship long remain a mystery, the cause being perceived upon finding that, out of the whole fleet, the Emperor's 5-banked galley was the only one that was making no way. The moment this was discovered, some of the sailors plunged into the sea, and on making search about the ship's sides, they found an Echeneis adhering to the rudder. Upon its being shown to the Emperor, he strongly expressed his indignation that such an obstacle as this should have impeded his progress, and have rendered powerless the hardy endeavors of some 400 men. One thing, too, it is well known, more particularly surprised him, how it was possible that the fish, while adhering to the ship, should arrest its progress, and yet should have no such power when brought on board. According to the persons who examined it on that occasion, and who have seen it since, the Echeneis bears a strong resemblance to a large slug. The various opinions entertained respecting it we have already noticed, when speaking of it in the natural history of fishes. There is no doubt, too, that all fish of this kind are possessed of a similar power. Witness, for example, the well-known instance of the shells which are still preserved and consecrated in the Temple of Venus at Knidos, and which, we are bound to believe, once gave such a striking evidence of the possession of similar properties. Some of our own authors have given this fish the Latin name of Morna. It is a singular thing, but among the Greeks we find writers who state that, worn as an amulet, the Echeneis has the property, as already mentioned, of preventing miscarriage and of reducing procedence of the uterus, and so permitting the fetus to reach maturity. While others, again, assert that, if it is preserved in salt and worn as an amulet, it will facilitate parturition. A fact to which it is indebted for another name which it bears, Odenolites. Be all this as it may, considering this most remarkable fact of a ship being thus stopped in its course, who can entertain a doubt as to the possibility of any manifestation of her power by nature, or as to the effectual operation of the remedies which she has centered in her spontaneous productions? Chapter 2. The Torpedo. 9 Remedies. And then, besides, even if we had not this illustration by the agency of the Echeneis, would it not have been quite sufficient only to cite the instance of the torpedo, another inhabitant also of the sea, as a manifestation of the mighty powers of nature? From a considerable distance even, and if only touched with the end of a spear or staff, this fish has the property of benumbing even the most vigorous arm, and of riveting the feet of the runner, however swift he may be in the race. If, upon considering this fresh illustration, we find ourselves compelled to admit that there is in existence a certain power which, by the very exhalations and, as it were, emanations therefrom, is enabled to affect the members of the human body, what are we not to hope for from the remedial influences which nature has centered in all animated beings? Chapter 3. The Sea Hare. 5 Remedies. No less wonderful, too, are the particulars which we find stated relative to the sea hare. Taken with the food or drink, it is a poison to some persons, while to others, again, the very sight of it is venomous. Indeed, if a woman in a state of pregnancy so much as looks upon one of these fishes, she is immediately seized with nausea and vomiting, a proof that the injury has reached the stomach, and abortion is the ultimate result. The proper preservative against these baneful effects is the male fish, which is kept dried for the purpose in salt, and worn in a bracelet upon the arm. And yet this same fish, while in the sea, is not injurious, by its contact even. The only animal that eats it without fatal consequences is the mullet, the sole perceptible result being that its flesh is rendered more tender thereby, but deteriorated in flavor, and consequently not so highly esteemed. Persons when poisoned by the sea hare smell strongly of the fish, the first sign, indeed, by which the fact of their having been so poisoned is detected. Death also ensues at the end of as many days as the fish has lived. Hence it is that, as Licinius Macer informs us, this is one of those poisons which have no definite time for their operation. In India, we are assured, the sea hare is never taken alive, and we are told that, in those parts of the world, man, in his turn, acts as a poison upon the fish, which dies instantly in the sea if it is only touched with a human finger. There, like the rest of the animals, it attains a much larger size than it does with us. Chapter 4. Marvels of the Red Sea. Juba, in those books descriptive of Arabia, which he has dedicated to Caius Caesar, the son of Augustus, informs us that there are mussels on those coasts, the shells of which are capable of holding 3 semisextarii, and that, on one occasion, a whale, 600 feet in length and 360 feet broad, made its way up a river of Arabia, the blubber of which was bought up by the merchants there. He tells us, too, that in those parts they anoint their camels with the grease of all kinds of fish, for the purpose of keeping off the gadflies by the smell. Chapter 5. The Instincts of Fishes. The statements which Ovid has made as to the instincts of fish, and the work of his known as the Heliodicon, appear to me truly marvelous. The scarus, for instance, when enclosed in the wicker kite, makes no effort to escape with its head, nor does it attempt to thrust its muzzle between the osiers. But turning its tail towards them, it enlarges the orifices with repeated blows therefrom, and so makes its escape backwards. Should, too, another scarus, from without, chance to see it thus struggling within the kite, it will take the tail of the other in its mouth, and so aid it in its efforts to escape. The lupus, again, when surrounded with a net, burrows the sand with its tail, and so conceals itself until a net has passed over it. The marina, trusting in the slippery smoothness of its rounded back, boldly faces the meshes of the net, and by repeatedly wriggling its body, makes its escape. The polyp makes for the hooks, and, without swallowing the bait, clasps it with its feelers. Nor does it quit its hold until it has eaten off the bait, or perceives itself being drawn out of the water by the rod. The mullet, too, is aware that within the bait there is a hook concealed, and is on its guard against the ambush. Still, however, so great is its voracity that it beats the hook with its tail and strikes away from it the bait. The lupus, again, shows less foresight and address, but repentance at its true imprudence arms it with mighty strength, for, when caught by the hook, it flounders from side to side, and so widens the wound, till at last the insidious hook falls from its mouth. The marina not only swallows the hook, but catches at the line with its teeth, and so gnaws it asunder. The anthias, Ovid says, the moment it finds itself caught by the hook, turns its body with its back downwards, upon which there is a sharp knife-like fin, and so cuts the line asunder. According to Lienius Macer, the marina is of the female sex only, and is impregnated by serpents, as already mentioned. And hence it is that the fishermen, to entice it from its retreat, and catch it, make a hissing noise in imitation of the hissing of a serpent. He states, also, that by frequently beating the water it is made to grow fat, that a blow with a stout stick will not kill it, but that a touch with a stalk of fennel giant is instantly fatal. That in the case of this animal, the life is centered in the tail, there can be no doubt, is also that it dies immediately on that part of the body being struck, while, on the other hand, there is considerable difficulty in killing it with a blow upon the head. Persons who have come in contact with the razorfish smell of iron. The hardest of all fishes, beyond a doubt, is that known as the orbis. It is spherical, destitute of scales, and all head. Chapter 6. Marvelous Properties Belonging to Certain Fishes. Trebius Niger informs us that whenever the loligo is seen darting above the surface of the water, it portends a change of weather. That the Xiphias, or in other words, the swordfish, has a sharp-pointed muzzle with which it is able to pierce the sides of a ship and send it to the bottom. Instances of which have been known near a place in Mauritania, known as Kot, not far from the river Lexus. He says, too, that the loligo sometimes darts above the surface in such vast numbers as to sink the ships upon which they fall. Chapter 7. Places where fish eat from the hand. At many of the country seats belonging to the emperor the fish eat from the hand, but the stories of this nature, told with such admiration by the ancients, bear reference to lakes formed by nature, and not to fish preserves. That at Eloris, a fortified place in Sicily, for instance, not far from Syracuse. In the fountain, too, of Jupiter, at Labranda, there are eels which eat from the hand, and wear earrings, it is said. The same, too, at Chios, near the old men's temple there, and at the fountain of Chabura in Mesopotamia, already mentioned. Chapter 8. Places where fish recognize the human voice. oracular responses given by fish. At Myra, too, in Lycia, the fish in the fountain of Apollo, known as Surium, appear and give oracular presages when thrice summoned by the sound of a flute. If they seize the flesh thrown to them with avidity, it is a good omen for the person who consults them. But if, on the other hand, they flap at it with their tails, it is considered an evil presage. At Hierapolis in Syria, the fish in the lake of Venus there obey the voice of the officers of the temple. Bedecked with ornaments of gold, they come at their call, fawn upon them while they are scratched, and open their mouths so wide as to admit of the insertion of the hands. Off the rock of Hercules, in the territory of Stabii, in Campania, the Melanuri seize with avidity bread that is thrown to them in the sea, but they will never approach any bait in which there is a hook concealed. Chapter 9. Places where bitter fish are found, salt or sweet. Nor is it by any means the least surprising fact that off the island of Peel, in the town of Clasmonii, the rock of Scylla in Sicily, and in the vicinity of Leptis in Africa, Euboea, and Dyrrhachium, the fish are bitter. In the neighborhood of Cephallenia, Ampelos, Paros, and the rocks of Delos, the fish are so salt by nature that they might easily be taken to have been pickled in brine. In the harbor, again, of the last-mentioned island, the fish are sweet, differences, all of them, resulting, no doubt, from the diversity of their food. Appian says that the largest among the fishes is the sea pig, known to the Lacedaemonians as the Orthogoryscos. He states also that it grunts like a hog when taken. These accidental varieties in the natural flavor of fish, a thing that is still more surprising, may, in some cases, be owing to the nature of the locality, and a positive illustration of which is the well-known bat at Beneventum in Italy. Salted provisions of all kinds require to be salted over again. Chapter 10. When sea fish were first eaten by the people of Rome. The ordinance of King Numa as to fish. Cassius Hemina informs us that sea fish have been in use at Rome from the time of its foundation. I will give his own words, however, upon the subject. Numa ordained that fish without scales should not be served up at the festivals of the gods. A piece of frugality, the intention of which was that the banquets, both public and private, as well as the repasts laid before the couches of the gods, might be provided at a smaller expense than formerly, it being also his wish to preclude the risk that the caterers for the sacred banquets would spare no expense in buying provisions, and so forestall the market. Chapter 11. Quarrel. 43 Remedies and Observations. In the same degree that people in our part of the world set a value upon the pearls of India, a subject on which we have already spoken on the appropriate occasion at sufficient length, do the people of India prize coral, it being the prevailing taste in each nation respectively that constitutes the value of things. Coral is produced in the Red Sea also, but of a more swarthy hue than ours. It is to be found also in the Persian Gulf, where it is known by the name of Ias. But the most highly esteemed of all is that produced in the vicinity of the islands called Stichades in the Gallic Gulf, and near the Aeolian Islands in the town of Drepana and the Sea of Sicily. Coral is to be found growing, too, at Gravisci, and off the coast of Neapolis in Campania, as also at Erythrae, where it is intensely red, but soft, and consequently little valued. Its form is that of a shrub, and its color green. Its berries are white and soft while under water, but the moment they are removed from it, they become hard and red, resembling the berries of cultivated cornel in size and appearance. They say that, while alive, if it is only touched by a person, it will immediately become as hard as stone. And hence it is that the greatest pains are taken to prevent this, by tearing it up from the bottom with nets, or else cutting it short with a sharp-edged instrument of iron, from which last circumstance it is generally supposed to have received its name of curalium. The reddest coral and the most branchy is held in the highest esteem, but, at the same time, It must not be rough or hard like stone. Nor yet, on the other hand, should it be full of holes or hollow. The berries of coral are no less esteemed by the men in India than are the pearls of that country by the females among us. Their soothsayers, too, and diviners look upon coral as an amulet endowed with sacred properties, and a sure preservative against all dangers. Hence it is that they equally value it as an ornament and as an object of devotion. Before it was known in what estimation coral was held by the people of India, the Gauls were in the habit of adorning their swords, shields, and helmets with it. But at the present day, owing to the value set upon it as an article of exportation, it has become so extremely rare that it is seldom to be seen even in the regions that produce it. Branches of coral, hung at the neck of infants, are thought to act as a preservative against danger. Calcined, pulverized, and taken in water, coral gives relief to patients suffering from griping pains in the bowels, affectations of the bladder, and urinary calculi. Similarly taken in wine, or, if there are symptoms of fever, in water, it acts as a soporific. It resists the action of fire a considerable time before it is calcined. There is also a statement made that if this medicament is frequently taken internally, the spleen will be gradually consumed. Powdered coral, too, is an excellent remedy for patients who bring up or spit blood. Calcined coral is used as an ingredient in compositions for the eyes, being productive of certain astringent and cooling effects. It makes flesh, also, in the cavities left by ulcers, and effaces scars upon the skin. Chapter 12. The antipathies and sympathies which exist between certain objects, the hatreds manifested by certain aquatic animals, the Pastanaca, 8 remedies, the Gallios, 15 remedies, the Surmulent, 15 remedies. In reference to that repugnance which exists between certain things, known to the Greeks as antipathia, there is nothing more venomous than the Pastanaca, a sea fish which kills trees even with its sting, as already stated. And yet, poisonous as it is, the Gallios pursues it. A fish which, though it attacks other marine animals as well, manifests an enmity to the Pastanaca in particular, just as on dry land the weasel does to serpents. With such avidity does it go in pursuit of what is poisonous even. Persons stung by the Pastanaca find a remedy in the flesh of the Gallios, as also in that of the surmullet and the vegetable production known as laser. End of section number 5.
Section 6 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Rucker. September 26, 2021, Westford, Massachusetts. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 6, Book 32, Chapters 13 to 22. Chapter 13. Amphibious Animals, Castoreum, 66 Remedies and Observations. The might of nature, too, is equally conspicuous in the animals which live upon dry land as well. The beaver, for instance, more generally known as castor, and the testes of which are called in medicine castorea. Sextius, a most careful inquirer into the nature and history of medicinal substances, assures us that it is not the truth that this animal, when on the point of being taken, bites off its testes. He informs us also that these substances are small, tightly knit, and attached to the backbone, and that it is impossible to remove them without taking the animal's life. We learn from him that there is a mode of adulterating them by substituting the kidneys of the beaver, which are of considerable size, whereas the genuine testes are found to be extremely diminutive. In addition to which, he says that they must not be taken to be bladders, as they are 2 in number, a provision not to be found in any animal. Within these pouches, he says, there is a liquid found, which is preserved by being put in salt.
the genuine castoreum being easily known from the false by the fact of its being contained in 2 pouches attached by a single ligament. The genuine article, he says, is sometimes fraudulently sophisticated by the admixture of gum and blood, or else ammoniacum, as the pouches in fact ought to be of the same color as this last, covered with thin coats full of a liquid of the consistency of honey mixed with wax, possessed of a fetid smell, of a bitter, acrid taste, and friable to the touch. The most efficacious castoreum is that which comes from Pontus and Galatia, the next best being the produce of Africa. When inhaled, it acts as a sternutatory. Mixed with oil of roses and pusidinum and applied to the head, it is productive of narcotic effects, a result which is equally produced by taking in water, for which reason it is employed in the treatment of phrenitis. Used as a fumigation, it acts as an excitant upon patients suffering from lethargy, and similarly employed or used in the form of a suppository, it dispels hysterical suffocations. It acts also as an emmenagogue and as an expellant of the afterbirth, being taken by the patient in doses of 2 drachmae with pennyroyal in water. It is employed also for the cure of vertigo, opisthonie, fits of trembling, spasms, affections of the sinews, sciatica, stomachache complaints, and paralysis. The patient either being rubbed with it all over or else taking it as an electuary, bruised and incorporated with seed of vitex, vinegar, and oil of roses to the consistency of honey. In the last form, too, it is taken for the cure of epilepsy, and in a potion for the purpose of dispelling flatulency and gripings in the bowels, and for counteracting the effects of poison. When taken as a potion, the only difference is in the mode of mixing it, according to the poison that it is intended to neutralize. When it is taken for the sting of the scorpion, wine is used as the medium. And when for injuries inflicted by spiders or by the phalangium, honeyed wine where it is intended to be brought up again, and rue where it is desirable that it should remain upon the stomach. For injuries inflicted by the chalcis, it is taken with myrtle wine. For the sting of the cerastus or prester, with panax or rue in wine. And for those of other serpents, with wine only. In all these cases, 2 drachmae of castoreum is the proper dose, to one of the other ingredients respectively. It is particularly useful also in combination with vinegar in cases where viscus has been taken internally, and with milk or water as a neutralizer of aconite. As an antidote to white hellebore, it is taken with hydromel and nitre. It is curative also of toothache, for which purpose it is beaten up with oil and injected into the ear on the side affected. For the cure of earache, the best plan is to mix it with meconium. Applied with Attic honey in the form of an ointment, it improves the eyesight, and taken with vinegar, it arrests hiccup. The urine, too, of the beaver is a neutralizer of poisons, and for this reason is used as an ingredient in antidotes. The best way of keeping it, some think, is in the bladder of the animal. Chapter 14. The Tortoise, 66 Remedies and Observations. The tortoise, too, is an animal that is equally amphibious with the beaver, and possessed of medicinal properties as strongly developed. In addition to which, it claims an equal degree of notice for the high price which luxury sets upon its shell, and the singularity of its conformation. Of tortoises there are various kinds: land tortoises, sea tortoises, tortoises which live in muddy waters, and tortoises which live in fresh. These last being known to some Greek authors by the name of Remedies. The flesh of the land tortoise is employed for fumigations more particularly, and we find it asserted that it is highly salutary for repelling the malpractices of magic and for neutralizing poisons. These tortoises are found in the greatest numbers in Africa, where the head and feet first being cut off. It is said they are given to persons by way of an antidote. Eaten too in a broth made from them, they are thought to disperse scrofula, diminish the volume of the spleen, and effect the cure of epilepsy. The blood of the land tortoise improves the eyesight and removes cataracts. It is kept also made up with meal into pills, which are given with wine when necessary to neutralize the poison of all kinds of serpents, frogs, spiders, and similar venomous animals. It is found a useful plan, too, in the case of glaucoma, to anoint the eyes with the gall of tortoises mixed with Attic honey, and for the cure of injuries inflicted by scorpions, to drop the gall into the wound. Ashes of tortoise shells, kneaded up with wine and oil, are used for the cure of chaps upon the feet, and of ulcerations. The shavings of the surface of the shell, administered in drink, act as anti-aphrodisiac. A thing that is more surprising from the fact that a powder prepared from the whole of the shell has a reputation of being a strong aphrodisiac. As to the urine of the land tortoise, I do not think that it can be obtained otherwise than by opening it and taking out the bladder, this being one of those substances to which the adepts in magic attribute such marvelous properties. For the sting of the asp, they say, it is wonderfully effectual, and even more so if bugs are mixed with it. The eggs of the tortoise, hardened by keeping, are applied to scrofulous sores and ulcers arising from burns or cold. They are taken also for pains in the stomach. The flesh of the sea tortoise, mixed with that of frogs, is an excellent remedy for injuries caused by the salamander. Indeed, there is nothing that is a better neutralizer of the secretions of the salamander than the sea tortoise. The blood of this animal reproduces the hair when lost through alopecia, and is curative of prurigo and all kinds of ulcerations of the head. The proper method of using it being to let it dry, and then gently wash it off. For the cure of the earache, this blood is injected with woman's milk, and for epilepsy it is eaten with fine wheaten flour. 3 hemina of the blood being mixed with 1 hemina of vinegar. It is prescribed also for the cure of asthma, but in this case in combination with 1 hemina of wine. Sometimes, too, it is taken by asthmatic patients with barley meal and vinegar in pieces about the size of a bean, one of these pieces being taken each morning and evening at first, but after some days 2 in the evening. In cases of epilepsy, the mouth of the patient is opened and this blood introduced. For spasmodic affections, when not of a violent nature, it is injected in combination with castoreum as a clyster. If a person rinses his teeth 3 times a year with blood of tortoises, he will always be exempt from toothache. This blood is also a cure for asthmatic affections and for the malady called orthopnoea, being administered for these purposes in polenta. The gall of the tortoise improves the eyesight, effaces scars, and cures affections of tonsillary glands, quinsy, and all kinds of diseases of the mouth, cancers of that part more particularly, as well as cancers of the testes. Applied to the nostrils, it dispels epilepsy and sets the patient on his feet. Incorporated in vinegar with the slough of a snake, it is a sovereign remedy for purulent discharges from the ears. Some persons add ox gall and the broth of boiled tortoise flesh, with an equal proportion of snake's slough. But in such case, care must be taken to boil the tortoise in wine. Applied with honey, this gall is curative of all diseases of the eyes, and for the cure of cataract, gall of the sea tortoise is used in combination with blood of the river tortoise and milk. The hair, too, of females is dyed with this gall. For the cure of injuries inflicted by the salamander, it will be quite sufficient to drink the broth of boiled tortoise flesh. There is, again, a third kind of tortoise, which inhabits mud and swampy localities. The shell on its back is flat and broad like that upon the breast, and the calapash is not arched and rounded, the creature being altogether of a repulsive appearance. However, there are some remedial medicaments to be derived even from this animal. Thus, for instance, 3 of them are thrown into a fire made with wood cuttings, and the moment their shells begin to separate, they are taken off. The flesh is then removed and boiled with a little salt in 1 congius of water. When the water has boiled down to 1/3, the broth is used, being taken by persons apprehensive of paralysis or of diseases of the joints. The gall, too, is found very useful for carrying off pituitous humors and corrupt blood. Taken in cold water, it has an astringent effect upon the bowels. There is a 4th kind of tortoise which frequents rivers. When used for its remedial properties, the shell of the animal is removed and the fat separated from the flesh and beaten up with the plant azoum, in combination with unguent and lily seed, a preparation highly effectual, it is said, for the cure of quartan fevers. The patient being rubbed with it all over, the head excepted, just before the paroxysms come on, and then well wrapped up and made to drink hot water. It is stated also that to obtain as much fat as possible, the tortoise should be taken on the 15th day of the moon, the patient being anointed on the 16th. The blood of this tortoise dropped by way of embrocation upon the region of the brain allays headache. It is curative also of scrofulous sores. Many persons recommend that the tortoise should be laid upon its back and its head cut off with a copper knife, the blood being received in a new earthen vessel, and they assure us that the blood of any kind of tortoise, when thus obtained, will be an excellent liniment for the cure of erysipelas, running ulcers upon the head and warts. Upon the same authority, too, we are assured that the dung of any kind of tortoise is good for the removal of inflammatory tumors. Incredible also as the statement is, we find it asserted by some that ships make way more slowly when they have the right foot of a tortoise on board. Chapter 15. Remedies derived from the aquatic animals classified according to the respective diseases. We will now proceed to classify the various remedies derived from the aquatic animals according to the several diseases. Not that we are by any means unaware that an exposition of all the properties of each animal at once would be more to the reader's taste and more likely to excite his admiration, but because we consider it more conducive to the practical benefit of mankind to have the various recipes thus grouped and classified, seeing that this thing may be good for one patient, that for another, and that for some of these remedies may be more easily met with in one place and some in another. Chapter 16. Remedies for poisons and for noxious spells. The dorade, 4 remedies. The sea star, 7 remedies. We have already stated in what country the honey is venomous. The fish known as dorade is an antidote to its effects. Honey, even in a pure state, is sometimes productive of surfeit and of fits of indigestion, remarkable for their severity. The best remedy in such case, according to Pelops, is to cut off the feet, head, and tail of a tortoise, and boil and eat the body in place, however, of the tortoise. Apelles mentions the cincus, an animal which has been described elsewhere. We have already mentioned, too, on several occasions, how highly venomous is the menstruous fluid. The surmullet, as already stated, entirely neutralizes its effects. This last fish, too, either applied topically or taken as food, acts as an antidote to the venom of the pastinaca, the land and sea scorpion, the dragon, and the phalangium. The head of this fish, taken fresh and reduced to ashes, is an active neutralizer of all poisons, that of fungi more particularly. It is asserted also that if the fish called the sea star is smeared with a fox blood and then nailed to the upper lintel of the door, or to the door itself, with a copper nail, no noxious spells will be able to obtain admittance, or at all events to be productive of any ill effects. Chapter 17. Remedies for the stings of serpents, for the bites of dogs, and for the injuries inflicted by venomous animals. The sea dragon, 3 remedies, 25 remedies derived from salted fish. The sarda, 1 remedy, 11 remedies derived from cybium. Stings inflicted by the sea dragon or by the sea scorpion are cured by an application of the flesh of those animals to the wound. The bites, too, of spiders are healed by the same means. In fine, as an antidote to every kind of poison, whether taken internally or acting through the agency of a sting or bite, there is considered to be nothing in existence more effectual than the decoction of the sea dragon and sea scorpion. There are also certain remedies of this nature derived from preserved fish. Persons, for instance, who have received injuries from serpents, or have been bitten by other venomous animals, are recommended to eat salt fish, and to drink undiluted wine every now and then, so as, through its agency, to bring up the whole of the food again by vomit. This method being particularly good in cases where injuries have been received from the lizard called chalcis, and the cerastes, the reptile known as seps, the elops, or the dipsas. For the sting of the scorpion, salted fish should be taken in larger quantities, but not brought up again, the patient submitting to any amount of thirst it may create. Salt fish, too, should be applied by way of plaster to the wound. For the bite of the crocodile, there is no more efficient remedy known. For the sting of the serpent called prester, the sarda is particularly good. The sarda was a kind of palamas, or young tunny, which was pickled, like our anchovy, is particularly good. Salt fish is employed also as a topical application for the bite of the mad dog, and even in cases where the wound has not been cauterized with hot iron, this is found to be sufficiently effectual as a remedy. For injuries also inflicted by the sea dragon, an application is made of salt fish steeped in vinegar. Cybium, too, is productive of similar effects. As a cure for the venomous sting inflicted with its stickle by the sea dragon, the fish itself is applied topically to the wound, or else its brain extracted whole. Chapter 18. The sea frog, 6 remedies. The river frog, 52 remedies. The bramble frog, 1 remedy. 32 observations on these animals. The broth prepared from sea frogs boiled in wine and vinegar is taken internally as a neutralizer of poisons, and of the venom of the bramble frog as also for injuries inflicted by the salamander. For the cure of injuries caused by the sea hare and the various serpents above mentioned, it is a good plan to eat the flesh of river frogs, or to drink the liquor in which they have been boiled. As a neutralizer, too, of the venom of the scorpion, river frogs are taken in wine. Democritus assures us that if the tongue is extracted from a live frog, with no other part of the body adhering to it, and is then applied, the frog being first replaced in the water, to a woman while asleep, just at the spot where the heart is felt to palpitate, she will be sure to give a truthful answer to any question that may be put to her. To this the Magi add some other particulars, which, if there is any truth to them, would lead us to believe that frogs ought to be considered much more useful to society than laws. They say, for instance, that if a man takes a frog and transfixes it with a reed, entering the body at the sexual parts and coming out at the mouth, and then dips the reed in the menstrual discharge of his wife, she will be sure to conceive an aversion for all paramours. That the flesh of frogs attached to the kype or hook, as the case may be, makes a most excellent bait, for purples more particularly, is a well-known fact. Frogs, they say, have a double liver, and of this liver, when exposed to the attacks of ants, the part that is most eaten away is thought to be an effectual antidote to every kind of poison. There are some frogs, again, which live only among brakes and thickets, for which reason they have received the name of rubatae, or bramble frogs, as already stated. The Greeks call them phryni. They are the largest in size of all the frogs and have 2 protuberances like horns and are full of poison. Authors quite vie with one another in relating marvelous stories about them, such, for instance, as that if they are brought into the midst of a concourse of people, silence will instantly prevail, and also that by throwing into boiling water a small bone that is found in their right side, the vessel will immediately cool, and the water refuse to boil again until it has been removed. This bone, they say, may be found by exposing a dead bramble frog to ants and letting them eat away the flesh, after which the bones must be put into the vessel one by one. On the other hand, again, in the left side of this reptile, there is another bone, they say, which thrown into water has all the appearance of making it boil, and the name given to which is apocinon. This bone, it is said, has the property of assuaging the fury of dogs and, if put into the drink, of conciliating love and ending discord and strife. Worn, too, as an amulet, it acts as an aphrodisiac, we are told. The bone, on the contrary, which is taken from the right side, acts powerfully as a refrigerative upon boiling liquids, it is said. Attached to the patient in a piece of fresh lambskin, it has the repute of assuaging quartan and other fevers, and of checking amorous propensities. The spleen of these frogs is used as an antidote to the various poisons that are prepared from them, and for all these purposes the liver is considered still more efficacious. Chapter 19. The Anhydrous, 6 remedies. The river crab, 14 remedies. The sea crab, 7 remedies. The river snail, 7 remedies. The coracinus, 4 remedies. The sea pig, 2 remedies. There is also a snake which lives in the water, the fat and gall of which, carried about them by persons when in pursuit of the crocodile, are said to be marvelously efficacious, the beast not venturing in such case to make an attack upon them. As such preservative, they are still more effectual if mixed with the herbaceous plant known as potamogeton. River crabs taken fresh and beaten up and drunk in water, or the ashes of them, kept for the purpose, are useful in all cases of poisoning, as a counterpoison. Taken with ass's milk, they are particularly serviceable as a neutralizer of the venom of the scorpion. Goat's milk or any kind of milk being substituted where ass's milk cannot be procured. Wine, too, should also be used in all such cases. River crabs beaten up with acamum and applied to scorpions are fatal to them. They are possessed of similar virtues also for the bites of all other kinds of venomous animals, the skytail in particular, adders, the sea hare, and the bramble frog. The ashes of them preserved are good for persons who give symptoms of hydrophobia after being bitten by a mad dog, some adding gentian as well, and administering the mixture in wine. In cases, too, where hydrophobia has already appeared, it is recommended that these ashes should be kneaded up into boluses with wine and swallowed. If 10 of these crabs are tied together with a handful of acamum, all the scorpions in the neighborhood, the magicians say, will be attracted to the spot. They recommend also that to wounds inflicted by the scorpion, these crabs or the ashes of them should be applied with acamum. For all these purposes, however, sea crabs, it should be remembered, are not so useful. Thrasyllus informs us that there is nothing so antagonistic to serpents as crabs, that swine, when stung by a serpent, cure themselves by eating them, and that while the sun is in the sign of Cancer, serpents suffer the greatest tortures. The flesh, too, of river snails, eaten either raw or boiled, is an excellent antidote to the venom of the scorpion, some persons keeping them salted for the purpose. These snails are applied also topically to the wound. The coracinus is a fish peculiar to the river Nilus. It is true, but the particulars we are here relating are for the benefit of all parts of the world. The flesh of it is most excellent as an application for the cure of wounds inflicted by scorpions. In the number of the poisonous fishes we ought to reckon the sea pig, a fish which causes great suffering to those who have been pierced with the pointed fin upon its back. The proper remedy in such cases is the slime taken from the other parts of the body of the fish. Chapter 20. The sea calf, 10 remedies. The muræna, 1 remedy. The hippocampus, 9 remedies. The sea urchin, 11 remedies. In cases of hydrophobia resulting from the bite of the mad dog, the practice is to rub the patient's face with the fat of the sea calf, an application rendered still more efficacious by the admixture of hyena's marrow, oil of mastiche, and wax. Bites inflicted by the muræna are cured by an application of the head of that fish reduced to ashes. The pastinaca also is remedial for its own bite, the ashes of the same fish, or of another of the same genus, being applied to the wound with vinegar. When this flesh is intended for food, every portion of the back that is of a saffron color should be removed, as well as the whole of the head. Care too should be taken not to wash it over much, an observation equally applicable to all kinds of shellfish when intended for food, the flavor being deteriorated thereby. The hippocampus, taken in drink, neutralizes the poison of the sea hare. As a counterpoison to doranium, sea urchins are remarkably useful, as also in cases where persons have taken juice of carpathum internally, more particularly if urchins are used with the liquor in which they are boiled. Boiled sea crabs, too, are looked upon as highly efficacious in cases of poisoning by doranium, and as a neutralizer of the venom of the sea hare, they are particularly good. Chapter 21. The various kinds of oysters. 58 remedies and observations. Purples, 9 remedies. Oysters, too, neutralize the venom of the sea hare, and now that we are speaking of oysters, it may possibly be thought that I have not treated of this subject at sufficient length in the former part of my work, seeing that for this long time past the palm has been awarded to them at our tables as a most exquisite dish. Oysters love fresh water and spots where the numerous rivers discharge themselves into the sea. Hence it is that the pelagia are of such small size and so few in number. Still, however, we do find them breeding among the rocks and in places far remote from the contact of fresh water, as in the neighborhood of Grunium and Marina, for example. Generally speaking, they increase in size with the increase of the moon, as already stated by us when treating of the aquatic animals. But it is at the beginning of summer, more particularly, and when the rays of the sun penetrate the shallow waters, that they are swollen with an abundance of milk. This, too, would appear to be the reason why they are so small when found out at sea, the opacity of the water tending to arrest their growth, and the moping consequent thereon producing a comparative indisposition for food. Oysters are of various colors. In Spain they are red, in Illyricum of a tawny hue, and at Circe black, both in meat and shell. But in every country those oysters are the most highly esteemed that are compact without being slimy from their secretions, and are remarkable more for their thickness than their breadth. They should never be taken in either muddy or sandy spots, but from a firm, hard bottom. The meat should be compressed and not of a fleshy consistence, and the oyster should be free from fringed edges and lying wholly in the cavity of the shell. Persons of experience in these matters add another characteristic. A fine purple thread, they say, should run round the margins of the beard, this being looked upon as a sign of superior quality, and for obtaining them their name of Caliblifera. Oysters are all the better for traveling and being removed to new waters. Thus, for example, the oysters of Brundisium is thought, when fed in the waters of Avernus, both retain their own native juices and acquire the flavor of those of the lake Lacrinus. Thus, much with reference to the meat of the oyster, we will now turn to the various countries which produce it, so that no coast may be deprived of the honors which properly belong to it. But in giving this description we will speak in the language of another, using the words of a writer who has evinced more careful discernment in treating of this subject than any of the other authors of our day. These, then, are the words of Mucianus, in reference to the oyster. Quote, "The oysters of Cyzicus are larger than those of Lake Lucrinus, fresher than those of the British coasts, sweeter than those of Medullae, more tasty than those of Ephesus, more plump than those of Lucus, less slimy than those of Coryphas, more delicate than those of Istria, and whiter than those of Circe." End quote. For all this, however, it is a fact well ascertained that there are no oysters fresher or more delicate than those of Circe last mentioned. According to the historians of the expedition of Alexander, there were oysters found in the Indian Sea a foot in diameter. Among ourselves, too, the nomenclature of some spendthrift and gourmand has found for certain oysters the name of tridana, wishing it to be understood thereby that they are so large as to require 3 bites in eating them. We will take the present opportunity of stating all the medicinal properties that are attributed to oysters. They are singularly refreshing to the stomach and tend to restore the appetite. Luxury, too, has imparted to them an additional coolness by burying them in snow, thus making a medley of the produce of the tops of mountains and the bottom of the sea. Oysters are slightly laxative to the bowels, and boiled in honeyed wine they relieve tenesmus, in cases where it is unattended with ulceration. They act detergently upon the ulcerations of the bladder. Boiled in their shells unopened just as they come to hand, oysters are marvelously efficacious for rheumatic defluxions. Calcined oyster shells mixed with honey allay affections of the uvula and of the tonsillary glands. They are similarly used for imposthumes of the parotid glands, inflamed tumors, and indurations of the mammillae. Applied with water, these ashes are good for ulcerations of the head and impart a plumpness to the skin in females. They are sprinkled too upon burns and are highly esteemed as dentifrice. Applied with vinegar, they are good for the removal of prurigo and pituitous eruptions. Beaten up in a raw state, they are curative of scrofula and chilblains upon the feet. Purples, too, are useful as a counterpoison. Chapter 22, Seaweed, 2 Remedies. According to Nicander, seaweed is also a theriac. There are numerous varieties of it, as already stated. One, for instance, with an elongated leaf, another red, another again with a broader leaf, and another crisped. The most esteemed kind of all is that which grows off the shores of Crete, upon the rocks there, close to the ground, it being used also for dyeing wool, as it has the property of so fixing the colors as never to allow of their being washed out. Nicander recommends it to be taken with wine. End of section 6.
Section 7 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder. translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 7, Book 32, Chapters 23 to 32. Chapter 23. Remedies for alopecia, change of color in the hair, and ulcerations of the head. The sea mouse, 2 remedies. The sea scorpion, 12 remedies. The leech, 7 remedies. The murex, 13 remedies. The concilium, 5 remedies. Ashes of the hippocampus mixed with nitre and hog's lard, or else used solely with vinegar, are curative of alopecia. The skin being first prepared for the reception of the necessary medicaments by an application of powdered bone of Cypia. Alopecia is cured also with ashes of the sea mouse, mixed with oil. Ashes of the sea urchin, burnt flesh and altogether, the gall of the sea scorpion, or else ashes of the 3 frogs burnt alive in an earthen pot, applied with honey, or what is still better, in combination with tar. Leeches left to petrify for 40 days, and red wine stained the hair black. Others again recommend 1/6 tarius of leeches to be left to petrify the same number of days in a leaden vessel, with 2/6 tari of vinegar, the hair to be well rubbed with the mixture in the sun. According to Sornatius, this preparation is naturally so penetrating that if females, when they apply it, do not take the precaution of keeping some oil in the mouth, the teeth even will be blackened thereby. Ashes of burnt shells of the murex or purple are used as liniment, with honey, for ulcerations of the head. The shells, too, of other shellfish, powdered merely and not calcined, are very useful for the same purpose, applied with water. For the cure of headache, castoreum is employed, in combination with peccadum and oil of roses. Chapter 24. Remedies for diseases of the eyes and eyelids. 2 remedies derived from the fat of fishes. The caliamis, 3 remedies. The gall of the coracinus, 1 remedy. The Cypia, 24 remedies. Ichthycola, 5 remedies. The fat of all kinds of fish, both freshwater as well as sea fish, melted in the sun and incorporated with honey, is an excellent improver of eyesight. The same, too, with the castoreum, in combination with honey. The gall of the caliamis heals marks upon the eyes, and cauterizes fleshy excrescences about those organs. Indeed, there is no fish with a larger quantity of gall than this, an opinion expressed, too, by Menander in his comedies. This fish is known also as a uranoscopos, from the eyes being situate in the upper part of the head. The gall, too, of the coracinus has the effect of sharpening the eyesight. The gall of the red sea scorpion, used with stale oil or Attic honey, disperses incipient cataract, for which purpose the application should be made 3 times on alternate days. A similar method is also employed for removing indurations of the membrane of the eyes. The surmullet, used as a diet, weakens the eyesight, it is said. The sea hare is poisonous itself, but the ashes of it are useful as an application for preventing superfluous hairs on the eyelids from growing again, when they have once pulled out by the roots. For this purpose, however, the smaller the fish is, the better. Small scallops, too, are salted and beaten up with cedar resin for a similar purpose, or else the frogs known as diapetes and calamitae are used, the blood of them being applied with fine gum to the eyelids after the hairs have been removed. Powdered shell of Cypia applied with woman's milk allays swelling and inflammations of the eyes. Employed by itself, it removes eruptions of the eyelids. When this remedy is used, it is the practice to turn up the eyelids, and to leave the medicament there a few moments only, after which the part is anointed with oil of roses, and the inflammation modified by the application of a bread poultice. Powdered bone of Cypia is also used for the treatment of nyctalope, being applied to the eyes with vinegar. Reduced to ashes, this substance removes scales upon the eyes. Applied with honey, it effaces marks upon those organs, and used with salt and cadmia, 1 drachma of each, it disperses webs which impede the eyesight, as also albugo in the eyes of cattle. They say, too, that if the eyelids are rubbed with the same bone taken from this fish, a perfect cure will be experienced. Sea urchins, applied with vinegar, cause epilepsy to disappear. According to what magicians say, they should be burnt with viper skin and frogs, and the ashes sprinkled in the drink, a great improvement of the eyesight being guaranteed as a sure result. Ichthyocola is the name given to a fish with a glutinous skin, the glue made from which it is also known by the same name, and is highly useful for the removal of impicatus. Some persons, however, assert that it is from the belly of the fish and not the skin, as in the case of blue bull glue, that the ichthyocola is prepared. That of Pontus is highly esteemed. It is white, free from veins or scales, and dissolves with the greatest rapidity. The proper way of using it is to cut it into small pieces and then leave it to soak in water or vinegar a night and a day, after which it should be pounded with sea straw pebbles to make it melt the more easily. It is generally asserted that this substance is good for pains in the head and for tetanus. The right eye of a frog, suspended from the neck in a piece of cloth made from wool of the natural color, is a cure for ophthalmia in the right eye, and the left eye of a frog, similarly suspended, for ophthalmia in the left. If the eyes, too, of a frog are taken out at the same time of the moon's conjunction, and similarly worn by the patient enclosed in an eggshell, they will effectually remove indurations of the membrane of the eyes. The rest of the flesh applied topically removes all marks resulting from blows. The eyes, too, of a crab, worn attached to the neck by way of amulet, are a cure for ophthalmia, it is said. There is a small frog which lives in reed beds and among grass, more particularly, never croaks, being quite destitute of voice, is of green color, and is apt to cause tympanitis in cattle, if they should happen to swallow it. The slimy moisture on this reptile's body, scraped off with a spatula and applied to the eyes, greatly improves the sight, they say. The flesh, too, is employed as a topical application for the removal of pains in the eyes. Some persons take 15 frogs, and after spitting them upon as many bulrushes, put them in a new earthen vessel. They then mix the juices which flow from them with gum of the white vine, and use it as an application for the eyelids, first pulling out such eyelashes as are in the way, and then dropping the preparation with the point of a needle into the places from which the hairs have been removed. Meges used to prepare a depilatory for the eyes by killing frogs in vinegar and leaving them to putrefy, for which purpose he employed the spotted frogs which make their appearance in vast numbers during the rains of autumn. Ashes of burnt leeches, it is thought, applied in vinegar, are productive of a similar effect. Care must be taken, however, to burn them in a new earthen vessel. Dried liver, too, of the tunny, made up into an ointment in the preparation of 4 denarii, with oil of cedar, and applied as a depilatory for 9 months together, is considered to be highly effectual for this purpose. Chapter 25. Remedies for diseases of the ears. The Batia, 1 remedy. The Bacchus or Mixen, 2 remedies. The Sea Louse, 2 remedies. For diseases of the ears, fresh gall of the fish called Batia is remarkably good. The same too when it has been kept in wine. The gall also of the Bacchus, by some known as the Mixen, is equally good, as also that of the Callionymus, injected into the ears with oil of roses, or else Isterium, used with poppy juice. There are certain animals too, known as sea lice, which are recommended as an injection for the ears, beaten up with vinegar. Wool too that has been dried with the juice of the murex, employed by itself, is highly useful for this purpose. Some people, however, moisten it with vinegar and nitrate. Others again more particularly recommend for all affections of the ears 1 cythis of the best garum, with 1 cythis and half a honey, and 1 cythis of vinegar, the whole gently boiled in a new pot over a slow fire, and skimmed with the feather every now and then. When it has become wholly free from scum, it is injected lukewarm into the ears. In the cases where ears are swollen, the same authorities recommend that the swelling should be first reduced with the juice of coriander. The fat of frogs injected into the ears instantly removes all pains in these organs. The juice of river crabs, kneaded up with barley meal, is a most effectual remedy for wounds in the ears. Shells of murex reduced to ashes and applied with honey, or the burnt shells of other shellfish used with honeyed wine, are curative of imposthumus of the parotid glands. Chapter 26. Remedies for toothache. The dogfish, 4 remedies. Whale's flesh. Toothache is alleviated by scarifying the gums with bones of the sea dragon, or by rubbing the teeth once a year with the brains of a dogfish boiled in oil, and kept for the purpose. It is a very good plan, too, for the cure of toothache, to lance the gums with the sting of pastinaca in some cases. This sting, too, is pounded and applied to the teeth with white hellebore, having the effect of extracting them without the slightest difficulty. Another of these remedies is ashes of salted fish calcined in another earthen vessel, mixed with powdered marble. Stale cybium, rinsed in a new earthen vessel and then pounded, is very useful for the cure of toothache. Equally good, it is said, are the backbones of all kinds of salt fish, pounded and applied in a liniment. A decoction made of a single frog boiled in 1 hemina of vinegar, and the teeth are rinsed with it, the decoction being retained in the mouth. In cases where repugnance existed to making use of this remedy, Celestius Dionysius used to suspend frogs over boiling vinegar by the hind legs, so as to make them discharge their humours into the vinegar by the mouth, using considerable number of frogs for the purpose. To those, however, who have a stronger stomach, he prescribed the frogs themselves, eaten with their broth. It is generally thought, too, that this recipe applies more particularly to the double teeth, and that the vinegar prepared as above mentioned is remarkably useful for straining them when loose. For this last purpose, some persons cut off the legs of 2 frogs and then macerate the bodies in 2 hemina of wine, recommending this preparation as a collatory for strengthening loose teeth. Others attach the frogs whole to the exterior of the jaws, and with some of it is the practice to boil 10 frogs in the sextari of vinegar down to 1/3, and to use the decoction as a strengthener of loose teeth. By certain authorities, too, it has been recommended to boil the hearts of 36 frogs beneath a copper vessel, in 1 sextarius of old oil, and then to inject the decoction into the ear on the same side of the jaw as the part affected. While others again have used as an application for the teeth a frog's liver boiled and beaten up with honey. All the preparations above described will be found still more efficacious if made from the sea frog. In cases where the teeth are carious and emit an offensive smell, it is recommended to dry some whale's flesh in an oven for a night, then to add an equal quantity of salt and use the mixture as a dentifrice. Anhydrous is a name given by the Greeks to a snake that lives in the water. With the 4 upper teeth of this reptile, it is the practice for the cure of aching in the upper teeth, to lance the upper gums and the 4 lower teeth for aching in the lower. Some persons, however, content themselves with using an eye tooth only. Ashes, too, of burnt crabs are used for this purpose, and the murex reduced to ashes makes an excellent dentifrice. Chapter 27. Remedies for lichens, and for spots upon the face. The dolphin, 9 remedies. Calutha or Corphia, 3 remedies. Halconium, 7 remedies. The tuni, 5 remedies. Lichens and leprous spots are removed by applying the fat of the sea calf, ashes of the mina, in combination with 3 oboli of honey, liver of the pastinaca, boiled in oil, or ashes of the dolphin or hippocampus mixed with water. After the parts have been duly excoriated, a citratizing treatment ought to be pursued. Some persons bake dolphin's liver in an earthen vessel, till the grease flows therefrom like oil in appearance. This they use by way of ointment for these diseases. Burnt shells of the murex or purple, applied with honey, have a detergent effect upon spots of the face in females, used as an application for 7 consecutive days. A fermentation made of white eggs being substituted on the 8th, the face wrinkles and plump out the skin. To the genus murex belong the shellfish known by the Greeks as Coluthia or Coryphia, equally turbinated, but considerably smaller. For all the above purposes they are still efficacious, and the use of them tends to preserve the sweetness of the breath. Fish glue effaces wrinkles and plumps out the skin, being boiled for the purpose in water for some 4 hours, and then pounded and kneaded up till it attains a thin consistency, like that of honey. After being thus prepared, it is put by in a new vessel for keeping, and when wanted for use, it is mixed in the proportion of 4 drachmae, with 2 drachmae of sulphur, 2 of alkanet, and 8 of litharge, the whole being sprinkled with water and beaten up together. The preparation is then applied to the face and washed off at the end of 4 hours. For the cure of freckles and other affections of the face, calcined bones of cuttlefish are also used, an application which is equally good for the removal of fleshy excrescences and dispersion of running sores. For the cure of itch scab, a frog is boiled in 5 semi-sextarii of seawater, the decoction being reduced to the consistency of honey. There is a sea production called halcyonium, composed as something of the nests of the birds known as the halcyon and cakes, or according to others, of the concretion of sea foam, or of some slime of the sea, or certain lanugous inflorescence thrown out by it. Of this haliconium there are 4 different kinds, the first of an ashy color, of a compact substance, and possessed of a pungent odor. The second, soft, of a mild nature, and with a smell almost identical with that of seaweed. The third, whiter, and with a variegated surface. The fourth, more like pumice in appearance, and closely resembling rotten sponge. The best of all is that which nearly borders upon a purple hue, and is known as a Milesian kind. The whiter it is, the less highly it is esteemed. The properties of halconium are ulcerative and detergent. When required for use, it is parched and applied without oil. It is quite marvelous how efficiently it removes leprous sores, lichens, and freckles, used in combination with lupines and 2 oboli of sulfur. It is employed also for the removal of marks upon the eyes. Andreas has recommended for the cure of leprosy ashes of burnt crabs with oil, and Adelus fresh fat of tunny. Chapter 28. Remedies for scrofula and posthumes of the aphrodisiacs, quinsy, and diseases of the falces. The mina, 13 remedies. The sea scolopendra, 2 remedies. The saurus, 1 remedy. Shellfish, 1 remedy. The silurus, 15 remedies. Ulcerations of the mouth are cured by an application of brine in which mannae have been pickled, in combination with calcined heads of the fish and honey. For the cure of scrofula, it is a good plan to prick the sores with a small bone that is found in the tail of the fish known as the sea frog, care being taken to avoid making a wound, and to repeat the operation daily until a perfect cure is effected. The same property, too, belongs to the sting of the pastinaca and to the sea hare, applied topically to the sores, but in both cases due care must be taken to remove them in an instant. Shells of the sea urchins are bruised also and applied with vinegar, shells also of the sea scolopendra applied with honey, and river crabs pounded or calcined and applied with honey. Bones, too, of the sepia, triturated and applied with stale axle grease, are marvelously useful for this purpose. This last preparation is used also for the cure of imposthumes of the parotid glands, a purpose for which the liver of the sea fish known as saurus is employed. Nay, even more than this, fragments of earthen vessels in which saltfish have been kept are pounded with stale axle grease, and applied to scrofulous sores and imposthumes of the parotid glands, and as the calcined marix incorporated with oil. Sniff this in the neck is allayed by taking what are known as sea lice, in doses of 1 drachma in drink, taking castoreum mixed with pepper and honeyed wine, or making a decoction of frogs in oil and salt, and taking the liquor. Opistotony, too, and tetanus are treated in a similar manner, in spasms with the addition of pepper. Ashes of burnt heads of salted mannae are applied externally, with honey, for the care of quinsy, as also a decoction of frogs boiled in vinegar, a preparation which is equally good for affections of the tonsillary glands. River crabs, pounded 1 to each hemina of water, are used as a gargle for the cure of quinsy, or else they are taken with wine and hot water. Garum put beneath the uvula with the spoon effectually cures diseases of that part. The silurus, used as food, either fresh or salted, improves the voice. Chapter 29. Remedies for cough and diseases of the chest. Surmulets act as an emetic, dried and pounded and taken in drink. Castoreum taken fasting with a small quantity of Hamanatiacum and oxymel is extremely good for asthma. Spasm, too, in the stomach are assuaged by taking a similar potion with warm oxymel. Frogs stewed in their own liquor in the saucepan, the same way in fact that fish are dressed, are good for a cough, it is said. In some cases also, frogs are suspended by the legs, and after their juices have been received in a platter, it is recommended to gut them, and the entrails being first carefully removed to preserve them for the above purpose. There is a small frog also which ascends trees, and croaks aloud there. If a person suffering from cough spits into its mouth and then lets it go, he will experience a cure, it is said. For cough attended with spitting of blood, it is recommended to beat up the raw flesh of a snail and to drink it in hot water. Chapter 30. Remedies for pains in the liver inside. The elongated conch, 6 remedies. The tethia, 5 remedies. For pains in the liver, a sea scorpion is killed in wine, and the liquid is taken. The meat, too, of the elongated conch is taken with honeyed wine and water in equal quantities, or, if there are symptoms of fever, with hydromel. Pains in the side are assuaged by taking the flesh of the hippocampus, grilled, or else the tithia, very similar to the oyster, with the ordinary food. For sciatica, the pickle of the silurus is injected, by way of clyster. The flesh of conch, too, is prescribed for 15 days in doses of 3 oboli soaked in 2 sextari of wine. Chapter 31. Remedies for diseases of the bowels. Seawort, 1 remedy. The Myax, 25 remedies. The Middleus, 8 remedies. Pelorides, 1 remedy. Seraphim, 2 remedies. The Erinthius, 2 remedies. The silurus taken in its broth, or the torpedo, used as food, acts as a laxative upon the bowels. There is a seawort, also similar in appearance to the cultivated cabbage. It is injurious to the stomach, but acts most efficiently as a purgative, requiring to be cooked with fat meat for the purpose in consequence of its extreme acridity. The broth, too, of all boiled fish is good for this purpose, it acting also as a strong diuretic, taken from with wine more particularly. The best kind of all is that prepared from the sea scorpion, the Eulus, and rockfish in general, as they are destitute of all rankness and are free from fat. The proper way of cooking them is with dill, parsley, coriander, and leeks, with the addition of oil and salt. Stale cybium, too, acts as a purgative, and is particularly useful for carrying off crudities, piteous humours, and bile. The Myax is of a purgative nature, a shellfish of which we shall take this opportunity of giving the natural history at length. These fish collect together in masses, like the murex, and are found in spots covered with seaweed. They are the finest eating in autumn, and are found in the greatest perfection in places where freshwater streams discharge themselves into the sea, for which reason it is that those of Egypt are held in such high esteem. As the winter advances, they contract a bitter flavor, and assume a reddish hue. The liquor of these fish, it is said, acts as a purgative upon the bowels and bladder, has a detergent effect upon the intestines, acts apparently upon all the passages, purges the kidneys, and diminishes the blood and abyspic secretions. Hence it is that these shellfish are found of the greatest use for the treatment of dropsy, for the regulation of catamenia, and for the removal of jaundice, all diseases of the joints, and flatulency. They are very good also for the reduction of obesity, for diseases of the bile and of the pituitous secretions, for affections of the lungs, liver, and spleen, and for the rheumatic deflections. The only inconvenience resulting from them is that they irritate the throat and impede the articulation. They have also a healing effect upon ulcers as a serpiginous nature, or would stand in need of detergents, as also Carcinomatosaurus. Calcine, the same way as the murex, and employed with honey, they are curative of bites inflicted either by dogs or human beings, and of leprous spots or freckles. The ashes of them, rinsed, are good for the removal of films upon the eyes, granulations of those organs, and indurations of the membrane, as also for diseases of the gum and teeth, and for pituitous eruptions. They serve also as an antidote to Doricinium and to Opicarparthon. There are 2 species of this shellfish, of a degenerate kind, the Middleus, which has a strong flavor and a saltish taste, and the Myxca, which differs from the former in the roundness of its shell, is somewhat smaller and is covered with filaments, the shell being thinner and the meat of a sweeter flavor. The ashes also of the Middleus, like those of the murex, are possessed of a certain caustic properties, and are very useful for the removal of leprous spots, freckles, and blemishes of the skin. They are rinsed too in the same manner as lead, for the removal of swellings in the eyelids, of indurations of the membranes, and films upon the eyes, as also of assorted ulcers upon other parts of the body, and of pustules on the head. The meat of them also is employed as an application for bites inflicted by dogs. As to Pelorides, they act as a gentle laxative upon the bowels, an effect equally produced by castoreum, taken in doses of 2 drachmae in hydromel. Where, however, a more drastic purgative is required, 1 drachma of dried garden cucumber root is added, and 2 drachmae of amphoritrum. The tethia is good for griping pains in the bowels and for attacks of flatulency. They are generally found adhering to the leaves of marine plants, sucking their nutrient therefrom, and may be rather looked upon as a sort of fungus than as a fish. They are useful also for the removal of tensimus of diseases in the kidneys. There grows also in the sea a kind of absinthium, known by some persons as seraphim, and found in the vicinity of Taposiris in Egypt more particularly. It is of a more slender form than the land absinthium, acts as a purgative upon the bowels, and effectively removes intestinal worms. The Cypia too is a laxative, for which purpose these fish are administered with the food, boiled with a mixture of oil, salt, and meal. Salted mina, applied with bull's gall to the navel, acts as a purgative upon the bowels. The liquor of fish, boiled in the saucepan with lettuces, dispels tenesmus. River crabs, beaten up and taken with water, act astringently upon the bowels, and they have a diuretic effect if taken with white wine. Deprived of the legs and taken in doses of 3 oboli with myrrh and iris, 1 drachma of each, they disperse urinary calculi. For the cure of iliac passion and attacks of flatulency, castoreum should be taken, with seeds of daucus and of parsley, a pinch and 3 fingers of each, the whole being mixed with 4 scythe of warm-honeyed wine. Griping pains in the bowels should be treated with castoreum and a mixture of dill and wine. The fish called erythinus, used as food, acts astringently upon the bowels. The century is cured by taking frogs boiled with squills and prepared in the form of boluses, or else hearts of frogs beaten up with honey, as Nicoratus recommends. For the cure of jaundice, saltfish should be taken with pepper, the patient abstaining from all other kinds of meat. Chapter 32. Remedies for diseases of the spleen, for urinary calculi, and for affections of the bladder. The soul, 1 remedy. The turbot, 1 remedy. The blendius, 1 remedy. The sea nettle, 7 remedies. The pulmomarinus, 6 remedies. Onyches, 4 remedies. For the cure of spleen diseases, the fish known as a sole is applied to that part. The torpedo also, or else a live turbot, is being then set at liberty in the sea. The sea scorpion killed in wine is a cure for diseases of the bladder and for urinary calculi. The stone also that is found in the tail of this last fish, taken in drink in doses of 1 obolus, the liver of the anhydrous, and the ashes of the fish called blendius, taken with rue. In the head too of the fish called bacchus, there are first certain small stones, as it were. These, taken in water, 6 in number, are an excellent cure for urinary calculi. They say too that the sea nettle, taken in wine, is very useful for this purpose, as also the pulmomarinus boiled in water. The eggs of the Cypia have a diuretic effect and carry off pituitous humors from the kidneys. Ruptures and convulsions are very effectually treated by taking river crabs, bruised in ass's milk more particularly, and urinary calculi by drinking sea urchins pounded, spines, and all, in wine. The due proportion being 1 semisextarius of wine for each urchin, and the treatment being continued till its good effects are visible. The flesh too of the sea urchin taken as food is very useful as remedy for the same malady. Scallops, also taken as food, act detergently upon the bladder. The male fish is by some persons called donax, and by others allos, the female being known as onyx. The male scallop has a diuretic effect. The flesh of the female is sweeter than that of the male, and of any uniform color. The eggs, too, of the Cypia promote the urinary secretions and act detergently upon the kidneys. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 8, Book 32, Chapters 33 to 47. Chapter 33. Remedies for intestinal hernia and for diseases of the rectum. The water snake, 1 remedy. The hydrus, 1 remedy. The mullet, 1 remedy. The pelimus, 3 remedies. For the cure of intestinal hernia, the sea hare is applied bruised with honey. The liver of the water snake and that of the hydrus, bruised and taken in drink, are remedial for urinary calculi. Sciatica is cured by using the pickle of the salurus as a clyster, the bowels being first thoroughly purged. For chafing of the fundament, an application is made of heads of mullets and surmullets, reduced to ashes, for which purpose they are calcined in an earthen vessel and must be applied in combination with honey. Calcined heads, too, of the fish known as mini are useful for the cure of chaps and condymellata, as also heads of salted palamedes, reduced to ashes, or calcined cibium, applied with honey. The torpedo, applied topically, reduces proceedings of the rectum. River crabs, reduced to ashes and applied with oil and wax, are curative of chaps of the fundament. Sea crabs, too, are equally useful for the purpose. Chapter 34. Remedies for inflamed tumors and for diseases of the generative organs. The splena, 1 remedy. The perch, 4 remedies. The squantina, 3 remedies. The smerus, 3 remedies. The pickle of the coracinus disperses inflammatory tumors, an effect which is equally produced by using the calcined intestines and scales of the sienna. The sea scorpion, too, is used for the same purpose, boiled in wine and applied as a fomentation to the part affected. Shells of sea urchins, bruised and applied with water, act as a check upon incipient inflammatory tumors. Ashes of the murex or of the purple are employed in either case, whether it is wanted to disperse inflammatory tumors in an incipient state or to bring them to a head and break them. Some authorities prescribe the following preparation: of wax and frankincense 20 drachmae, of litharge 40 drachmae, of calcined murex 10 drachmae, and of old oil 1 semisextarius. Salt fish, boiled and applied by itself, is highly useful for the above purpose. River crabs, bruised and applied, disperse pustules on the generative organs. The same, too, with calcined heads of minne, or the flesh of that fish, boiled and applied. Heads of salted perch, reduced to ashes and applied with honey, are equally useful for the purpose, or else calcined heads of palamedes, or skin of the squatina, reduced to ashes. It is the skin of this fish that is used already, stated for giving a polish to wood. For the sea even, we find, furnishes its aid to our artificers. For a similar purpose, the fishes called smarides are applied topically, as also ashes of the shell of the murex or of the purple, applied with honey, which last are still more efficacious when the flesh has been burnt with the shell. Salt fish boiled with honey is particularly good for the care of carbuncles upon the generative organs. For relaxation of the testes, the slime of snails is recommended, applied in the form of a liniment. Chapter 35. Remedies for incontinence of urine. The ophidian, 1 remedy. The flesh of hippocampi, grilled and taken frequently as food, is a cure for incontinence of urine. The ophidian, too, a little fish similar to the conger in appearance, eaten with a lily root, or the small fry found in the bellies of larger fish that have swallowed them, reduced to ashes and taken in water. It is recommended, too, to burn African snails, both shells and flesh, and to administer the ashes with wine of Signia. Chapter 36. Remedies for gout and for pains in the feet. The beaver, 4 remedies. Brian, 1 remedy. For the cure of the gout and diseases of the joints, oil is useful in which the intestines of frogs have been boiled. Ashes, too, of burnt bramble frogs are similarly employed with stale grease, in addition to which some persons use calcined barley, the 3 ingredients being mixed in equal proportions. It is recommended, too, in cases of gout, to rub the parts affected with the sea hair, fresh caught, and to wear shoes made of beaver skin, Pontic beaver more particularly, or else of sea calf skin, an animal the fat of which is very useful for the purpose. The same being the case also with Brian, a plant of which we have already spoken, similar to the lettuce in appearance, but with more wrinkled leaves, and destitute of stem. This plant is of a styptic nature, and applied topically it tends to modify the paroxysms of gout. The same too with seaweed, of which we have also spoken already, due precaution being taken not to apply it dry. Chilblains are cured by applying the pulmo marinus, ashes of sea crabs with oil, river crabs bruised and burnt to ashes, and kneaded up with oil, or else fat of the silurus. In diseases of the joints, the paroxysms are modified by applying fresh frogs every now and then. Some authorities recommend that they should be split asunder before being applied. The liquor from mussels and other shellfish has a tendency to make flesh. Chapter 37. Remedies for Epilepsy. Epileptic patients, as already stated, are recommended to drink the rennet of the sea calf, mixed with mare's milk, or ass's milk, or else with pomegranate juice, or in some cases with oxymel. Some persons, too, swallow the rennet by itself in the form of pills. Castoreum is sometimes administered in 3 sathi of oxymel to the patient fasting. But where the attacks are frequent, it is employed in the form of a clyster, with marvelous effect. The proper proportions in this last case are 2 drachmae of castoreum, 1 sextarius of oil and honey, and the same quantity of water. At the moment that the patient is seized with a fit, it is a good plan to give him castoreum with vinegar to smell. The liver, too, of the sea weasel is given to epileptic patients, or else that of sea mice, or the blood of tortoises. Chapter 38. Remedies for Fevers. The fish called Acilus, 1 remedy. The Phagus, 1 remedy. The Balena, 1 remedy. Recurrent fevers are effectually checked by making the patient taste the liver of a dolphin just before the paroxysm comes on. Hippocampi are stifled in oil of roses, and patients are rubbed therewith in cold agues, the fish also being worn as an amulet by the patient. In the same way, too, the small stones that are found at full moon in the head of the fish, called acellus, are worn attached in a piece of linen cloth to the patient's body. A similar virtue has been attributed to the longest tooth of the river fish, called phagus, attached to the patient with a hair, provided he does not see the person who attaches it to him for 5 days. Frogs are boiled in oil in a spot where 3 roads meet, and the flesh being first thrown away. The patients are rubbed with the decoction by way of cure for quartan fever. Some persons again suffocate frogs in oil, and after attaching them to the patient without his knowing it, anoint him with the oil. The heart of a frog, worn as an amulet, modifies the cold chills and fevers. The same, too, with oil in which the intestines of frogs have been boiled. But the best remedy for quartan fevers is to wear attached to the body either frogs from which the claws have been removed, or else the liver or heart of a bramble frog, attached in a piece of russet-colored cloth. River crabs, bruised in oil and water, are highly beneficial in fevers, the patient being anointed with the preparation just before the paroxysms come on. Some authorities recommend the addition of pepper to the mixture. Others prescribe for quartan fevers a decoction of river crabs and wine, boiled down to 1/4, the patient taking it at the moment of leaving the bath. By some, too, it is recommended to swallow the left eye of a river crab. The magicians engage to cure a tertian fever by attaching as an amulet to the patient, before sunrise, the eyes of river crabs. The crabs, when thus blinded, being set at liberty in the water. They say, too, that these eyes, attached to the body in a piece of deer's hide, with the flesh of a nightingale, will dispel sleep and promote watchfulness. In cases where there are symptoms of lethargy, the rennet of the balena, or of the sea calf, is given to the patient to smell. Some persons, too, use the blood of tortoises as a liniment for lethargic patients. Tertian fevers, it is said, may be cured by wearing one of the vertebrae of a perch attached to the body, and quartan fevers by using fresh river snails as an aliment. Some persons preserve these snails in salt for this purpose, and give them pounded in drink. Chapter 39. Remedies for Lethargy, Cachexy, and Dropsy. Strombi, left to putrefy in vinegar, act as an excitant upon lethargic patients by their smell. They are very useful, too, for the cure of cardiac disease. For cachectic patients, where the body is wasting with consumption, tethy are considered beneficial, mixed with rue and honey. For the cure of dropsy, dolphin's fat is melted and taken with wine, the repulsive taste of it being neutralized by first touching the nostrils with an unguent or some other odoriferous substance, or else by plugging the nostrils in some way or other. The flesh of strombi, pounded and given in 3 hymenae of honeyed wine, and the same quantity of water, or if there is fever in hydromel, is very useful for dropsy. The same, too, with the juice of river crabs, administered with honey. Water frogs, too, are boiled with old wine and spelt, and taken as food, the liquor in which they have been boiled being drunk from the same vessel, or else the feet, head, and tail of a tortoise are cut off and the intestines removed, the rest of the flesh being seasoned in such a manner as to allow of its being taken without loathing. River crabs, too, eaten with their broth, are said to be very good for the cure of phthisis. Chapter 40. Remedies for burns and for erysipelas. Burns are cured by applying ashes of calcined sea crabs or river crabs with oil. Fish glue, too, and calcined frogs are used as an application for scalds produced by boiling water. The same treatment also restores the hair, provided the ashes are those of river crabs. It is generally thought, too, that the preparation should be applied with wax and bear's grease. Ashes, too, of burnt beaver skin are very useful for these purposes. Live frogs act as a check upon erysipelas, the belly side being applied to the part affected. It is recommended, too, to attach them lengthwise by their hinder legs, so as to render them more beneficial by reason of their increased respiration. Heads, too, of saltus saluri are reduced to ashes and applied with vinegar. Prurigo and itch scab, not only in man but in quadrupeds as well, are most efficaciously treated with the liver of the pastinica boiled in oil. Chapter 41. Remedies for diseases of the sinews. The exterior callosity with which the flesh of purples is covered, beaten up, unites the sinews even when they have been severed asunder. It is a good plan for patients suffering from tetanus to take sea calf's rennet in wine, in doses of 1 obolus, as also fish glue. Persons affected with fits of trembling find much relief from castoreum, provided they are well anointed with oil. I find it stated that the surmullet, used as an article of diet, acts injuriously upon the sinews. Chapter 42. Methods of arresting hemorrhage and of letting blood. The polyp, one remedy. Fish used as an ailment, it is generally thought, make blood. The polyp, bruised and applied, arrests hemorrhages, it is thought. In addition to which we find stated the following particulars respecting it, that of itself it emits a sort of brine, in consequence of which there is no necessity to use any in cooking it. That it should always be sliced with a reed, and that it is spoilt by using an iron knife, becoming tainted thereby, owing to the antipathy which naturally exists between it and iron. For the purpose also of arresting hemorrhage, ashes of burnt frogs are applied topically, or else the dried blood of those animals. Some authorities recommend the frog to be used, that is known by the Greeks as calamites, from the fact that it lives among reeds and shrubs. It is the smallest and greenest of all frogs, and neither the blood or the ashes of it are recommended to be employed. Others again prescribe in cases of bleeding at the nostrils an injection of the ashes of young water frogs in the tadpole state, calcined in a new earthen vessel. On the other hand again, in cases where it is required to let blood, the kind of leech is used which is known among us by the name of sanguisunga. Indeed, the action of these leeches is looked upon as pretty much the same as that of the cupping glasses used in medicine, their effect being to relieve the body of superfluous blood and to open the pores of the skin. Still, however, there is this inconvenience attending them. When they have been once applied, they create a necessity for having recourse to the same treatment at about the same period in every succeeding year. Many physicians have been of opinion also that leeches may be successfully applied in cases of gout. When gorged, they fall off in consequence of losing their hold through the weight of the blood, but if not, they must be sprinkled with salt for the purpose. Leeches are apt, however, to leave their heads buried in the flesh, the consequence of which is an incurable wound, which has caused death in many cases, that of Messallinus, for example, a patrician of consular rank, after an application of leeches to his knee. When this is the case, that which was intended as a remedy is turned into an active poison, as a result which it is to be apprehended in using the red leeches more particularly. Hence it is that when these last are employed, it is the practice to snip them with a pair of scissors while sucking, the consequence of which is that the blood oozes forth through a siphon, as it were, and the head, gradually contracting as the animal dies, is not left behind in the wound. There is a natural antipathy existing between leeches and bugs, and hence it is that the latter are killed by aid of a fumigation made with leeches. Ashes of beaver skin burnt with tar, kneaded up with leek juice, arrest bleeding at the nostrils. Chapter 43. Methods of extracting foreign bodies from the flesh. To extract pointed weapons which have pierced the flesh, ashes of calcined shells of the sepia are used. It is also of the purple, the meat of salted fish, bruised river crabs, or flesh of the silurus, a river fish that is found in other streams as well as that of the Nilus, applied either fresh or salted. The ashes also of this fish, as well as the fat, have the property of extracting pointed bodies, and the backbone in a calcined state is used as a substitute for spodium. Chapter 44. Remedies for ulcers, carcinomata, and carbuncles. Ulcers of a serpiginous nature, as also the fleshy excrescences which make their appearance in them, are kept in check by applying ashes of calcined heads of Mene, or else ashes of the silurus. Carcinomata, too, are treated with heads of salted perch, their efficacy being considerably increased by using some salt along with the ashes, and kneading them up with the heads of cunilla and olive oil. Ashes of sea crabs calcined with lead arrest the progress of carcinomata sores, a purpose for which ashes of river crabs in combination with honey and fine lint are equally useful, though there are some authorities which prefer mixing alum and barley with the ashes. Phagedenic ulcers are cured by an application of dried silurus pounded with sandarac. Malignant cancers, corrosive ulcers, and putrid sores by the agency of stale cibium. Maggots that breed in sores are removed by applying frog's gall. The fistulas are opened and dried by introducing a tint made of salt fish with a docile of lint. Salt fish kneaded up and applied in the form of a plaster will remove all proud flesh in the course of a day, and will arrest the further progress of putrid and serpiginous ulcers. Alex, applied in lint, acts detergently also upon ulcers. The same, too, with the ashes of calcined shells of sea urchins. Salted slices of the coracinus disperse carbuncles, an effect equally produced by the ashes of salted surmulets. Some persons, however, use the head only of the surmullet, in combination with honey, or with the flesh of the coracinus. Ashes of the murex applied with oil disperse tumors, and the gall of the sea scorpion makes scars disappear. Chapter 45. Remedies for warts and for malformed nails. The glanus, one remedy. To remove warts, the liver of the glanus is applied to the part. Ashes also of heads of mammæ, bruised with garlic. Substances which should be used raw where it is thimeworts that require to be removed. The gall of the Red Sea scorpion. Smaragdes pounded and applied, or alex thoroughly boiled. Ashes of calcined heads of mammæ are used to rectify malformed nails. Chapter 46. Remedies for Female Diseases. The Glauciscus One Remedy. The milk is increased in females by eating the glauciscus in its own liquor, or else Smaragdes with a piston, or boiled with fennel. Ashes of calcined shells of the murex or purple applied with honey, or an effectual cure for affections of the mammae. River crabs, too, and sea crabs applied topically are equally good. The meat of the murex applied to the mammae removes hairs growing upon those parts. The squattina applied topically prevents the mammae from becoming too distended. Lint greased with dolphin's fat and then ignited produces a smoke which acts as an excitement upon females suffering from hysterical suffocations. The same, too, with strombi, left to putrefy in vinegar. Heads of perch or a mammy, calcined and mixed with salt, oil, and cunilla, are curative of diseases of the uterus. Used as a fumigation, they bring away the afterbirth. Fat, too, of the sea calf, melted by the agency of fire, is introduced into the nostrils of females when swooning from hysterical suffocations. And for a similar purpose, the rennet of that animal is applied as a pessary in wool. The pulma marinus, attached to the body as an amulet, is an excellent promoter of menstruation, an effect which is equally produced by pounding live sea urchins and taking them in sweet wine. River crabs, bruised in wine and taken internally, arrest menstruation. The silurus, that of Africa more particularly, used as a fumigation, facilitates parturition, it is said. Crabs taken in water arrest menstruation, but used with hyssop they act as an emmenagogue, we are told. In cases, too, where the infant is in danger of suffocation at the moment of delivery, a similar drink administered to the mother is highly efficacious. Crabs, too, either fresh or dried, are taken in drink for the purpose of preventing abortion. Hippocrates prescribes them as a promoter of menstruation and as an expellant of the dead fetus, beaten up with 5 roots of lapithum, and rue and some soot, and administered in honeyed wine. Crabs boiled and taken in their liquor with lapithum and parsley promote the menstrual discharge and increase the milk. In cases of fever attended with pains in the head and throbbing of the eyes, crabs are said to be highly beneficial to females given in astringent wine. Castoreum taken in honeyed wine is useful as a promoter of menstruation. In cases of hysterical suffocation, it is given to the patient to smell at with pitch and vinegar, or else it is made up into tablets and used as a pessary. For the purpose also of bringing away the afterbirth, it is found a useful plan to employ castoreum with panax, in 4 sathai of wine, and in cases where the patient is suffering from cold, in doses of 3 oboli. If, however, a female is in a state of pregnancy, should happen to step over castoreum, or over the beaver itself, abortion, it is said, will be the sure result. So, too, if castoreum is only held over a pregnant woman's head, there will be great danger of miscarriage. There is a very marvelous fact, too, that I find stated in reference to the torpedo. If it is caught at the same time that the moon is in Libra, and kept in the open air for 3 days, it will always facilitate parturition, as often as it is introduced into the apartment of a woman in labor. The sting, too, of the pastinica, attached to the navel, is generally thought to have the property of facilitating delivery. It must be taken, however, from the fish while alive, which done, the fish must be returned to the sea. I find it stated by some authorities that there is a substance called ostracium, which is also spoken of as onyx by others, that used as a fumigation it is wonderfully beneficial for suffocations of the uterus, that in smell it resembles castoreum, and is still more efficacious if burnt with this last substance, and that in the calcined state it has the property of healing inveterate ulcers, and cancerous sores of a malignant nature. As to carbuncles and carcinomatous sores upon the secret parts of females, there is nothing more efficacious, it is said, than a female crab beaten up just after full moon with flour of salt, and applied with water. Chapter 47. Methods of removing superfluous hair, depilatories. Depilatories are prepared from the blood of gall and liver of the tunny, either fresh or preserved, as also from pounded liver of the same fish, preserved with cedar resin, in a leaden box. A recipe which we find given by the midwife Salpe for disguising the age of boys on sale for slaves. A similar property belongs to the pulmo marinus, to the blood and gall of the sea hare, and to the sea hare itself, stifled in oil. The same too with ashes of burnt crabs or sea scolopendra, mixed with oil, sea nettles bruised in squill vinegar, and brains of the torpedo applied with alum on the 16th day of the moon. The thick matter emitted by the small frogs, which we have described when treating of eye diseases, is a most efficient depilatory if applied fresh. The same too with the frog itself, dried and pounded, and then boiled down to 1/3 in 3 hemi of water, or else boiled in a copper vessel with oil in a like proportion. Others again prepare depilatory from 15 frogs in manner already stated under the head of remedies for the eyes. Leeches also, grilled in an earthen vessel and applied with vinegar, have the same property as a depilatory, and very odor too, which attaches to the persons who thus burn them, is singularly efficacious for killing bugs. Cases are to be found, too, where persons have used castoreum with honey for many days together as a depilatory. In the case, however, of every depilatory, the hair should always be removed before it is applied. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Natural History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 9, Book 32, Chapters 48 to 54. Chapter 48. Remedies for the Diseases of Infants. Dentition in infants is promoted, and the gums greatly relieved by rubbing them with ashes of a dolphin's teeth, mixed with honey, or else by touching the gums with the tooth itself of that fish. One of these teeth, worn as an amulet, is a preventive of sudden frights, the tooth of the dogfish being also possessed of a similar property. As to ulcers which make their appearance in the ears or in any other part of the body, they may be cured by applying the liquor of river crabs with barley meal. These crabs, too, bruised in oil and employed as a friction, are very useful for other kinds of maladies. A sponge moistened with cold water from time to time, or a frog applied, the back part to the head, is a most efficacious cure of psoriasis in infants. When the frog is removed, it will be found quite dry, they say. Chapter 49. Methods of preventing intoxication. The fish called rubellio, one remedy. The eel, one remedy. The grapefish, one remedy. A surmullet stifled in wine. The fish called rubellio, or a couple of eels similarly treated, or a grapefish left to putrefy in wine, all of them produce an aversion to wine in those who drink thereof. Chapter 50. Antaphrodisiacs and aphrodisiacs. The hippopotamus, one remedy. The crocodile, one remedy. In the number of antaphrodisiacs we have the echinase, the skin from the left side of the forehead of the hippopotamus attached to the body in lambskin, and the gall of a live torpedo applied to the generative organs. The following substances act as aphrodisiacs: the flesh of river snails, preserved in salt and given to drink in wine, the erythanus taken as food, the liver of the frog called diapetes or calamites, attached to the body in a small piece of crane's skin, the eye tooth of a crocodile attached to the arm, the hippocampus,
and the sinews of a bramble frog worn as an amulet upon the right arm. A bramble frog attached to the body in a piece of fresh sheepskin effectually puts an end to love. Chapter 51. Remedies for the diseases of animals. A decoction of frogs in water, reduced in the form of a liniment, is curative of each scab in horses. Indeed, it is said that a horse, when once treated in this manner, will never again be attacked with the disease. Salpi says that if a live frog is given to dogs in their mess, they will lose the power of barking. Chapter 52. Other aquatic productions, Adarca or Callimachus, 3 remedies. Reeds, 8 remedies. The ink of the sapia. Among the aquatic productions ought also to be mentioned Callimachus, in Latin known as Adaria, a substance which collects about small reeds from a mixture of the foam of fresh and of sea water. It possesses certain caustic properties, and hence it is that it is so useful as an ingredient in acopa and as a remedy for cold shiverings. It is used, too, for removing freckles upon the face of females. And now we are speaking of Adarca, the reed ought equally to be mentioned. The root of that, known as the phragmites, pounded fresh, is curative of sprains, and applied topically with vinegar, removes pains in the spine. The calcined bark, too, of the Cyprian reed, known as the donax, is curative of alopecy and inveterate ulcers, and its leaves are good for the extraction of foreign bodies adhering to the flesh and for the cure of erysipelas. Should, however, the flower of the panicle happen to enter the ears, deafness is the consequence. The ink of the sapia is possessed of such remarkable potency that if it is put into a lamp, Anaxilaus tells us, the light will become entirely changed, and all present will look as black as Ethiopians. The bramble frog boiled in water and given to swine with their drink is curative of the maladies with which they are affected, an effect equally produced by the ashes of any other kind of frog. If wood is rubbed with the pulmon marinus, it will have all the appearance of being on fire, so much so indeed that a walking stick, thus treated, will light the way like a torch. Chapter 53. The names of all the animals that exist in the sea, 176 in number. Having now completed our exposition of the properties which belong to the aquatic productions, it would appear by no means foreign to my purpose to give a list of the various animated beings which inhabit the seas. So many as these are in number, of such vast extent, and not only making their way into the interior of the land to a distance of so many miles, but also surrounding the exterior of it to an extent almost equal to that of the world itself. These animals, it is generally considered, embrace 176 different species, and it will be my object to set them forth, each by its distinct name, a thing that cannot possibly be done in reference to the terrestrial animals and the birds. For, in fact, we are by no means acquainted with all the wild beasts, or all the birds that are to be found in India, Ethiopia, Scythia, or the desert regions of the earth, and even of man himself there are numerous varieties, which as yet we have been unable to make ourselves acquainted with. In addition to the various countries above mentioned, we have Taprobani and other isles of the ocean, about which so many fabulous stories are related. Surely, then, every one must allow that it is quite impossible to comprise every species of animal in one general view for the information of mankind, and yet, by Hercules, in the sea and in the ocean, vast as it is, there exists nothing that is unknown to us, and, a truly marvellous fact, it is with those things which nature has concealed in the deep that we are the best acquainted. To begin, then, with the monsters that are found in this element. We here find sea trees, physetors, balaenae, pistrices, tritons, nereids, elephants, the creatures known as seamen, sea whales, orca, sea rams, musculi, other fish too with the form of rams, dolphins, sea calves, so celebrated by Homer, tortoises to minister to our luxury, and beavers so extensively employed in medicine, to which class belongs the otter, an animal which we nowhere find frequenting the sea, it being only of the marine animals that we are speaking. There are dogfish also, drynongs, cornutae, swordfish, sawfish, hippopotami, and crocodiles, common to the sea, the land, and the rivers, tunnies also, thenides, siluri, coracinae, and perch, common to the sea only and to rivers. To the sea only belong also the accipenser, the dorade, the ocelus, the acarne, the aphia, the alopex, the eel, the araneus, the boca, the bassia, the bacchus, the batrachus, the belone, known to us as aculitae, the balanus, the corvus, the citharus, the least esteemed of all, the turbots, the calcis, the cobio, the calarius, which would belong to the genus of the ocelli, were it not smaller, the collias, otherwise known as the fish of Parium or of Sexita, this last from a place of that name in Baetica, its native region, the smallest, too, of the Lacertae, the collias of the Meotis, the next smallest of the Lacertae, the Cibium, the name given when cut into pieces to the Pelamis, which returns at the end of 40 days from the Euxine to the Palus Meotis, the Cordilla, which is also a small Pelamis, so called at the time when it enters the Euxine from the Palus Meotis, the Cantharus, the Callionymus, or Uranoscopus, the Cynodus, the only fish that is of a yellow color, the Cnide, known to us as the sea nettle, the different kinds of crabs, the striated chamae, the smooth chamae, the chamae belonging to the genus of Pelorides, all differing in the variety of their colors and in the roundness of the shells, the chamae glycimarides, still larger than the Pelorides, the Colithia or Coryphia, the various kinds of shellfish, among which we find the pearl oysters, the Cochlea, belonging to which class are the Pentadactyli, the helices, by some known as actinophori, the spokes on whose shells are used for musical purposes, and, in addition to these, the round Cochlea, the shells of which are used in measuring oil, as also the sea cucumber, the Cinepos, the Camarus, and the Cynosdexia. Next to these we have the sea dragon, a fish which, according to some, is altogether distinct from the Dracunculus and resembles the Gericola in appearance, it having on the gills a stickle which points towards the tail and inflicts a wound like that of the scorpion when the fish is handled. The Erythanus, the Achenes, the sea urchin, the sea elephant, a black kind of crayfish, with 4 forked legs in addition to 2 arms with double joints, and furnished, each of them, with a pair of claws, indented at the edge. The faber, also, or zeus, the glossiscus, the glanis, the gonger, the geris, the galeos, the garos, the hippos, the hipporos, the hirundo, the haliplumon, the hippocampus, the hepar, the ictinus, and the aeolus. There are various kinds also of lacertae, the springing loligo, the crayfish, the lanternfish, the lepus, the larinus, the sea hare, and the sea lion, with arms like those of the crab, and in the other parts of the body like the crayfish. We have the surmullet also, the sea blackbird, highly esteemed among the rockfish, the mullet, the melanorus, the mena, the meotis, the murena, the mis, the mitulus, the meiscus, the murex, the acolata, the ophidion, the oyster, the otia, the orcinus, the largest of all the pelamides, and one that never returns to the Palus Meotis, like the tritomus in appearance and best when old, the orbis, the orthogoriscus, the fager, the ficus, a rockfish, the pelamis, the largest kind of which is called a polyctum and is tougher than the tritomus, the sea pig, the phthir, the sea sparrow, the pastineca, the several varieties of the polyp, the scallop, which is larger and more worthy in summer than at other times, and the most esteemed of which are those of Mytilene, Tyndaris, Salone, Altinum, the island of Chios, and Alexandria in Egypt. The small scallop, the purple, the pegris, the pina, the pinotheres, the rhine or squalus of the Latins, the turbot, the scarus, a fish which holds the first rank at the present day, the sole, the sargus, the squilla, the sarta, such being the name of an elongated pelamis which comes from the ocean, the scomber, the salpa, the saurus, the scorpaena, the sea scorpion, the solus, the siena, the siadius, the scolopendra, the zmirus, the sapia, the strombus, the solen, otherwise known as the olus, donax, onyx, or dactylus, the spondylus, the zmaris, the starfish, and the sponges. There is the sea thrush also, famous among the rockfish, the thinnis, the thranis, by some writers known as the xiphias, the thrissa, the torpedo, the tethia, the tritomus, a large kind of pelamis, which admits of being cut into 3 cibia, the shells of Venus, the grapefish, and the xiphias. Chapter 54. Additional names of fishes found in the poem of Ovid. To the above enumeration we will add some names given in the poem of Ovid, which are not to be found in any other writer, species, however, which are probably peculiar to the Euxine, on the shores of which he commenced that work towards the close of his life. The fishes thus mentioned by him are the sea ox, the cercerus, that dwells among the rocks, the orphus, the red erythinus, the aeolus, the tinted mormir, the chrysophris, a fish of a golden color, the parus, the tragus, the melanorus, remarkable for the beauty of its tail, and the epides, a flatfish. In addition to these remarkable kinds of fishes, the same poet tells us that the canis conceives of itself, that the glaucus never makes its appearance in summer, that the pompilus always accompanies vessels in their course, and that the chromis makes its nest in the water. The helops, he says, is unknown to our waters, from which it would appear that those are in error who look upon it as identical with our accipenser. Many persons have given the preference to the helops before all other fish in point of flavour. There are several fishes also which have been mentioned by no author, such for instance as the one called sudis by the Latins and spherini by the Greeks, names which indicate the peculiar form of its muzzle. It is one of the very largest kinds, but rarely found, and by no means of inferior flavour. Perna, too, is the name given to a kind of shellfish found in vast numbers in the vicinity of the islands of the Euxine. These fish are found firmly planted in the sand, resembling in appearance the long shank of a hog. Opening wide their shells, where there is sufficient space, they lie in wait for their prey. This opening being not less than a foot in breadth, and the edges of it garnished around with teeth closely set, much resembling the teeth of a comb in form. Within the shell, the meat consists of a vast lump of flesh. I once saw, too, a fish called the hyena, which had been caught off the island of Venaria. In addition to these animals, there are certain excretions thrown up by the sea which do not merit any further notice, and indeed ought to be reckoned among the seaweeds rather than looked upon as animated beings. Summary, Remedies, Narratives and Observations, 990. Roman authors quoted: Licinius Macer, Trebius Niger, Sextius Niger, who wrote in Greek, the poet Ovid, Cassius Hemina, Maecenas, Aeacus, Cernatius. Foreign authors quoted: Juba, Andreas, Salpi, Appian, Pelops, Apelles, Thrasyllus, Nicander. End of section 9.
Section 10 of The Natural History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stephens. The Natural History, Volume 7 by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 10, Book 33, Chapters 1 to 6. Metals. Gold. The origin of gold rings. The right of wearing gold rings. Chapter 1. Metals. We are now to speak of metals, of actual wealth, the standard of comparative value, objects for which we diligently search within the earth in numerous ways. In one place, for instance, we undermine it for the purpose of obtaining riches, to supply the exigencies of life, searching for either gold or silver, electrum or copper. In another place, to satisfy the requirements of luxury, our researches extend to gems and pigments, with which to adorn our fingers and the walls of our houses, while, in a third place, we gratify our rash propensities by a search for iron, which, amid wars and carnage, is deemed more acceptable even than gold. We trace out all the veins of the earth, and yet, living upon it, undermined as it is beneath our feet, are astonished that it should occasionally cleave asunder or tremble, as though, forsooth, these signs could be any other than expressions of the indignation felt by our sacred parent. We penetrate into her entrails, and seek for treasures in the abodes even of the Manes, as though each spot we tread upon were not sufficiently bounteous and fertile for us. And yet, amid all this, we are far from making remedies the object of our researches, and how few, in thus delving into the earth, have in view the promotion of medicinal knowledge. For it is upon her surface, in fact, that she has presented us with these substances, equally with the cereals, bounteous and ever ready as she is, in supplying us with all things for our benefit. It is what is concealed from our view, what is sunk far beneath her surface, objects, in fact, of no rapid formation, that urge us to our ruin, that send us to the very depths of hell. As the mind ranges in vague speculation, let us only consider, proceeding through all ages, as these operations are, when will be the end of thus exhausting the earth, and to what point will avarice finally penetrate? How truly delightful even would life be, if we were to desire nothing but what is found upon the face of the earth, in a word, nothing but what is provided ready to our hands. Chapter 2. Gold. Gold is dug out of the earth, and, in close proximity to it, chrysocolla, a substance which, that it may appear all the more precious, still retains the name which it has borrowed from gold. It was not enough for us to have discovered one bane for the human race, but we must set a value too upon the very humours of gold. While avarice, too, was on the search for silver, it congratulated itself upon the discovery of minimum, and devised a use to be made of this red earth. Alas for the prodigal inventions of man! In how many ways have we augmented the value of things! In addition to the standard values of these metals, the art of painting lends its aid, and we have rendered gold and silver still more costly by the art of chasing them. Man has learned how to challenge both nature and art to become the incitements to vice. His very cups he has delighted to engrave with libidinous subjects, and he takes pleasure in drinking from vessels of obscene form. But, in lapse of time, the metals passed out of fashion, and men began to make no account of them. Gold and silver, in fact, became too common. From this same earth we have extracted vessels of murrhine and vases of crystal, objects the very fragility of which is considered to enhance their value. In fact, it has come to be looked upon as a proof of opulence, and as quite the glory of luxury, to possess that which may be irremediably destroyed in an instant. Nor was even this enough. We now drink from out of a mass of gems, and we set our goblets with smaragdi. We take delight in possessing the wealth of India as the promoter of intoxication, and gold is now nothing more than a mere accessory. Chapter 3. What was the first recommendation of gold? Would that gold could have been banished forever from the earth, accursed by universal report, as some of the most celebrated writers have expressed themselves, reviled by the reproaches of the best of men, and looked upon as discovered only for the ruin of mankind. How much more happy the age when things themselves were bartered for one another, as was the case in the times of the Trojan War, if we are to believe what Homer says. For, in this way, in my opinion, was commerce then carried on for the supply of the necessaries of life. Some, he tells us, would make their purchases by bartering ox hides, and others by bartering iron, or the spoil which they had taken from the enemy, and yet he himself, already an admirer of gold, was so far aware of the relative value of things that Glaucus, he informs us, exchanged his arms of gold, valued at 100 oxen, for those of Diomedes, which were worth but 9. Proceeding upon the same system of barter, many of the fines imposed by ancient laws, at Rome even, were levied in cattle, and not in money. Chapter 4. The origin of gold rings. The worst crime against mankind was committed by him who was the first to put a ring upon his fingers, and yet we are not informed by tradition who it was that first did so. For as to all the stories told about Prometheus, I look upon them as utterly fabulous, although I am aware that the ancients used to represent him with a ring of iron. It was their intention, however, to signify a chain thereby, and not an ornament. As to the ring of Midas, which, upon the collet being turned inwards, conferred invisibility upon the wearer, who is there that must not admit, perforce, that this story is even still more fabulous. It was the hand, and a sinister hand too, in every sense, that first brought gold into such high repute. Not a Roman hand, however, for upon that it was the practice to wear a ring of iron only, and solely as an indication of warlike prowess. As to the usage followed by the Roman kings, it is not easy to pronounce an opinion. The statue of Romulus in the Capitol wears no ring, nor does any other statue, not that of L. Brutus even, with the sole exception of those of Numa and Servius Tullius. I am surprised at this absence of the ring in the case of the Tarquinii, more particularly, seeing that they were originally from Greece, a country from which the use of gold rings was first introduced, though even at the present day the people of Lacedaemon are in the habit of wearing rings made of iron. Tarquinius Priscus, however, it is well known, was the first who presented his son with the golden bulla on the occasion of his slaying an enemy, before he had laid aside the praetexta, from which period the custom of wearing the bulla has been continued, a distinction confined to the children of those who have served in the cavalry, those of other persons simply wearing a leather thong. Such being the case, I am the more surprised that the statue of this Tarquinius should be without a ring. And yet, with reference to the very name of the ring, I find that there has been considerable uncertainty. That given to it originally by the Greeks is derived from the finger, while our ancestors styled it ungulus, and in later times both Greeks and Latins have given it the name of cymbolum. For a great length of time, it is quite clear, not even the Roman senators wore rings of gold, for rings were given, and at the public expense, to those only who were about to proceed on an embassy to foreign nations, the reason being, I suppose, because men of the highest rank among foreign nations were perceived to be thus distinguished. Nor was it the practice for any person to wear these rings, except those who for this reason had received them at the public expense, and in most instances it was without this distinction that the Roman generals celebrated their public triumphs. For whereas an Etruscan crown of gold was supported from behind over the head of the victor, he himself equally was the slave, probably, who was so supporting the crown, had nothing but a ring of iron upon his finger. It was in this manner that C. Marius celebrated his triumph over Jugurtha, and he never assumed the golden ring, it is said, until the period of his third consulship. Those two who had received golden rings on the occasion of an embassy only wore them when in public, resuming the ring of iron when in their houses. It is in pursuance of this custom that even at the present day an iron ring is sent by way of present to a woman when betrothed, and that, too, without any stone in it. For my own part, I do not find that any rings were used in the days of the Trojan War. At all events, Homer nowhere makes mention of them, for although he speaks of the practice of sending tablets by way of letter, of clothes and gold and silver plate being kept laid up in chests, still he gives us to understand that they were kept secure by the aid of a knot tied fast, and not under a seal impressed by a ring. He does not inform us, too, that when the chiefs drew lots to ascertain which one of them should reply to the challenge of the enemy, they made use of any rings for the purpose, and when he enumerates the articles that were manufactured at the forge of the gods, he speaks of this as being the origin of fibulae and other articles of female ornament, such as earrings, for example, but does not make any mention of rings. Whoever it was that first introduced the use of rings, he did so not without hesitation, for he placed this ornament on the left hand, the hand which is generally concealed, whereas, if he had been sure of its being an honourable distinction, it would have been made more conspicuous upon the right, and if anyone should raise the objection that this would have acted as an impediment to the right hand, I can only say that the usage in more recent times fortifies my opinion, and that the inconvenience of wearing rings on the left hand would have been still greater, seeing that it is with the left hand that the shield is held. We find mention made, too, in Homer, of men wearing gold plated with the hair, and hence 'tis that I am at a loss to say whether the practice first originated with females. Chapter 5. The quantity of gold possessed by the ancients. At Rome, for a long period of time, the quantity of gold was but very small. At all events, after the capture of the city by the Gauls, when peace was about to be purchased, not more than 1,000 pounds weight of gold could be collected. I am by no means unaware of the fact that in the third consulship of Pompeius, there was lost from the throne of Jupiter Capitolinus 2,000 pounds weight of gold, originally placed there by Camillus, a circumstance which has led most persons to suppose that 2,000 pounds weight was the quantity then collected. But, in reality, this excess of 1,000 pounds was contributed from the spoil taken from the Gauls, amplified as it was by the gold of which they had stripped the temples in that part of the city which they had captured. The story of Torquatus, too, is a proof that the Gauls were in the habit of wearing ornaments of gold when engaged in combat, from which it would appear that the sum taken from the Gauls themselves, and the amount of which they had pillaged the temples, were only equal to the amount of gold collected for the ransom, and no more. And this is what was really meant by the response given by the augurs, that Jupiter Capitolinus had rendered again the ransom twofold. As we were just now speaking on the subject of rings, it may be as well to add, by way of passing remark, that upon the officer in charge of the temple of Jupiter Capitolinus being arrested, he broke the stone of his ring between his teeth, and expired on the spot. thus putting an end to all possibility of discovering the perpetrator of the theft. It appears, therefore, that in the year of the city 364, when Rome was captured by the Gauls, there was but £2,000 weight of gold at the very most, and this, too, at a period when, according to the returns of the census, there were already 152,573 free citizens in it. In the same city, too, 307 years later, in gold which C. Marius the Younger conveyed to Praeneste from the temple of the capital when in flames, and all the other shrines, amounted to £13,000 weight, such being the sum that figured in the inscriptions at the triumph of Sylla, on which occasion it was displayed in the procession, as well as £6,000 weight of silver. The same Sylla had, the day before, displayed in his triumph £15,000 weight of gold and £115,000 weight of silver, the fruit of all his other victories. Chapter 6. The Right of Wearing Gold Rings. It does not appear that rings were in common use before the time of Cnaeus Flavius, the son of Annius. This Flavius was the first to publish a table of the days for pleading, which, till then, the populace had to ascertain each day from a few great personages. The son of a freedman only, and secretary to Appius Caecus, at whose request, by dint of natural shrewdness and continual observation, he had selected these days and made them public. He obtained such high favour with the people that he was created curule aedile, in conjunction with Quintus Annicus Praenestinus, who a few years before had been an enemy to Rome, and the exclusion of C. Potilius and Domitius, whose fathers respectively were of consular rank. The additional honour was also conferred on Flavius, of making him tribune of the people at the same time, a thing which occasioned such a degree of indignation that, as we find stated in the more ancient annals, the rings were laid aside. Most persons, however, are mistaken in the supposition that on this occasion the members of the Equestrian order did the same, for it is in consequence of these additional words, quote, "The phalleri too were laid aside as well," end quote, that the name of the Equestrian order was added. These rings, too, as the annals tell us, were laid aside by the nobility, and not by the whole body of the Senate. This event took place in the consulship of P. Sempronius and P. Sulpicius. Flavius made a vow that he would consecrate a temple to Concord if he should succeed in reconciling the privileged orders within the plebeians, and as no part of the public funds could be voted for the purpose, he accordingly built a small shrine of brass in the Graecostatis, then situate above the Comitium, with the fines which had been exacted for usury. Here, too, he had an inscription engraved upon a tablet of brass, to the effect that the shrine was dedicated 203 years after the consecration of the capital. Such were the events that happened 449 years after the foundation of the city, this being the earliest period at which we find any traces of the common use of rings. A second occasion, however, that of the Second Punic War, shows that rings must have been at that period in very general use, for if such had not been the case, it would have been impossible for Hannibal to send the 3 modii of rings, which we find so much spoken of, to Carthage. It was through a dispute, too, at an auction about the possession of a ring, that the feud first commenced between Caepio and Drusus, a dispute which gave rise to the social war and the public disasters which thence ensued. Not even in those days, however, did all the senators possess gold rings, seeing that, in the memory of our grandsires, many personages who had even filled the praetorship wore rings of iron to the end of their lives. Calpurnius, for example, as Fenestella tells us, and Manilius, who had been legatus to Caius Marius in the Jugurthine War. Many historians also state the same of L. Fufidius, he to whom Scaurus dedicated the history of his life. In the family of the Quintii, it is the usage for no one, not the females even, ever to wear a ring, and even at the present day, the greater part of the nations known to us, peoples who are living under the Roman sway, are not in the habit of wearing rings. Neither in the countries of the East nor in Egypt is any use made of seals, the people being content with simple writing only. In this, as in every other case, luxury has introduced various fashions, either by adding to rings gems of exquisite brilliancy, and so loading the fingers with whole revenues, as we shall have further occasion to mention in our book on gems, or else by engraving them with various devices, so that it is in one instance the workmanship, in another the material, that constitutes the real value of the ring. Then again, in the case of other gems, luxury has deemed it no less than sacrilege to make a mark even upon them, and has caused them to be set whole, that no one may suppose that the ring was ever intended to be employed as a signet. In other instances, luxury has willed that certain stones, on the side even, that are concealed by the finger, should not be closed in with gold, thus making gold of less account than thousands of tiny pebbles. On the other hand, again, many persons will admit of no gems being set in their rings, but impress their seal with the gold itself, an invention which dates from the reign of Claudius Caesar. At the present day, too, the very slaves even increase their iron rings with gold, while other articles belonging to them they decorate with pure gold, a licence which first originated in the Isle of Samothrace, as the name given to the invention clearly shows. It was the custom at first to wear rings on a single finger, only the one namely that is next to the little finger, and this we see the case in the statues of Numa and Servius Tullius. In later times it became the practice to put rings on the finger next to the thumb, even in the case of the statues of the gods, and more recently again it has been the fashion to wear them upon the little finger as well. Among the peoples of Gallia and Britannia, the middle finger, it is said, is used for this purpose. At the present day, however, among us, this is the only finger that is accepted, all the others being loaded with rings, smaller rings even being separately adapted for the smaller joints of the fingers. Some there are who heap several rings upon the little finger alone, while others again wear but one ring upon this finger, the ring that sets a seal upon the signet ring itself, this last being kept carefully shut up as an object of rarity, too precious to be worn in common use, and only to be taken from the cabinet as from a sanctuary. And thus is the wearing of a single ring upon the little finger no more than an ostentatious advertisement that the owner has property of a more precious nature under seal at home. Some, too, make a parade of the weight of their rings, while to others it is quite a labour to wear more than one at a time. Some, in their solicitude for the safety of their gems, make the hoop of gold tinsel, and fill it with a lighter material than gold, thinking thereby to diminish the risks of a fall. Others again are in the habit of enclosing poisons beneath the stones of their rings, and so wear them as instruments of death. Demosthenes, for instance, that greatest of the orators of Greece. And then, besides, how many of the crimes that are stimulated by cupidity are committed through the instrumentality of rings? How happy the times, how truly innocent, in which no seal was ever put to anything. At the present day, on the contrary, our very food even and our drink have to be preserved from theft through the agency of the ring, a result owing to those legions of slaves, those throngs of foreigners which are introduced into our houses, multitudes so numerous that we require the services of a nomenclator even to tell us the names of our own servants. Very different was it in the times of our forefathers, when each person possessed a single servant only, one of his master's own lineage, called Marcipor, or Lucipor, from his master's name, as the case might be, and taking all his meals with him in common, when, too, there was no occasion for taking precautions at home by keeping a watch upon the domestics. But at the present day, we not only procure dainties which are sure to be pilfered, but hands to pilfer them as well, and so far is it from being sufficient to have the very keys sealed, that the signet ring is often taken from off the owner's finger while he is overpowered with sleep or lying on his deathbed. Indeed, the most important transactions of life are now made to depend upon this instrument, though at what period this first began to be the case, I am at a loss to say. It would appear, however, so far as foreign nations are concerned, that we may admit the importance attached to it from the days of Polycrates, the tyrant of Samos, whose favourite ring, after being thrown in the sea, was recovered from a fish that was caught, and this Polycrates, we know, was put to death about the year of our city 230. The use of the ring must, of necessity, have been greatly extended with the increase of usury, one proof of which is the usage still prevalent among the lower classes of whipping off the ring the moment a simple contract is made, a practice which takes its date, no doubt, from a period when there was no more expeditious method of giving an earnest on closing a bargain. We may therefore very safely conclude that though money was first introduced among us, the use of rings was introduced very shortly after. Of money, I shall shortly have occasion to speak further. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stephens. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 11, Book 33, Chapters 7 to 12. The Decuries of the Judges, the Equestrian Order, Gifts of Gold and Silver, Crowns of Gold, Uses made of Gold by Females. Chapter 7, The Decuries of the Judges. Rings, as soon as they began to be commonly worn, distinguished the second order from the plebeians, in the same manner as the use of the tunic distinguished the senate from those who only wore the ring. Still, however, the last distinction was introduced at a later period only, and we find it stated by writers that the public heralds even were formerly in the habit of wearing the tunic with the purple laticlave. The father of Lucius, Aelius Stilo, for instance, from whom his son received the cognomen of Praeconius in consequence of his father's occupation as a herald. But the use of rings, no doubt, was the distinguishing mark of a third and intermediate order between the plebeians and the senators, and the title of eques, originally derived from the possession of a war horse, is given at the present time as an indication of a certain amount of income. This, however, is of comparatively recent introduction, for when the late Emperor Augustus made his regulations for the decuries, the greater part of the members thereof were persons who wore iron rings, and thus bore the name not of equites, but of judices, the former name being reserved solely for the members of the squadrons furnished with war horses at the public charge. Of these judices, too, there were at first but 4 decuries only, and in each of these decuries there was hardly 1,000 men to be found, the provinces not having been hitherto admitted to the office, an observance which is still in force at the present day, no one newly admitted to the rights of citizenship being allowed to perform the duties of judex as a member of the decuries. These decuries, too, were themselves distinguished by several denominations, tribunes of the treasury, selecti, and judices. in addition to whom they were the persons styled the 900, chosen from all the decuries for the purpose of keeping the voting boxes at the comitia. From the ambitious adoption, however, of some one of these names, great divisions ensued in this order, one person styling himself a member of the 900, another one of the selecti, and a third a tribune of the treasury. Chapter 8. Particulars connected with the Equestrian Order. At length, however, in the 9th year of the reign of the Emperor Tiberius, the Equestrian Order was united in a single body, and a decree was passed establishing to whom belonged the right of wearing the ring, in the consulship of C. Asinius Pollio and C. Antistius Vetus, the year from the foundation of the city 775. It is a matter for surprise how almost futile, we may say, was the cause which led to this change. C. Sulpicus Galba, desirous in his youth to establish his credit with the emperor by hunting out grounds for prosecuting the keepers of victualling houses, made complaint in the Senate that the proprietors of those places were in the habit of protecting themselves from the consequences of their guilt by their plea of wearing the golden ring. For this reason, an ordinance was made that no person whatsoever should have this right of wearing the ring unless, freeborn himself as regarded by his father and paternal grandfather, he should be assessed by the censors at 400,000 sesterces, and entitled, under the Julian law, to sit in the 14 tiers of seats at the theatre. In later times, however, people began to apply in whole crowds for this mark of rank, and in consequence of the diversities of opinion which were occasioned thereby, the Emperus Caius added a 5th decury to the number. Indeed, to such a pitch has conceit now arisen, that whereas, under the late Emperor Augustus, the decuries could not be completed, at the present day they will not suffice to receive all the members of the Equestrian Order, and we see in every quarter persons even who have not been but just liberated from slavery, making a leap all at once to the distinction of the golden ring, a thing that never used to happen in former days, as it was by the ring of iron that the equites and the judices were then to be recognized. Indeed, so promiscuously was this privilege at last conferred, that Flavius Proculus, one of the equites, informed against 400 persons on this ground before the Emperor Claudius, who was then censor, and thus we see an order which was established as a mark of distinction from other private individuals of free birth has been shared in common with slaves. The Gracchi were the first to attach to this order the separate appellation of the judices, their object being at the same moment a seditious popularity and the humiliation of the Senate. After the fall of these men, in consequence of the varying results of seditious movements, the name and influence of the Equestrian Order were lost, and became merged in those of the Publicani, who, for some time, were the men that constituted the third class in the state. At last, however, Marcus Cicero, during his consulship, and at the period of the Catilinarian troubles, re-established the equestrian name, it being his vaunt that he himself had sprung from that order, and he, by certain acts of popularity peculiar to himself, having conciliated its support. Since that period, it is very clear that the equites have formed the third body in the state, and the name of the Equestrian Order has been added to the formula, quote, "the Senate and the people of Rome," end quote. Hence it is, too, that in the present day even, the name of this order is written after that of the people, it being the one that was the last instituted. Chapter 9. How often the name of the Equestrian Order has been changed. Indeed, the name of the equites, even, has been frequently changed, and that too in the case of those who only owed their name to the fact of their service on horseback. Under Romulus and the other kings, the equites were known as celeres, then again as flexuntes, and after that as trossili, from the fact of their having taken a certain town of Etruria, situated 9 miles on this side of Volsinii, without any assistance from the infantry, a name too which survived till after the death of C. Gracchus. At all events, in the writings left by Junius, who from his affection for C. Gracchus took the name of Gracchianus, we find the following words, quote, "As regards the equestrian order, its members were formerly called Trossuli, but at the present day they have the name of Equites, because it is not understood what the appellation Trossuli really means, and many feel ashamed at being called by that name." End quote. He then goes on to explain the reason, as above mentioned, and he adds that, though much against their will, those persons are still called Trossuli. Chapter 10. Gifts for military service in gold and silver. There are also some other distinctions connected with gold, the mention of which ought not to be omitted. Our ancestors, for instance, presented talks of gold to the auxiliaries and foreign troops, while to Roman citizens they only granted silver ones. Bracelets too were given by them to citizens, but never to foreigners. Chapter 11. At what period the first crown of gold was presented. But, a thing that is more surprising still, crowns of gold were given to the citizens as well. As to the person who was first presented with one, so far as I have inquired, I have not been able to ascertain his name. L. Piso says, however, that the dictator A. Posthumius was the first who conferred one, on taking the camp of the Latins at Lake Regillus. He gave a crown of gold, made from the spoil, to the soldier whose valour had mainly contributed to this success. L. Lentulus also, when consul, presented one to Servius Cornelius Merenda on taking a town of the Samnites, but in his case it was 5 pounds in weight. Piso Frugi, too, presented his son with a golden crown at his own expense, making it a specific legacy in his will. Chapter 12. Other uses of gold by females. To honour the gods at their sacrifices, no greater mark of honour has been thought of than to gild the horns of the animals sacrificed, that is, of the larger victims only. But in warfare, this species of luxury made such rapid advances that in the epistles of M. Brutus from the plains of Philippi we find expressions of indignation at the fibulae of gold that were worn by the tribunes. Yes, so it is, by Hercules, and yet you, the same Brutus, have not said a word about women wearing gold upon their feet, while we, on the other hand, charge him with criminality, who was the first to confer dignity upon gold by wearing the ring. Let men even, at the present day, wear gold upon the arms in the form of bracelets, known as Dardania, because the practice first originated in Dardania, and called virioli in the language of the Celts. Virii is that of Celtiberia. Let women wear gold upon their arms, and all their fingers, their necks, their ears, the tresses of their hair. Let chains of gold run meandering along their sides, and in the still hours of the night let sachets filled with pearls hang suspended from the necks of their mistresses, all bedizened with gold, so that in their very sleep even they may still retain the consciousness that they are possessors of such gems. But are they to cover their feet as well with gold, and so, between the stola of the matrons and the garb of the plebeians, establish an intermediate or equestrian order of females? Much more becomingly do we accord this distinction to our pages, and the adorned beauty of these youths has quite changed the features of our public baths. At the present day, too, a fashion has been introduced among the men even, of wearing effigies upon their fingers, representing Harpocrates and other divinities in Egypt. In the reign of Claudius also, there was introduced another unusual distinction. In the case of those to whom was granted the right of free admission, that, namely, of wearing the likeness of the emperor engraved in gold upon a ring, a circumstance that gave rise to vast numbers of informations, until the timely elevation of the Emperor Vespasianus rendered them impossible by proclaiming that the right of admission to the emperor belonged equally to all. Let these particulars suffice on the subject of golden rings and the use of them. End of section 11.
Section 12 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by kgsaturn. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 4, Book 33, Chapters 13 to 21. Chapter 13. Coins of Gold. At what periods copper, gold, and silver were first impressed. How copper was used before gold and silver were coined. What was the largest sum of money possessed by anyone at the time of our first census. How often and at what periods the value of copper and coined money has been changed. The next crime committed against the welfare of mankind was on the part of him who was the first to coin a denarius of gold, a crime the author of which is equally unknown. The Roman people made no use of impressed silver even before the period of the defeat of King Pyrrhus. The as of copper weighed exactly 1 libra, and hence it is that we still use the terms libella and dupundius. Hence it is, too, that fines and penalties are inflicted under the name of assgrave, and the words still used in keeping accounts are expensa, impendia, and dependere. Hence, too, the word stipendium, meaning the pay of soldiers, which is nothing more than stipes pondera, and from the same source of those words, dispensatores and libipendres. It is also from this circumstance that in sales of slaves at the present day even, the formality of using the balance is introduced. King Servius was the first to make an impress upon copper. Before his time, according to Timaeus, at Rome the raw metal was only used. The form of sheep was the first figure impressed upon money, and to this fact it owes its name, pecunia. The highest figure at which one man's property was assessed in the reign of the king was 120,000 asses, and consequently that amount of property was considered the standard of the first class. Silver was not impressed with a mark until the year of the city 485, the year of the consulship of Q. Ogulnius and C. Fabius, 5 years before the First Punic War, at which time it was ordained that the value of the denarius should be 10 librae of copper, that of the quinarius 5 librae, and the sestertius 2 librae and a half. The weight, however, of the libra of copper was diminished during the First Punic War, the Republic not having means to meet its expenditure, in consequence of which an ordinance was made that as should in the future be struck of 2 ounces of weight. By this contrivance a saving of 5/6 was effected, and the public debt was liquidated. The impression upon the copper coins was a 2-faced Janus on one side and the beak of a ship of war on the other. The trians, however, and the quadrans bore the impression of a ship. The quadrans, too, had, previously to this, been called terunxius, as being 3 unciae in weight. At a later period, again, when Hannibal was pressing hard upon Rome, in the dictatorship of Q. Fabius Maximus, asses of 1 weight were struck, and it was ordained that the value of the denarius should be 16 asses, that of the quinarius 8 asses, and the sestertius 4 asses. By which last reduction of the weight of the ass the Republic made a clear gain of 1/2. Still, however, far as the pay of the soldiers was concerned, 1 denarius has always been given for every 10 asses. The impression upon the coins of silver were 2-horse and 4-horse chariots, and hence it is that they received the names of bigati and quadrigati. Shortly after, in accordance with the laws of Papirius, asses were coined weighing half an ounce only. Livius Drusus, when tribune of the people, alloyed the silver with 1/8 part of copper. The coin that is known at the present day as the Toriatus was first struck in accordance with the Clodian law, before which period a coin of this name was imported from, but was only looked upon as an article of merchandise. The impression upon it is a figure of victory, and hence its name. The first golden coin was struck 62 years after that of silver, the scruple of gold being valued at 20 sesterces, a computation which gave, according to the value of the sesterce then in use, 900 sesterces to each libra in gold. In later times again, an ordinance was made that the denarii of gold should be struck at the rate of 40 denarii to each libra of gold, after which period the emperors gradually curtailed the weight of the golden denarius until, at last, in the reign of Nero, it was coined at the rate of 45 to the libra. Chapter 14. Considerations on man's cupidity for gold. But the invention of money opened a new field to human avarice, by giving rise to usury and the practice of lending money at interest, while the owner passes a life of idleness. And it was with no slow advances that not mere avarice only, but a perfect hunger for gold became inflamed with a sort of rage for acquiring, to such a degree, in fact, that Septimilius, the familiar friend of Caius Gracchus, not only cut off his head, upon which a price had been set of its weight in gold, but before bringing it to Optimus, poured molten lead into the mouth, and so not only was guilty of the crime of parricide, but added to his criminality by cheating the state. Nor was it now any individual citizen, but the universal Roman name that had been rendered infamous by avarice, when King Mithridates caused molten gold to be poured into the mouth of Achillas, the Roman general, whom he had taken prisoner. Such were the results of cupidity. One cannot but feel ashamed on looking on those newfangled names which are invented every now and then from the Greek language, by which to designate vessels of silver, filigreed or inlaid with gold, and the various other practices by which such articles of luxury, when not only gilded, are made to sell at a higher price than they would have done if made of solid gold. And this, too, when we know that Spartacus forbade any one of his followers to introduce either gold or silver into the camp. So much more nobleness of mind was there in those days, even in our runaway slaves. The orator Messala has informed us that Antonius the Triumpher made use of golden vessels when satisfying the most humiliating wants of nature, a piece of criminality that would have reflected disgrace upon Cleopatra even. Till then, the most consummate instances of similar licentiousness had been found among strangers only, that of King Philip, namely, who was in the habit of sleeping with a golden goblet placed beneath his pillows, and that of Hagnon of Teos, a commander under Alexander the Great, who was used to fastening the soles of his sandals with nails of gold. It was reserved for Antonius to be the only one thus to impart a certain utility to gold, by putting an insult upon nature. Oh, how righteously would he himself have been proscribed! But then the proscription should have been made by Spartacus. Chapter 15. The persons who have possessed the greatest quantity of gold and silver. For my own part, I am much surprised that the Roman people have always imposed upon conquered nations a tribute in silver and not in gold. Carthage, for instance, from which upon its conquest under Hannibal, a ransom was extracted in the shape of a yearly payment for 50 years of 800,000 pounds weight of silver, but no gold. And yet it does not appear
that this could have arisen from there being so little gold then in use throughout the world. Midas and Croesus, before this, had possessed gold to an endless amount. Cyrus, already, in his conquest of Asia, had found a booty consisting of 24,000 pounds weight in gold, in addition to the vessels and other articles of wrought gold, as well as leaves of trees, a plane tree, and a vine, all made of that metal. It was thought through this conquest, too, that he carried off 500,000 talents of silver, as well as the vase of Semiramis, the weight of which alone amounted to 15 talents, the Egyptian talent being equal, according to Varro, to 80 of our pounds. Before this time, too, Salaces, the descendant of Aeetes, had reigned in Colchis, who, on finding a tract of virgin earth in the country of Suani, extracted from it a large amount of gold and silver, it is said, and whose kingdom besides had been famed for the possession of the golden fleece. The golden arches, too, of his palace we find spoken of, the silver supports and columns and pilasters, all of which he had come into possession of on the conquest of Sesostris, king of Egypt, a monarch so haughty that every year, it is said, it was his practice to select one of his vassal kings by lot, and yoking him to his car, celebrate his triumph afresh. Chapter 16. At what period silver first made its appearance upon the area and upon the stage. We too have done things that posterity might probably look upon as fabulous. Caesar, who was afterwards a dictator, but at that time aedile, was the first person on the occasion of the funeral games in honor of his father to employ all the apparatus of the arena in silver, and it was on the same occasion that for the first time criminals encountered wild beasts with implements of silver, a practice imitated at the present day in our municipal towns even. At the games celebrated by C. Antonius, the stage was made of silver, and the same was the case at those celebrated by L. Murena. The Emperor Cassius had scaffolding introduced into the circus, upon which there was 124,000 pounds weight of silver. His successor, Claudius, on the occasion of his triumph over Britain, announced by the inscriptions that among the coronets of gold there was one weighing 7,000 pounds weight, contributed by Nearer Spain, and another 9,000 pounds presented by Gallia Comata. Nero, who succeeded him, covered the theatre of Pompeius with gold for one day, the occasion on which he displayed it to Tiridates, king of Armenia. And yet how small was this theatre in comparison with the golden palace of his, with which he environed our city. Chapter 17. At what periods there was the greatest quantity of gold and silver in the treasury of the Roman people. In the consulship of Sextus Julius and Lucius Aurelius, 7 years before the commencement of the Third Punic War, there was a treasury of the Roman people 17,410 pounds weight of uncoined gold, 22,070 pounds weight of silver, and in specie 6,135,400 sesterces. In the consulship of Sextus Julius and Lucius Marcius, that is to say, at the commencement of the social war, there was in the public treasury 1,620,831 pounds weight in gold. Caius Caesar, at his first entry into Rome during the civil war which bears his name, withdrew from the treasury 15,000 pounds weight in gold ingots, 30,000 pounds weight in uncoined silver, and in specie 300,000 sesterces. Indeed, at no period was the republic more wealthy. Aemilius Paulus, too, after the defeat of King Perseus, paid into the public treasury from the spoil obtained from Macedonia 300 millions of sesterces, and from this period the Roman people ceased to pay tribute. Chapter 18. At what period ceilings were first gilded? The ceilings which, at the present day, in private houses even, we see covered with gold, were first gilded in the capital after the destruction of Carthage and during the censorship of Lucius Mummius. From the ceilings, this luxuriousness has been since transferred to the arched roofs of buildings, and the party walls even, which at the present day are gilded like so many articles of plate, very different from the times when Catullus was far from being unanimously approved for having gilded the brazen tiles of the Capitol. Chapter 19. For what reasons the highest value is set upon gold. We have already stated in the 7th book who were the first discoverers of gold, as well as nearly all the other metals. The highest rank has been accorded to this substance, not, in my opinion, for its color, which in silver is clearer and more like the light of day, for which reason silver is preferred for our military ensigns, its brightness being seen at a greater distance, and those persons are manifestly in error who think that it is the resemblance of its color to the stars that is so prized in gold, seeing that various gems and other things of the same tint are not in such particular request, nor yet is it for its weight or malleability that gold has been preferred to other metals, it being inferior in both these respects to lead. But it is because gold is the only substance in nature that suffers no loss from the action of fire, and passes unscathed through conflagrations and the flames of the funeral pile. Nay, even more than this, it is oftener gold is subjected to the action of fire, the more refined in quality it becomes. Indeed, fire is one test of its goodness, as, when submitted to intense heat, gold ought to assume a similar color, and turn red and igneous in appearance, a mode of testing which is known as obrusa. The first great proof, however, of the goodness of gold is its melting with the greatest difficulty, in addition to which it is a fact truly marvelous that through proof against the most intense fire, if made with wood charcoal, it will melt with the greatest readiness upon a fire made with chaff, and that, for the purpose of purifying it, it is used with lead. There is another reason, too, which still more tends to enhance its value, the fact that it wears the least of all metals by continual use, whereas silver, copper, and lead lines may be traced, and the hands become soiled with the substance that comes off them. Nor is there any material more malleable than this, none that admits of more extended division, seeing that a single ounce of it admits being beaten out into several 150 leaves or more, 4 fingers in length, by the same in breadth. The thickest kind of gold leaf is known as leaf of Praeneste. It is still retaining that name from the excellence of gilding upon the statue of Fortune there. The next in thickness is known as the Castorian leaf. In Spain, small pieces of gold are known by the name of striges. A thing that is not the case with any other metal, gold is found pure in masses or in the form of dust, and whereas all other metals, when found in the ore, require to be brought to perfection by the aid of fire, this gold that I am speaking of is gold the moment it is found, and has all its component parts already in a state of perfection. This, however, is only such gold as is found in the native state, the other kinds that we shall have to speak of being refined by art, and then, more than anything else, gold is subject to no rust, no verdigris, no emanation whatever from it, either to alter its quality or to lessen its weight. In addition to this, gold steadily resists the corrosive action of salt and vinegar, things which obtain mastery over all other substances. It admits, too, beyond all other metals, of being spun out and woven like wool. Varius tells us that Tarquinius Priscus celebrated a triumph clad in a tunic of gold, and I myself have seen Agrippina, the wife of the Emperor Claudius, on the occasion of a naval combat which he exhibited, seated by him, attired in a military scarf made entirely of woven gold without any other material. For this long past, gold has been interwoven in the italic textures, an invention of the King of Asia. Chapter 20. The Method of Gilding. On marble and other substances which do not admit to being brought to white heat, gilt is laid with glare of egg, and on wood, by the aid of glutinous composition known as leucopharon. What this last is and how it is prepared we shall state in the appropriate section. The most convenient method for gilding copper would be to employ quicksilver, or at all events hydrogyros, but with reference to these substances we shall have occasion to say when describing the nature of them, methods of adulteration have been devised. To effect this mode of gilding, the copper is first well hammered, after which it is subjected to the action of fire and then cooled with a mixture of salt, vinegar, and alum. It is then cleansed of all extraneous substances, it being known by its brightness when it has been sufficiently purified. This done, it is again heated by fire, in order to enable it, when thus prepared with the aid of an amalgam of pumice, alum, and quicksilver, to receive the gold leaf when applied. Alum has the same property of purifying copper that we have already mentioned as belonging to lead with reference to gold. Chapter 21. 4. How gold is found. Gold is found in our own part of the world, not to mention the gold extracted from the earth in India by the ants and in Scythia by the griffins. Among us it is procured in 3 different ways, the first of which is in the shape of dust, found in running streams. The Tagus in Spain, for instance, the Padus in Italy, the Hebrus in Thracia, the Pactolus in Asia, and the Ganges in India. Indeed, there is no gold found in more perfect state than this, thoroughly polished by the continual action of the current. A second mode of obtaining gold is by sinking shafts or seeking it through the debris of mountains, both of which methods it would be well to describe. The persons in search of gold in the first place remove the sigillum, such being the name of the earth which gives indication of the presence of gold. This done, a bed is made, the sand of which is washed, and according to the residue found after washing, a conjecture is formed as to the richness of the vein. Sometimes, indeed, gold is found at once in the surface earth, a success, however, but rarely experienced. Recently, for instance, in the reign of Nero, a vein was discovered in Dalmatia, which yielded daily as much as 50 pounds weight of gold. The gold that is thus found in the surface crust is known as tellutium. Cases where there is auriferous earth beneath. The mountains of Spain, in other respects arid and sterile, and productive of nothing whatever, are thus constrained by man to be fertile in supplying him with this precious commodity. The gold that is extracted from the shafts is known by some persons as canalicium, and by others as canaliance. It is found adhering to the gritty crust of marble, and altogether different from the form in which it sparkles in the sapphirus of the East, and in the stone of the bay, and other gems. It is seen interlaced with the molecules of the marble. The channels of these veins are found running in various directions along the sides of the shafts, and hence the name of the gold they yield is canalcium. In these shafts, too, the superincumbent earth is kept from falling in by means of wooden pillars. The substance that is extracted is first broken up and then washed, after which it is subjected to the action of fire and ground to a fine powder. This powder is known as apodiscuds, while the silver, which becomes disengaged in the furnace, has the name of sudor given to it. The impurities that escape by the chimney, as in the case of all other metals, are known by the name of scoria. In the case of gold, the scoria is broken up a second time and melted over again. The crucibles used for this purpose are made of tesconium, a white earth similar to potter's clay in appearance, there being no other substance capable of withstanding the strong current of air, the action of the fire, and the intense heat of the melted metal. The third method of obtaining gold surpasses the labors of the giants even. By the aid of galleries, driven to a long distance, the mountains are excavated by the light of torches, the duration of which forms the set times for work, the workmen never seeing the light of day for many months together. These mines are known as aurugiae, and not unfrequently clefts are formed on a sudden. The earth sinks in, and the workmen are crushed beneath, so that it would really appear less rash to go in search of pearls and purples at the bottom of the sea. So much more dangerous to ourselves have we made the earth than the water. Hence it is that in this kind of mining, arches are left at frequent intervals for the purpose of supporting the weight of the mountain above. In mining either by shaft or by gallery, barriers of silex are met with which have been driven asunder by the aid of fire and vinegar, or more frequently, as this method fills the galleries with suffocating vapors and smoke, to be broken to pieces with bruising, machines shod with pieces of iron weighing 150 pounds, which done, the fragments are carried out on the workman's shoulders night and day, each man passing them to his neighbor in the dark, it being only those at the pit's mouth that ever see the light. In cases where the bed of silex appears too thick to admit of being penetrated, the miner traces along the sides of it, and so turns it, and yet, after all, the labor entailed by the silex is looked upon as comparatively easy, there being an earth, a kind of potter's clay mixed with gravel, gangadia by name, which is almost impossible to overcome. This earth has to be attacked with iron wedges and hammers, like those previously mentioned, and it is generally considered that there is nothing more stubborn in existence, except, indeed, the greed for gold, which is the most stubborn of all things. When these operations are all completed, beginning at the last, they cut away the wooden pillars at the point where they support the roof. The coming downfall gives warning, which is instantly perceived by the sentinel, and by him only, who is set to watch upon the peak of the same mountain. By voice as well as by signals, he orders the workmen to be immediately summoned from their labors, and at the same moment takes to flight himself. The mountain, rent to pieces, is cleft asunder, hurling its debris to a distance with a crash which it is impossible for the human imagination to conceive, and from the midst of the cloud of dust, of a density quite incredible, the victorious miners gaze upon this downfall of nature. Nor yet even then are they sure of gold, nor indeed were they by any means certain that there was any to be found when they first began to excavate. It being quite sufficient, as an inducement to undergo such perils and to incur such vast expense, to entertain the hope that they shall obtain what they so eagerly desire. Another label, too, quite equal to this, and one which entails even greater expense, is that of bringing rivers from the more elevated mountain heights, a distance in many instances of 100 miles, perhaps, for the purpose of washing this debris. The channels thus formed are called corrigae, from our word corrivatio. I suppose, even when these are once made, they entail 1,000 fresh labors. The fall, for instance, must be steep, that the water may be precipitated, so to say, rather than flow. And it is in this manner that it is brought from the most elevated points. Then, too, valleys and crevasses have been united by the aid of aqueducts, and in another place, impassable rocks have to be hewn away. and forced to make room for hollowed troughs of wood, the person hewing them hanging suspended all the time with ropes, so that to a spectator who views the operations from a distance, the workmen have the appearance not so much of wild beasts as of birds upon the wing. Hanging thus suspended in most instances, they take the levels and trace with lines the course the water is to take, and thus, where there is no room even for a man to plant a footstep, are rivers traced out by the hand of man. The water, too, is considered in an unfit state for washing, if the current of the river carries any mud along with it. The kind of earth that yields this mud is known as urium, and hence it is that in tracing out these channels they carry the water over beds of silex or pebbles, and carefully avoid this urium. When they have reached the head of the fall, the very brow of the mountain, reservoirs are hollowed out, a couple 100 feet in length and breadth, and some 10 feet in depth. In these reservoirs there are generally 5 sluices left, about 3 feet square, so that the moment the reservoir is filled, the floodgates are struck away, and the torrent bursts forth with such a degree of violence as to roll onward any fragments of rock which may obstruct its passage. When they have reached the level ground, too, there is still another labor that awaits them. Trenches, known as agoga, have to be dug for the passage of the water, and these, at regular intervals, have a layer of ilex placed at the bottom. This ilex is a plant like rosemary in appearance, rough and prickly, and well adapted for arresting any pieces of gold that might be carried along. The sides, too, are closed with planks, and are supported by arches when carried over steep and precipitous spots. The earth, carried onward in the stream, arrives at the sea at last, and thus the shattered mountain, washed away, causes which have greatly tended to extend the shores of Spain by these encroachments upon the deep. It is also by the agency of canals of this description that the material excavated at the cost of such immense labor by the processes previously described is washed and carried away, for otherwise the shafts would soon be choked up by it. The gold found by excavating with galleries does not require to be melted, but is pure gold at once. In these excavations, it is found in lumps, as also in the shafts which are sunk, sometimes exceeding 10 pounds even. The names given to these lumps are palagai and palacuniae, while the gold found in small grains is known as balus. The ilex that is used for the above purpose is dried and burnt, after which the ashes are washed upon a bed of grassy turf in order that the gold may be deposited thereupon. Asturia, Galicia, and Lusitania furnish in this manner, yearly, according to some authorities, 20,000 pounds weight of gold, the produce of Asturia forming the major part. Indeed, there is no part of the world that for centuries has maintained such a continuous fertility in gold. I have already mentioned that by an ancient decree of the Senate, the soil of Italy has been protected from these researches. Otherwise, there would be no land more fertile in metals. There is extant also a censorial law relative to the gold mines of Victimulae in the territory of Vercellae, by which the farmers of the revenue were forbidden to employ more than 5,000 men at the works. End of section 12. Recording by kgsaturn, Rochester, New York, U.S.
Section 13 of The Natural History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stephens. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 13. Book 33, Chapters 22 to 35. Orpimentum, Electrum, Statues of Gold, Chrysocolla, Silver, Quicksilver, Stimi, Albastrum, Larbusus, Scoria of Silver. Chapter 22. Orpiment. There is also one other method of procuring gold, by making it from orpiment, a mineral dug from the surface of the earth in Syria, and much used by painters. It is just the colour of gold, but brittle, like mirror stone. In fact, this substance greatly excited the hopes of the Emperor Caius, a prince who was most greedy for gold. He accordingly had a large quantity of it melted, and really did obtain some excellent gold, but then the proportion was so extremely small that he found himself a loser thereby. Such was the result of an experiment prompted solely by avarice, and this too, although the price of the orpiment itself was no more than 4 denarii per pound. Since his time the experiment has never been repeated. Chapter 23. Electrum. In all gold ore there is some silver in varying proportions, a 10th part in some instances, an 1/8 in others. In one mine, and that only, the one known as the mine of Albuquerque in Galicia, the proportion of silver is but 1/36. Hence it is that the ore of this mine is so much more valuable than that of others. Whenever the proportion of silver is 1/5, the ore is known also by the name of electrum. Grains, too, of this metal are often found in the gold known as canaliense. An artificial electrum, too, is made by mixing silver with gold. If the proportion of silver exceeds 1/5, the metal offers no resistance on the anvil. Electrum, too, was highly esteemed in ancient times, as we learn from the testimony of Homer, who represents the palace of Menelaus as refulgent with gold and electrum, silver and ivory. At Lindos, in the island of Rhodes, there is a temple dedicated to Minerva, in which there is a goblet of electrum, consecrated by Helena. History states also that it was moulded after the proportions of her bosom. One peculiar advantage of electrum is its superior brilliancy to silver by lamplight. Native electrum has also the property of detecting poisons, for in such case semicircles resembling the rainbow in appearance will form upon the surface of the goblet and emit a crackling noise like that of flame, thus giving a twofold indication of the presence of poison. Chapter 24. The First Statues of Gold. The first statue of massive gold, without any hollowness within, and anterior to any of those statues of bronze even, which are known as holosphaeratae, is said to have been erected in the temple of the goddess Anaitis. To what particular region this name belongs, we have already stated, it being that of a divinity held in the highest veneration by the nations in that part of the world. This statue was carried off during the wars of Antonius with the people of Parthia, and a witty saying is told with reference to it of one of the veterans of the Roman army, a native of Bononia. Entering on one occasion the late Emperor Augustus at dinner, he was asked by a prince whether he was aware that the person who was the first to commit this violence upon the statue had been struck with blindness and paralysis, and then expired. To this he made answer that at that very moment Augustus was making his dinner off one of her legs, for that he himself was the very man, and to that bit of plunder he had been indebted for all his fortune. As regards statues of human beings, Gorgias of Leontini was the first to erect a solid statue of gold in the temple at Delphi in honour of himself about the 70th Olympiad. So great were the fortunes then made by teaching the art of oratory. Chapter 25. 8 Remedies derived from gold. Gold is efficacious as a remedy in many ways, being applied to wounded persons and to infants, to render any malpractices of sorcery comparatively innocuous that may be directed against them. Gold, however, itself is mischievous in its effects if carried over the head, in the case of chickens and lambs more particularly. The proper remedy in such case is to wash the gold and to sprinkle the water upon the objects which it is wished to preserve. Gold, too, is melted with twice its weight of salt and 3 times its weight of mizzi, after which it is again melted with 2 parts of salt and 1 of the stone called schistos. Employed in this manner, it withdraws the natural acridity from the substances torrefied with it in the crucible, while at the same time it remains pure and incorrupt, the residue forming an ash which is preserved in an earthen vessel, and is applied with water for the cure of lichens on the face. The best method of washing it off is with bean meal. These ashes have the property also of curing fistulas, and the discharges known as hemorrhoides. With the addition, too, of powdered pumice, they are a cure for putrid ulcers and sores which emit an offensive smell. Gold, boiled in honey with melanthium and applied as a liniment to the navel, acts as a gentle purgative upon the bowels. M. Varro assures us that gold is a cure for warts. Chapter 26. Chrysocolla. Chrysocolla is a liquid which is found in the shafts already mentioned, flowing through the veins of gold, a kind of slime which becomes indurated by the cold of winter till it has attained the hardness even of pumice. The most esteemed kind of it has been ascertained, is found in copper mines, the next best being the produce of silver mines. It is found also in lead mines, but that found in combination with gold ore is much inferior. In all these mines, too, an artificial chrysocolla is manufactured, much inferior, however, to the native chrysocolla. The method of preparing it consists in introducing water gradually into a vein of metal throughout the winter and until the month of June, after which it is left to dry up during the months of June and July, so that, in fact, it is quite evident that chrysocolla is nothing else but the putrefaction of a metallic vein. Native chrysocolla, known as uva, differs from the other in its hardness more particularly, and yet, hard as it is, admits of being coloured with the plant known as lutum. Like flax and wool, it is of a nature which imbibes liquids. For the purpose of dyeing it, it is first bruised in a mortar, after which it is passed through a fine sieve. This done, it is ground, and then passed through a still finer sieve, all that refuses to pass being replaced in the mortar and subjected once more to the mill. The finest part of the powder is from time to time measured out into a crucible, where it is macerated in vinegar, so that all the hard particles may be dissolved, after which it is pounded again and then rinsed in shell-shaped vessels and left to dry. This done, the chrysocolla is dyed by the agency of schist alum and the plant above mentioned, and thus is it painted itself before it serves to paint. It is of considerable importance, too, that it should be absorbent and readily take the dye. Indeed, if it does not speedily take the colour, citronum and turbistum are added to the dye, such being the names of 2 drugs which compel it to absorb the colouring matter. Chapter 27. The use made of chrysocolla in painting. When chrysocolla has been thus dyed, painters call it orobitis, and distinguish 2 kinds of it, the cleansed orobitis, which is kept for making lamentum, and the liquid, the balls being dissolved for use by evaporation. Both these kinds are prepared in Cyprus, but the most esteemed is that made in Armenia, the next best being that of Macedonia. It is Spain, however, that produces the most. The great point of its excellence consists in its producing exactly the tint of corn when it is in a state of the freshest verdure. Before now, we have seen, at the spectacles exhibited by the Emperor Nero, the arena of the circus entirely sanded with chrysocolla, when the prince himself, clad in a dress of the same colour, was about to exhibit as a charioteer. The unlearned multitude of artisans distinguish three kinds of chrysocolla: the rough chrysocolla, which is valued at 7 denarii per pound, the middling, worth 5 denarii, and the bruised, also known as the herbaceous chrysocolla, worth 3 denarii per pound. Before laying on the sanded chrysocolla, they underlay coats of atramentum and paritonium, substances which make it hold and impart a softness to the colours. The paritonium, as it is naturally very unctuous, and from its smoothness extremely tenacious, is laid on first, and is then covered with a coat of atramentum, lest the paritonium, from its extreme whiteness, should impart a paleness to the chrysocolla. The kind known as lutea derives its name, it is thought, from the plant called lutum, which itself is often pounded with caeruleum instead of real chrysocolla and used for painting, making a very inferior kind of green and extremely deceptive. Chapter 28. 7 Remedies derived from chrysocolla. Chrysocolla, too, is made use of in medicine. In combination with wax and oil, it is used as a detergent for wounds, and used by itself in the form of a powder, it acts as a desiccative and heals them. In cases, too, of quinsy and hardness of breathing, chrysocolla is prescribed in the form of an electuary with honey. It acts as an emetic also, and is used as an ingredient in eye salves, for the purpose of effacing cicatrizations upon the eyes. In green plasters, too, it is used for soothing pain and making scars disappear. This kind of chrysocolla is known by medical men as acasis, and is altogether different from orobitis. Chapter 29. The chrysocolla of the goldsmiths, known also as santerna. The goldsmiths also employ a chrysocolla of their own for the purpose of soldering gold, and it is from this chrysocolla, they say, that all the other substances which present a similar green have received their name. This preparation is made from verdigris of Cyprian copper, the urine of a youth who has not arrived at puberty, and a portion of nitre. It is then pounded with a pestle of Cyprian copper in a copper mortar, and the name given to the mixture is santerna. It is in this way that the gold known as silvery gold is soldered, one sign of its being so alloyed being its additional brilliancy on the application of santerna. If, on the other hand, the gold is impregnated with copper, it will contract on coming in contact with the santerna, become dull, and only be soldered with the greatest difficulty. Indeed, for this last kind of gold, there is a peculiar solder employed, made of gold and 1/7 part of silver, in addition to the materials above mentioned, the whole beaten up together. Chapter 30. The marvellous operations of nature in soldering metallic substances and bringing them to a state of perfection. While speaking on this subject, it will be as well to annex the remaining particulars, that our admiration may here be drawn to all the marvels presented by nature in connection therewith. The proper solder for gold is that above described, for iron, potter's clay, for copper when in masses, cadmia, and in sheets, alum, for lead and marble, resin. Lead is also united by the aid of white lead with white lead by the agency of oil, stannum with copper file dust, and silver with stannum. For smelting copper and iron, pine wood is the best, Egyptian papyrus being also very good for the purpose. Gold is melted most easily with a fire made of chaff. Limestone and Thracian stone are ignited by the agency of water, this last being extinguished by the application of oil. Fire, however, is extinguished most readily by the application of vinegar, viscus, and unboiled eggs. Earth will under no circumstance ignite. When charcoal has been once quenched and then again ignited, it gives out a greater heat than before. Chapter 31. Silver. After stating these facts, we come to speak of silver ore, the next folly of mankind. Silver is never found but in shafts sunk deep into the ground, there being no indications to raise hopes of its existence, no shining sparkles, as in the case of gold. The earth in which it is found is sometimes red, sometimes of an ashy hue. It is impossible, too, to melt it, except in combination with lead or with galena, this last being the name given to the vein of lead that is mostly found running near the veins of the silver ore. When submitted, too, to the action of fire, part of the ore precipitates itself in the form of lead, while the silver is left floating on the surface, like oil on water. Silver is found in nearly all our provinces, but the finest of all is that of Spain, where it is found, like gold, in uncultivated soils, and in the mountains even. Wherever, too, one vein of silver has been met with, another is sure to be found not far off, a thing that has been remarked, in fact, in the case of nearly all the metals, which would appear from this circumstance to have derived their Greek name of metalla. It is a remarkable fact that the shafts opened by Hannibal in the Spanish provinces are still worked, their names being derived from the persons who were the first to discover them. One of these mines, which at the present day is still called Bibelo, furnished Hannibal with 300 pounds weight of silver per day. The mountain is already excavated for a distance of 1,500 paces, and throughout the whole of this distance there are water-bearers standing night and day, bailing out the water in turns, regulated by the light of torches, and so forming quite a river. The vein of silver that is found nearest the surface is known by the name of crudaria. In ancient times, the excavations used to be abandoned the moment alum was met with, and no further search was made. Of late, however, the discovery of a vein of copper beneath alum has withdrawn any such limits to man's hopes. The exhalations from silver mines are dangerous to all animals, but to dogs more particularly. The softer they are, the more beautiful gold and silver are considered. It is a matter of surprise, with most persons, that lines traced with silver should be black. Chapter 32. Quicksilver. There is a mineral also found in these veins of silver, which yields a humour that is always liquid, and is known as quicksilver. It acts as a poison upon everything, and pierces vessels even, making its way through them by the agency of its malignant properties. All substances float upon the surface of quicksilver, with the exception of gold, this being the only substance that it attracts to itself. Hence it is that it is such an excellent refiner of gold, for, on being briskly shaken in an earthen vessel with gold, it rejects all the impurities that are mixed with it. When once it has thus expelled these superfluities, there is nothing to do but separate it from the gold, to effect which it is poured out upon skins that have been well torn, and so, exuding through them like a sort of perspiration, it leaves the gold in a state of purity behind. Hence it is, too, that when copper has to be gilded, a coat of quicksilver is laid beneath the gold leaf, which it retains in its place with the greatest tenacity. In cases, however, where the leaf is single or very thin, the presence of the quicksilver is detected by the paleness of the colour. For this reason, persons, when meditating a piece of fraud, have been in the habit of substituting glaire of egg for quicksilver, and then laying upon it a coat of hydrargyros, a substance of which we shall make further mention in the appropriate place. Generally speaking, Quicksilver has not been found in any large quantities. Chapter 33. Stimi, Stibi, Alabastrum, Larbacis, or Platyophthalmon. In the same mines in which silver is found, there is also found a substance which, properly speaking, may be called a stone made of concrete froth. It is white and shining, without being transparent, and has the several names of Stimi, Stibi, Alabastrum, and Larbacis. There are two kinds of it, the male and the female. The latter kind is the more approved of, the male Stimi being more uneven, rougher to the touch, less ponderous, not so radiant and more gritty. The female kind, on the other hand, is bright and friable, and separates in laminae and not in globules. Chapter 34. 7 Remedies derived from Stimi. Stimi is possessed of certain astringent and refrigerative properties, its principal use in medicine being for the eyes. Hence it is that most persons call it platyophthalmon, it being extensively employed in the calabalpharic preparations of females for the purpose of dilating the eyes. It also acts as a check upon the fluxes of the eyes and ulcerations of those organs, being used as a powder with pounded frankincense and gum. It has the property, too, of arresting discharges of blood from the brain, and sprinkled in the form of a powder, it is extremely efficacious for the cure of recent wounds and bites of dogs, which have been sometime inflicted. For the cure of burns, it is remarkably good, mixed with grease, litharge, ceruse, and wax. The method of preparing it is to burn it, enclosed in a coat of cow dung in a furnace, which done it is quenched with woman's milk, and pounded with rainwater in a mortar. While this is doing, the thick and turbid part is poured off from time to time into a copper vessel, and purified with nitre. The lees of it, which are rejected, are recognized by their being full of lead and falling to the bottom. The vessel into which the turbid part has been poured off is then covered with a linen cloth and left untouched for a night, the portion that lies upon the surface being poured off the following day, or else removed with a sponge. The part that has fallen to the bottom of the vessel is regarded as the choicest part, and is left covered with a linen cloth to dry in the sun, but not to become parched. This done, it is again pounded in a mortar and then divided into tablets. But the main thing of all is to observe such degree of nicety in heating it as not to let it become lead. Some persons, when preparing it on the fire, use grease instead of dung. Others, again, bruise it in water and pass it through a triple strainer of linen cloth, after which they reject the lees and pour off the remainder of the liquid, collecting all that is deposited at the bottom, and using it as an ingredient in plasters and eye salves. It has certain restringent and refrigerative effects upon bodies, and, like molybdina, of which we shall make further mention when speaking of lead, is used as an ingredient in making plasters, those more particularly which are to promote the cicatrization of wounds. It is employed also for the cure of tenacimus and dysentery, being injected in the form of clyster with myrtle oil. It forms an ingredient, too, in the medicaments known as lipari, for the removal of fleshy excrescences in sores, ulcerations arising from chafing, or running ulcers on the head. The same mines also furnish us with the preparation known as scum of silver. There are 3 varieties of it, the best known as chrysitis, the second best, the name of which is agiritis, and the third kind, which is called molybditis. In most instances, too, all these tints are to be found in the same cake. The most approved kind is that of Attica, the next being that which comes from Spain. Chrysitis is the produce of the metallic vein, argyritis is obtained from the silver itself, and molybditis is the result of the smelting of lead, a work that is done at Puteoli, to which last circumstance, in fact, molybditis owes its name. All these substances are prepared in the following manner. The metal is first melted and then allowed to flow from a more elevated receiver into a lower. From this last it is lifted by the aid of iron spits, and is then twirled round at the end of the spit in the midst of the flames, in order to make it all the lighter. Thus, as may be easily perceived from the name, it is in reality the scum of a substance in a state of fusion, of the future metal, in fact. It differs from scoria in the same way that the scum of a liquid differs from the lees, the one being an excretion thrown out by the metal while purifying itself, the other an excretion of the metal when purified. Some persons distinguish two kinds of scum of silver, and give them the names of cyreritis and pumene, a third variety being molybdina, of which we shall have to make further mention when treating of lead. To make this scum fit for use, the cakes are again broken into pieces the size of a hazelnut, and then melted, the fire being briskly blown with the bellows. For the purpose of separating the charcoal and ashes from it, it is then rinsed with vinegar or with wine, and is so quenched. In the case of argyritis, it is recommended, in order to blanch it, to break it into pieces the size of a bean, and then to boil it with water in an earthen vessel, first putting with it, wrapped in linen cloths, some new wheat and barley, which are left there till they have lost the outer coat. This done, they bruise the whole in mortars for 6 consecutive days, taking care to rinse the mixture in cold water 3 times a day, and after that in an infusion of hot water and fossil salt, 1 obolus of the latter to every pound of scum. At the end of the 6 days it is put away for keeping in a vessel of lead. Some persons boil it with white beans and a tisson of barley, and then dry it in the sun. Others again with white wool and beans, till such time as it imparts no darkness to the wool, after which, first adding fossil salt, they change the water from time to time, and then dry it during the 40 hottest days of summer. In some instances, the practice is to boil it in water in a swine's paunch, and then to take it out and rub it with nitre, after which, following the preceding method, they pound it in a mortar with salt. Some, again, never boil it, but pound it only with salt, and then rinse it with water. Scum of silver is used as an ingredient in eye salves, and in the form of a liniment by females, for the purpose of removing spots and blemishes caused by scars, as also in washes for the hair. Its properties are desiccative, emollient, refrigerative, temperative, and detergent. It fills up cavities in the flesh produced by ulceration and reduces tumours. For all these purposes it is employed as an ingredient in plaster and in the lipari previously mentioned. In combination with rue, myrtle, and vinegar, it removes erysipelas, and with myrtle and wax it is a cure for chilblains. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stephens. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 14, Book 33, Chapters 36 to 46. Minimum. Cinnabaris. Gilding with silver. Testing silver and gold. Mirrors. Egyptian silver. Chapter 36. Minimum. For what religious purposes it was used by the ancients. It is also, in silver mines, that minimum is found, a pigment held at the present day in very high estimation, and by the Romans in former times not only held in the highest estimation, but used for sacred purposes as well. Verrius enumerates certain authors, upon whose testimony we find it satisfactorily established that it was the custom upon festivals to colour the face of the statue of Jupiter even with minimum, as well as the bodies of triumphant generals, and that it was in this guise that Camillus celebrated his triumph. We find, too, that it is through the same religious motives that it is employed at the present day for colouring the unguents used at triumphal banquets, and that it is the first duty of the censors to make a contract for painting the statue of Jupiter with this colour. For my own part, I am quite at a loss for the origin of this usage, but it is a well-known fact, and at the present day even, minimum is in great esteem with the nations of Ethiopia, their nobles being in the habit of staining the body all over with it, and this being the colour appropriated to the statues of their gods. I shall therefore use all the more diligence in inquiring into all the known facts respecting it. Chapter 37. The Discovery and Origin of Minimum. Theophrastus states that 90 days before the magistracy of Praxibulus at Athens, a date which answers to the year of our city 439, minimum was discovered by Callias the Athenian, who was in hopes to extract gold by submitting to the action of fire the red sand that was found in the silver mines. This, he says, was the first discovery of minimum. He states also that in his own time it was already found in Spain, but of a harsh and sandy nature, as also in Colchis, upon a certain inaccessible rock there, from which it was brought down by the agency of darts. This, however, he says, was only an adulterated kind of minimum, the best of all being that procured in the Silbian plains above Ephesus, the sand of which has just the colour of the kermes berry. This sand, he informs us, is first ground to powder and then washed, the portion that settles at the bottom being subjected to a second washing. From this circumstance, he says, arises a difference in the article, some persons being in the habit of preparing their minimum with a single washing, while with others it is more diluted. The best kind, however, he says, is that which has undergone a second washing. Chapter 38. Cinnabaris. I am not surprised that this colour should have been held in such high esteem, for already in the days of the Trojan War, rubrica was highly valued, as appears from the testimony of Homer, who particularly notices the ships that were coloured with it, whereas, in reference to other colours and paintings, he but rarely notices them. The Greeks call this red earth miltos, and give to minimum the name of cinnabaris, and hence the error caused by the two meanings of the same word, this being properly the name given to the thick matter which issues from the dragon, when crushed beneath the weight of the dying elephant, mixed with the blood of either animal, as already described. Indeed, this last is the only colour that in painting gives a proper representation of blood. This cinnabaris, too, is extremely useful as an ingredient in antidotes and various medicaments. But, by Hercules, our physicians, because minimum also has the name of cinnabaris, use it as a substitute for the other, and so employ a poison, as we shall shortly show it to be. Chapter 39. The employment of cinnabaris in painting. The ancients used to paint with cinnabaris those pictures of one colour which are still known among us as monochromata. They painted also with the minimum of Ephesus, but the use of this last has been abandoned from the vast trouble which the proper keeping of the picture entailed, and then, besides, both these colours were thought to be too harsh, the consequence of which is that painters have now adopted the use of rubrica and synopsis, substances of which I shall make further mention in the appropriate places. Cinnabaris is adulterated by the agency of goat's blood, or of bruised sorb apples. The price of genuine cinnabaris is 50 sesterces per pound. Chapter 40. The various kinds of minimum, the use made of it in painting. According to Huber, minimum is also a production of Carmania, and Timagenes says that it is found in Ethiopia, but from neither of those regions is it imported to Rome, nor indeed from hardly any other quarter but Spain, that of most note coming from Sisapo, a territory of Baetica, the mine of minimum there forming a part of the revenues of the Roman people. Indeed, there is nothing guarded with a more constant circumspection, for it is not allowable to reduce and refine the ore upon the spot, it being brought to Rome in a crude state and under seal to the amount of about £2,000 per annum. At Rome, the process of washing is performed, and in the sale of it the price is regulated by statute, it not being allowed to exceed 70 sesterces per pound. There are numerous ways, however, of adulterating it, a source of considerable plunder to the company. For there is, in fact, another kind of minimum, found in most silver mines as well as lead mines, and prepared by the calcination of certain stones that are found mixed with the metallic vein, not the minerals, however, to the fluid humours of which we have given the name of quicksilver, for if those are subjected to the action of fire, they will yield silver, but another kind of stone that is found with them. These barren stones, too, may be recognised by their uniform leaden colour, and it is only when in the furnace that they turn red. After being duly calcined, they are pulverised, and thus form a minimum of second-rate quality, known to but very few, and far inferior to the produce of the native sand that we have mentioned. It is with this substance, then, as also with syricum, that the genuine minimum is adulterated in the manufactories of the company. How syricum is prepared we shall describe in the appropriate place. One motive, however, for giving an undercoat of syricum to minimum is the evident saving of the expense that results therefrom. Minimum, too, in another way, affords a very convenient opportunity to painters for pilfering, by washing their brushes, filled with the colouring matter, every now and then. The minimum, of course, falls to the bottom, and is thus so much gained by the thief. Genuine minimum ought to have the brilliant colour of the kermes berry, but when of inferior quality is used for walls, the brightness of it is sure to be tarnished by the moisture, and this, too, although the substance itself is a sort of metallic mildew. In the mines of Sisapo, the veins are composed exclusively of the sandy particles of minimum, without the intermixture of any silver whatever, the practice being to melt it like gold. Minimum is assayed by the agency of gold in a state of incandescence. If it has been adulterated, it will turn black, but if genuine, it retains its colour. I find it stated also that minimum is adulterated with lime, the proper mode of detecting which is similarly to employ a sheet of red-hot iron, if there should happen to be no gold at hand. To objects painted with minimum, the action of the sun and moon is highly injurious. The proper method of avoiding this inconvenience is to dry the wall, and then to apply, with a hairbrush, hot Punic wax, melted with oil, after which the varnish must be heated, with an application of gallnuts, burnt to a red heat, till it quite perspires. This done, it must be smoothed down with rollers made of wax, and then polished with clean linen cloths, like marble, when made to shine. Persons employed in the manufactories in preparing minimum protect the face with masks of loose bladder skin, in order to avoid inhaling the dust, which is highly pernicious, the covering being at the same time sufficiently transparent to admit of being seen through. Minimum is employed also for writing in books, and the letters made with it being more distinct, even on gold or marble, it is used for the inscriptions upon tombs. Chapter 41. Hydrargyros. Remedies derived from minimum. Human industry has also discovered a method of extracting hydrargyros from the inferior minimum, a substitute for quicksilver, the further mention of which was deferred a few pages before to the present occasion. There are two methods of preparing this substance, either by pounding minimum and vinegar with a brazen pestle and mortar, or else by putting minimum into flat earthen pans covered with a lid, then enclosing in an iron seething pot well luted with potter's clay. A fire is then lighted under the pans, and the flame kept continually burning by the aid of the bellows, which done, the steam is carefully removed, that is found adhering to the lid, being like silver in colour and similar to water in its fluidity. This liquid, too, is easily made to separate in globules, which from their fluid nature readily unite. As it is a fact generally admitted that minimum is a poison, I look upon all the recipes given as highly dangerous, which recommend its employment for medicinal purposes, with the exception, perhaps, of those cases in which it is applied to the head or abdomen for the purpose of arresting hemorrhage, due care being taken that it is not allowed to penetrate to the viscera or to touch any sore. Beyond such cases as these, for my own part, I should never recommend it to be used in medicine. Chapter 42. The Method of Gilding Silver. At the present day, silver is gilded almost exclusively by the agency of hydrargyros, and a similar method should always be employed in laying gold leaf upon copper. But the same fraud which ever shows itself so extremely ingenious in all departments of human industry has devised a plan of substituting an inferior material, as already mentioned. Chapter 43. Touchstones for testing gold. A description of gold and silver is not necessarily accompanied by that of the stone known as coticula. In former times, according to Theophrastus, this stone was nowhere to be found except in the river Tmolus, but at the present day it is found in numerous places. By some persons it is known as the Heraclean, and by others as the Lydian stone. It is found in pieces of moderate size, and never exceeding 4 inches in length by 2 in breadth. The side that has lain facing the sun is superior to that which has lain next to the ground. Persons of experience in these matters, when they have scraped a particle off the ore with this stone, as with a file, can tell in a moment the proportion of gold there is in it, how much silver or how much copper, and this to a scruple, their accuracy being so marvellous that they are never mistaken. Chapter 44. The different kinds of silver and the modes of testing it. There are 2 kinds of silver. On placing a piece of it upon an iron fire shovel at white heat, if the metal remains perfectly white, it is of the best quality. If again it turns of a reddish colour, it is inferior, but if it becomes black, it is worthless. Fraud, however, has devised a means of stultifying this test even, for by keeping the shovel immersed in men's urine, the piece of silver absorbs it as it burns, and so displays a fictitious whiteness. There is also a kind of test with reference to polished silver. When the human breath comes in contact with it, it should immediately be covered with steam, the cloudiness disappearing at once. Chapter 45. Mirrors. It is generally supposed among us that it is only the very finest silver that admits of being laminated and so converted into mirrors. Pure silver was formerly used for the purpose, but at the present day this too has been corrupted by the devices of fraud. But really it is a very marvellous property that this metal has of reflecting objects, a property which, it is generally agreed, results from the repercussion of the air, thrown back as it is from the metal upon the eyes. The same, too, is the action that takes place when we use a mirror. If again a thick plate of this metal is highly polished, and is rendered slightly concave, the image or object reflected is enlarged to an immense extent. So vast is the difference between a surface receiving and throwing back the air. Even more than this, drinking cups are now made in such a manner as to be filled inside with numerous concave facets, like so many mirrors, so that if but one person looks into the interior, he sees reflected a whole multitude of persons. Mirrors, too, have been invented to reflect monstrous forms, those, for instance, which have been consecrated in the temple at Smyrna. This, however, all results from the configuration given to the metal, and it makes all the difference whether the surface has a concave form, like the section of a drinking cup, or whether it is convex, like a Thracian buckler. Whether it is depressed in the middle or elevated, whether the surface has a direction transversely or obliquely, or whether it runs horizontally or vertically, the peculiar configuration of the surface which receives the shadows, causing them to undergo corresponding distortions. For, in fact, the image is nothing else but the shadow of the object collected upon the bright surface of the metal. However, to finish our description of mirrors on the present occasion, the best in the times of our ancestors were those of Brundisium, composed of a mixture of stannum and copper. At a later period, however, these made of silver were preferred, Pasiteles being the first who made them in the time of Pompeius Magnus. More recently, a notion has arisen that the object is reflected with greater distinctness by the application to the back of the mirror of a layer of gold. Chapter 46. Egyptian Silver. The people of Egypt stain their silver vessels that they may see represented in them their god Anubis, and it is the custom with them to paint and not to chase their silver. This usage has now passed to our own triumphal statues even, and a truly marvellous fact, the value of silver has been enhanced by deadening his brilliancy. The following is the method adopted. With the silver are mixed 2/3 of the very finest Cyprian copper, that known as coronarium, and a proportion of live sulphur equal to that of the silver. The whole of these are then melted in an earthen vessel well luted with potter's clay, the operation being completed when the cover becomes detached from the vessel. Silver admits also of being blackened with the yolk of a hard-boiled egg, a tint, however, which is removed by the application of vinegar and chalk. The triumvir Antonius alloyed the silver denarius with iron, and in spurious coin there is an alloy of copper employed. Some again curtail the proper weight of our denarii, the legitimate proportion being 84 denarii to a pound of silver. It was in consequence of these frauds that a method was devised of assaying the denarius, the law ordaining which was so much to the taste of the plebeians that in every quarter of the city there was a full-length statue erected in honour of Marius Gratidianus. It is very truly marvellous that in this art, and in this only, the various methods of falsification should be made a study, for the sample of the false denarius is now an object of careful examination, and people absolutely buy the counterfeit coin at the price of many genuine ones. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stephens. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 15. Book 33. Chapters 47 to 58. Immense Wealth. Voluntary Contributions. Luxury and Frugality. Silver Plates. Statues of Silver. Caeruleum. Summary. Roman authors quoted. Foreign authors quoted. Chapter 47. Instances of Immense Wealth. Persons who have possessed the greatest sums of money. The ancients had no number whereby to express a larger sum than 100,000, and hence it is that, at the present day, we reckon by multiples of that number as, for instance, 10 times 100,000, and so on. For these multiplications we are indebted to usury, and the use of coined money, and hence, too, the expression ius alienum, or another man's money, which we still use. In later times again, the surname Dives was given to some, only be it known to all that the man who first received the surname became a bankrupt, and so bubbled his creditors. M. Crassus, a member of the same family, used to say that no man was rich who could not maintain a legion upon his yearly income. He possessed in land 200 millions of sesterces, being the richest Roman citizen next to Sylla. Nor was even this enough for him, but he must want to possess all the gold of the Parthians too. And yet, although he was the first to become memorable for his opulence, so pleasant is the task of stigmatizing this insatiate cupidity, we have known of many manumitted slaves since his time, much more wealthy than he ever was. 3, for example, all at the same time in the reign of Emperor Claudius, Pallas, Callistus, and Narcissus. But, to omit all further mention of these men, as though they were still the rulers of the empire, let us turn to C. Caecilius Claudius Isidorus, who, in the consulship of C. Asinius Gallus and C. Marcius Censorinus, upon the 6th day before the calends of February, declared by his will that though he had suffered great losses through the civil wars, he was still able to leave behind him 4,116 slaves, 3,600 pairs of oxen, and 257,000 heads of other kinds of cattle. Besides, in ready money, 60 millions of sesterces. Upon his funeral, also, he ordered 1,100,000 sesterces to be expended. And yet, supposing all these enormous riches to be added together, how small a proportion will they bear to the wealth of Ptolemaeus, the person who, according to Varro, when Pompeius was on his expedition in the countries adjoining Judea, entertained 8,000 horsemen at his own expense, and gave a repast to 1,000 guests, sitting before every one of them a drinking cup of gold, and changing these vessels at every course. And then, again, how insignificant would his wealth have been by the side of that of Pythius the Bithynian, for here I make no mention of kings, be it remarked. He it was who gave the celebrated plane tree and vine of gold to King Darius, and who entertained at a banquet the troops of Xerxes, 788,000 men in all, with a promise of pay and corn for the whole of them during the next 5 months, on condition that one at least of his 5 children who had been drawn for service should be left to him as the solace of his old age. And yet, let any one compare the wealth of Pythius to that possessed by King Croesus. In the name of all that is unfortunate, what madness it is for human nature to centre its desires upon a thing that has either fallen to the lot of slaves, or else has reached no known limit in the aspirations even of kings. Chapter 48. At what period the Roman people first made voluntary contributions. The Roman people first began to make voluntary contributions in the consulship of Spurius Posthumus and Quintus Marcius. So abundant was money at that period that the people assessed themselves for a contribution to L. Scipio to defray the expenses of the games which he celebrated. As to the contribution of the 6th part of an ass for the purpose of defraying the funeral expenses of Agrippa Menenius, I look upon that to have been a mark of respect paid to him, and honour, too, that was rendered necessary by his poverty, rather than in the light of a largesse. Chapter 49. Instances of luxury in silver plate. The caprice of the human mind is marvellously exemplified in the varying fashions of silver plate, the work of no individual manufactory being for any long time in vogue. At one period, the Furnian plate, at another the Clodian, and at another the Grecian is all the rage, for we borrow the shop even at our tables. Now again, it is embossed plate we are in search of, and silver deeply chiselled around the marginal lines of the figures painted upon it, and now we are building up our sideboards fresh tiers of tables for supporting the various dishes. Other articles of plate we nicely pare away, it being an object that the file may remove as much of the metal as possible. We find the orator Calvus complaining that the saucepans are made of silver, but it has been left for us to invent a plan of covering our very carriages with chased silver, and it was in our own age that Poppaea, the wife of the Emperor Nero, ordered her favourite mules to be shod even with gold. Chapter 50. Instances of the frugality of the ancients in reference to silver plate. The younger Scipio Africanus left to his heir 32 pounds weight of silver, the same person who, on his triumph over the Carthaginians, displayed 4,370 pounds weight of that metal. Such was the sum total of the silver possessed by the whole of the inhabitants of Carthage, that rival of Rome for the empire of the world. How many a Roman since then has surpassed her in his display of plate for a single table? After the destruction of Numantia, the same Africanus gave to his soldiers, on the day of his triumph, a largesse of 7 denarii each, and right worthy were they of such a general when satisfied with such a sum. His brother, Scipio Allobrogicus, was the very first who possessed 1,000 pounds weight of silver, but Drusus Livius, when he was tribune of the people, possessed 10,000. As to the fact that an ancient warrior, a man too who had enjoyed a triumph, should have incurred the notice of the censor for being in possession of 5 pounds weight of silver, it is a thing that would appear quite fabulous at the present day. The same, too, with the instance of Catus Aelius, who, when consul, after being found by the Aetolian ambassadors taking his morning meal off of common earthenware, refused to receive the silver vessels which they sent him, and, indeed, was never in possession to the last day of his life of any silver at all, with the exception of 2 drinking cups, which had been presented to him as the reward of his valour by L. Paulus, his father-in-law, on the conquest of King Perseus. We read, too, that the Carthaginian ambassadors declared that no people lived on more amicable terms amongst themselves than the Romans, for that wherever they had dined, they had always met with the same silver plate. And yet, by Hercules, to my own knowledge, Pompeius Paulinus, son of a Roman of equestrian rank at Arelate, a member too of a family on the paternal side that was graced with the fur, had with him, when serving with the army, and that too in a war against the most savage nations, a service of silver plate that weighed 12,000 pounds. Chapter 51. At what period silver was first used as an ornament for couches. For this long time past, however, it has been the fashion to plate the couches of our women, as well as some of our banqueting couches, entirely with silver. Carvilius Pollio, a Roman of equestrian rank, was the first, it is said, to adorn these last with silver, not, I mean, to plate them all over, nor yet to make them after the Delian pattern, the Punic fashion being the one he adopted. It was after this last pattern, too, that he had them ornamented with gold as well, and it was not long after his time that silver couches came into fashion, in imitation of the couches of Delos. All this extravagance, however, was fully expiated by the civil wars of Sulla. Chapter 52. At what period silver chargers of enormous size were first made. When silver was first used as a material for sideboards. When the sideboards called tympana were first introduced. In fact, it was but very shortly before the period that these couches were invented, as well as chargers of silver 100 pounds in weight, of which last it is a well-known fact that there were then upwards of 150 in Rome, and that many persons were proscribed through the devices of others who were desirous to gain possession thereof. Well may our annals be put to the blush for having to impute those civil wars to the existence of such vices as these. Our own age, however, has waxed even stronger in this respect. In the reign of Claudius, his slave Drusillanus, surnamed Rotundus, who acted as his steward in Nearer Spain, possessed a silver charger weighing 500 pounds, for the manufacture of which a workshop had had to be expressly built. This charger was accompanied also by 8 other dishes, each 250 pounds in weight. How many of his fellow slaves, pray, would it have taken to introduce these dishes, or who were to be the guests served therefrom? Cornelius Nepos says that before the victory gained by Sylla, there were but 2 banqueting couches adorned with silver at Rome, and that in his own recollection silver was first used for adorning sideboards. Fenestella, who died at the end of the reign of Tiberius Caesar, informs us that at that period sideboards inlaid even with tortoise-shell had come into fashion, whereas, a little before his time, they had been made of solid wood of a round shape, and not much larger than our tables. He says, however, that when he was quite a boy, they had begun to make the sideboard square and of different pieces of wood, or else veneered with maple or citrus, and that, at a later period, the fashion was introduced of overlaying the corners and the seams at the jointings with silver. The name given to them in his youth, he says, was timpana, and it was at this period too that the chargers, which had been known as Magides by the ancients, first received the name of lances, from their resemblance to the scales of a balance. Chapter 53. The enormous price of silver plate. It is not, however, only for vast quantities of plate that there is such a rage among mankind, but even more so, if possible, for the plate of peculiar artists, and this too, to the exculpation of our own age, has long been the case. C. Gracchus possessed some silver dolphins, for which he paid 5,000 sesterces per pound. Lucius Crassus, the orator, paid for 2 goblets chased by the hand of the artist Mentor 100,000 sesterces, but he confessed that for very shame he never dared use them, as also that he had other articles of plate in his possession, for which he had paid at the rate of 6,000 sesterces per pound. It was the conquest of Asia that first introduced luxury into Italy, for we find that Lucius Scipio, in his triumphal procession, exhibited 1,400 pounds weight of chased silver, with golden vessels, the weight of which amounted to 1,500 pounds. This took place in the year from the foundation of the city 565, but that which inflicted a still more severe blow upon the Roman morals was the legacy of Asia, which King Attalus left to the state at his decease, a legacy which was even more disadvantageous than the victory of Scipio in its results. For, upon this occasion, all scruple was entirely removed by the eagerness which existed at Rome for making purchases at the auction of the king's effects. This took place in the year of the city 622, the people having learned, during the 57 years that had intervened, not only to admire, but to covet even, the opulence of foreign nations. The tastes of the Roman people had received, too, an immense impulse from the conquest of Achaia, which, during this interval in the year of the city 608, that nothing might be wanting, had introduced both statues and pictures. The same epoch, too, that saw the birth of luxury witnessed the downfall of Carthage, so that, by a fatal coincidence, the Roman people at the same moment both acquired a taste for vice and obtained a license for gratifying it. Some, too, of the ancients sought to recommend themselves by this love of excess, for Caius Marius, after his victory over the Cimbri, drank from a cantharus, it is said, in imitation of Father Liber, Marius, that ploughman of Arpinum, a general who had risen from the ranks. Chapter 54. Statues of Silver. It is generally believed, but erroneously, that silver was first employed for making statues of the deified Emperor Augustus, at a period when adulation was all the fashion, for I find it stated that in the triumph celebrated by Pompeius Magnus there was a silver statue exhibited of Pharnaces, the first king of Pontus, as also one of Mithridates Eupator, besides chariots of gold and silver. Silver, too, has in some instances even supplanted gold, for the luxurious tastes of the female plebeians having gone so far as to adopt the use of shoe buckles of gold, it is considered old-fashioned to wear them made of that metal. I myself, too, have seen Aurelius Fuchsius, the person whose name was erased from the Equestrian order, on a singularly calumnious charge, when his school was so thronged by our youth, attracted thither by his celebrity, wearing rings made of silver. But of what use is it to collect all these instances, when our very soldiers, holding ivory even in contempt, have the hilts of their swords made of chased silver, when too their scabbards are heard to jingle with their silver chains, and their belts with the plates of silver with which they are inlaid. At the present day, too, the continence of our very pages is secured by the aid of silver. Our women, when bathing, quite despise any sitting bath that is not made of silver, while for serving up food at table, as well as for the most unseemly purposes, the same metal must be equally employed. Would that Fabricius could behold these instances of luxuriousness, the baths of our women, bathing as they do in company with the men, paved with silver to such an extent that there is not room left for the sole of the foot even. Fabricius, I say, who would allow of no general of an army having any other plate than a patera and a salt cellar of silver. Oh, that he could see how the rewards of valour in our day are either composed of these objects of luxury, or else are broken up to make them. Alas for the morals of our age! Fabricius puts us to the blush. Chapter 55. The most remarkable works in silver, and the names of the most famous artists in silver. It is a remarkable fact that the art of chasing gold should have conferred no celebrity upon any person, while that of embossing silver has rendered many illustrious. The greatest renown, however, has been acquired by Mentor, of whom mention has been made already. 4 pairs of vases were all that were ever made by him, and at the present day not one of these, it is said, is any longer in existence, owing to the conflagrations of the temple of Diana at Ephesus and of that in the Capitol. Varro informs us in his writings that he also was in possession of a bronze statue, the work of this artist. Next to Mentor, the most admired artists were Acragus, Boethius, and Mis. Works of all these artists are still extant in the Isle of Rhodes, of Boethius in the temple of Minerva at Lindus, of Acragus in the temple of Father Liber at Rhodes, consisting of cups engraved with figures in relief of centaurs and bacchantes, and of Mis in the same temple figures of Silene and Cupids. Representations also of the chase by Acragus on drinking cups were held in high estimation. Next to these in repute comes Calamis. Antipater, too, it has been said, laid, rather than engraved, a sleeping satyr upon a drinking bowl. Next to these come Stratonicus, of Cyzicus, and Tauriscus. Ariston also, and Eunicus, of Mytilene, are highly praised. Hecataeus also, and about the age of Pompeius Magnus, Pasitales, Posidonius of Ephesus, Hedistratides, who engraved battle scenes and armed warriors, and Zopyrus, who represented the court of the Areopagus and the trial of Orestes, upon 2 cups valued at 12,000 sesterces. There was Pythias also, a work of whose sold at the rate of 10,000 denarii for 2 ounces. It was a drinking bowl, the figures on which represented Ulysses and Diomedes stealing the Palladium. The same artist engraved also upon some small drinking vessels kitchen scenes known as magirischia, of such remarkably fine workmanship and so liable to injury that it was quite impossible to take copies of them. Teucer, too, the inlayer, enjoyed a great reputation. All at once, however, this art became so lost in point of excellence that, at the present day, ancient specimens are the only ones at all valued, and only those pieces of plate are held in esteem the designs on which are so much worn that the figures cannot be distinguished. Silver becomes tainted by the contact of mineral waters, and of the salt exhalations from them, as in the interior of Spain, for instance. Chapter 56. The persons who first used it in painting, and the method they adopted. In the mines of gold and silver there are some other pigments also found, sil and caeruleum. Sil is, properly speaking, a sort of slime. The best kind is that known as Attic sil, the price of which is 2 denarii per pound. The next best kind is the marbled sil, the price of which is half that of the Attic kind. A third sort is the compressed sil, known to some persons as Syric sil, it coming from the Isle of Syros. Then, too, there is the sil of Achaia, which painters make use of for shadow painting, and the price of which is 2 sesterces per pound. At a price of 2 asses less per pound is sold the clear sil, which comes from Gaul. This last kind, as well as the Attic sil, is used for painting strong lights, but the marbled sil only is employed for colouring compartitions, the marble in it offering a resistance to the natural acridity of the lime. This last kind is extracted also from some mountains 20 miles distant from the city. When thus extracted, it is submitted to the action of fire, in which form it is adulterated by some and sold for compressed sil. That it has been burnt, however, and adulterated may be very easily detected by its acridity and the fact that it very soon crumbles into dust. Polygnotus and Micon were the first to employ sil in painting, but that of Attica solely. The succeeding age used this last kind for strong lights only, and employed the Syric and Lydian kinds for shadow painting. The Lydian sil used to be bought at Sardes, but at the present day we hear nothing of it. Chapter 57. Caeruleum. Caeruleum is a kind of sand. In former times there were 3 kinds of it: the Egyptian, which was the most esteemed of all, the Scythian, which is easily dissolved, and which produces 4 colours when pounded, one of a lighter blue and one of a darker blue, one of a thicker consistency and one comparatively thin, and the Cyprian, which is now preferred as a colour to the preceding. Since then, the kinds imported from Puteoli and Spain have been added to the list, this sand having of late been prepared there. Every kind, however, is submitted to a dyeing process, it being boiled with a plant used particularly for this purpose, and imbibing its juices. In other respects, the mode of preparing it is similar to that of chrysocolla. From caeruleum, too, is prepared the substance known as lomentum, it being washed and ground for the purpose. Lomentum is of a paler tint than caeruleum. The price of it is 10 denarii per pound, and that of caeruleum but 8. Caeruleum is used upon a surface of clay, for upon lime it will not hold. A more recent invention is the Vestorian caeruleum, so called from the person who first manufactured it. It is prepared from the finer parts of Egyptian caeruleum, and the price of it is 11 denarii per pound. That of Puteoli is used in a similar manner, as also for windows. It is also known as Chylon. It is not so long since that indicum was first imported to Rome, the price being 17 denarii per pound. Painters make use of it for incisures, or in other words, the division of shadows from light. There is also a lamentum of very inferior quality, known to us as ground lamentum, and valued at only 5 asses per pound. The mode of testing the genuineness of caeruleum is to see whether it emits a flame on being laid upon burning coals. One method of adulterating it is to boil dried violets in water, and then to strain the liquor through linen into Eritrean clay. Chapter 58. 2 remedies derived from caeruleum. Caeruleum has the medicinal property of acting as detergent upon ulcers. Hence it is that it is used as an ingredient in plasters, as also in cauteries. As to sill, it is pounded with the greatest difficulty. Viewed as a medicament, it is slightly mordant and astringent, and fills up the cavities left by ulcers. To make it the more serviceable, it is burnt in earthen vessels. The prices of things which I have in different places annexed vary, I am well aware, according to the locality, and experience a change almost every year, variations dependent upon the opportunities afforded for navigation, and the terms upon which the merchant may have purchased the article. It may so happen, too, that some wealthy dealer has engrossed the market, and so enhanced the price, for I am by no means forgetful of the case of Demetrius, who, in the reign of the Emperor Nero, was accused before the consuls by the whole community of the Ceplasia. Still, however, I have thought it necessary to annex the usual price of each commodity at Rome, in order to give some idea of their relative values. Summary. Remedies, narratives, and observations. 1125. Roman authors quoted: Domitianus Caesar, Junius Gracchus, L. Piso, Varius, M. Varro, Corvinus, Atticus Pomponius, Calvus Licinius, Cornelius Nepos, Mucianus, Bocchus, Fetialis, Fenestella, Valerius Maximus, Julius Bassus, who wrote on medicine in Greek, Sextius Niger, who did the same. Foreign authors quoted: Theophrastus, Democritus, Euber, Timaeus, the historian who wrote on metallic medicines, Heraclides, Andreas, Diagoras, Botris, Archidemus, Dionysus, Aristogenes, Damocles, Nesides, Attalus the physician, Xenocrates the son of Zeno, Theonestus, Nymphodorus, Iolus, Apollodorus, Pasitales, who wrote on wonderful works, Antogenus, who wrote on the Taurutic art, Menaechmus, who did the same, Xenocrates, who did the same, Duris, who did the same, Menander, who wrote on Taurutics, Heliodorus, who wrote on the votive offerings of the Athenians, Metrodorus of Sepsis. End of section 15.
Section 16 of The Natural History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jack Ball. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 16, Book 34, Chapters 1 to 8. The Natural History of Metals. Chapter 1, The Ores of Brass. We must, in the next place, give an account of the ores of brass, a metal which, in respect of utility, is next in value. Indeed, the Corinthian brass comes before silver, not to say almost before gold itself. It is also, as I have stated above, the standard of monetary value, hence the terms aere militum, tribuni aeri, aerium, obaraiti, and aeri diruti. I have already mentioned for what length of time the Roman people employed no coin except brass, and there is another ancient fact which proves that the esteem in which it was held was of equal antiquity with that of the city itself. The circumstance that the third associated body which Numa established was that of the braziers. Chapter 2. The different kinds of copper. The ore is extracted in the mode that has been described above, and is then purified by fusion. The metal is also obtained from a coppery stone called cadmia. The most highly esteemed copper is procured from beyond seas. It was formerly obtained in the Campania also, and at present is found in the country of the Bergamates, at the extremity of Italy. It is said to have been lately discovered also in the province of Germany. In Cyprus, where copper was first discovered, it is also procured from another stone, which is called chalaitis. This, however, was afterwards considered of little value, a better kind having been found in other regions, especially that of aurichalcum, which was long in high request on account of its excellent quality. But none of it has been found for this long time, the earth having been quite exhausted. The kind which was next in value was the Salustian, procured from the Alpine district of the Centrones, but this did not last long and was succeeded by the Livian in Gaul. They both took their names from the owners of the mines, the former a friend of the Emperor Augustus, the latter that emperor's wife. They soon failed, however, and in the Livian even there is now found but a very small quantity of ore. That which is at present held in the highest estimation is the Marian, likewise known as the Cordoban, next to the Livian. This kind most readily absorbs oedemia, and becomes almost as excellent as aurichallium, for making cisteres and doublacis, the Cyprian copper being thought good enough for the ass. Thus much concerning the natural qualities of this metal. Chapter 3. The Corinthian brass. The other kinds are made artificially, all of which will be described in the appropriate places, the more celebrated kinds first coming under our notice. Formerly a mixture was made of copper fused with gold and silver, and the workmanship in this metal was considered even more valuable than the material itself, but at the present day it is difficult to say whether the workmanship in it or the material is the worst. Indeed, it is wonderful that while the value of these works has so infinitely increased, the reputation of the art itself is nearly extinct. But it would appear that in this, as in everything else, what was formerly done for the sake of reputation is now undertaken for the mere purpose of gain. For whereas this art was ascribed to the gods themselves, and men of rank in all countries endeavoured to acquire fame by the practice of it, we have now so entirely lost the method of making this valuable compound by fusion, that for this long time past, not even the chance itself has assumed, in this department, the privilege which formerly belonged to art. Next, after the above compound, so celebrated in antiquity, the Corinthian metal has been the most highly esteemed. This was a compound produced by accident. When Corinth was burnt at the time of its capture, there has been a wonderful mania for many for gaining possession of this metal. It is even said that Verres, whom M. Cicero caused to be condemned, was prescribed by Antonius, along with Cicero, for no other reason than his refusal to give up some specimens of Corinthian metal, which were in his possession. But most of these people seem to me to make a pretense of their discernment in reference to this metal, rather than for the purpose of distinguishing themselves from the multitude, than from any real knowledge which they possess, and I will briefly show. Corinth was captured in the 3rd year of the 158th Olympiad, being the year of the city 608, some ages after the period when those artists flourished, who produced all the specimens of what these persons now call Corinthian metal. It is in order, therefore, to refute this opinion that I shall state the age when these different artists lived, for, If we reckon according to the above-mentioned era of the Olympiads, it will be easy to compare their dates with the corresponding years of our city. The only genuine Corinthian vessels, then, are those which these men of taste metamorphose, sometimes into dishes, sometimes into lamps, or even into washing basins, without any regard to decency. They are of three kinds: the white variety, approaching very nearly to the splendour of silver, and in which that metal forms a large proportion of the compound; a second kind, in which the yellow colour of gold predominates; and a third, in which all the metals are mixed in equal proportions. Besides these, there is another mixture, the composition of which it is impossible to describe, for although it has been formed into images and statues by the hand of man, it is chance that rules in the formation of the compound. This last is highly prized for its colour, which approaches to that of liver, and it is on this account that it is called hepatizome. It is far inferior to the Corinthian metal, but much superior to the aeginitan and delian, which long held the first rank. Chapter 4. The Delian Brass. The Delian brass was the first that became famous, all the world coming to Delos to purchase it, and hence the attention paid to the manufacture of it. It was in this island that brass first obtained celebrity for the manufacture of the feet and supports of dining couches. After some time, it came to be employed for the statues of the gods, and the effigies of men and other animated beings. Chapter 5. The aeginitan brass. The next most esteemed brass was the aeginitan, the island itself being rendered famous for its brass, not indeed that the metal was produced there, but because the annealing of the aeginitan manufactories was so excellent. A brazen ox, which was taken from this island, now stands in the Forum Bearium at Rome. This is a specimen of the aeginitan metal, as the Jupiter in the temple of Jupiter Tonans in the capital is of the Delian. Myron used the former metal and Polyeletus the latter. They were contemporaries and fellow pupils, but there was a great rivalry between them as to their materials. Chapter 6. Stands for lamps. Aegina was particularly famous for the manufacture of sockets only for lampstands, as Tarentum was for that of the branches. The most complete articles were, therefore, produced by the union of the two. There are persons, too, who are not ashamed to give for one a sum equal to the salary of a military tribune, although, as the name indicates, its only use is to hold a lighted candle. On the sale of one of these lampstands, Theon the public crier announced that the purchaser must also take, as part of the lot, one Clysippus, a fuller who was humpbacked, and in other respects of a hideous aspect. The purchase was made by a female named Gigania for 15,000 sesterces. Upon her exhibiting these purchases at an entertainment which she gave, the slave, for the amusement of her guests, was brought in naked. Conceiving an infamous passion for him, she first admitted him to her bed, and finally left him all her estate. Having thus become extremely rich, he adored the lampstand as much as any divinity, and the story became a sort of pendant to the celebrity of Corinthian lampstands. Still, however, good morals were vindicated in the end, for he erected a splendid monument to her memory, and so kept alive the eternal remembrance of the misconduct of Gigania. But although it is well known that there are no lampstands in existence made of the Corinthian metal, yet this name is very generally attached to them, because, in consequence of the victory of Mummius, Corinth was destroyed. At the same time, however, it should be remembered that this victory dispersed a number of bronzes which originally came from many other cities of Achaia. Chapter 7. Ornaments of the temples made of brass. The ancients were in the habit of making the door sills and even the doors of the temples of brass. I find it stated also that Cneius Octavius, who obtained a naval triumph over King Perseus, erected the double portico to the Flaminian Circus, which was called the Corinthian, from the brazen capitals of the pillars. It is stated also that an ordinance was made that the temple of Vesta should be covered with a coating of Syracusan metal. The capitals, too, of the pillars, which were placed by Emagrippa in the Pantheon, are made of similar metal. Even the opulence, too, of private individuals has been wrested to similar purposes. Spurius Carvilius, the quaestor, among the other charges which he brought against Camillus, accused him of having brazen doors in his house. Chapter 8. Couches of Brass. We learn from Elpizzo that Cnaeus Manlius was the first who introduced brazen banqueting couches, buffets, and tables with single feet when he entered the city in triumph in the year of Rome 567, after his conquests in Asia. We also learn from Antias that the heirs of Crassus, the orator, sold a number of banqueting couches adorned with brass. The tripods, which were Delphian, because they were devoted more particularly to receiving the offerings that were presented to the Delphian Apollo, were usually made of brass. Also the pendant lamps, so much admired, which were placed in the temples or gave their light in the form of trees loaded with fruit, such as the one, for instance, in the temple of the Palatine Apollo, which Alexander the Great, at the sacking of Thebes, brought to Simi, and dedicated to that god. End of section 16. Recording by Jack Ball. Section 17 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jack Ball. The Natural History, Volume 7 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 17, Book 34, Chapters 9 to 18. Section 17 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jack Ball. The Natural History, Volume 7 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 17, Book 34, Chapters 9 to 18. Chapter 9. Which was the first statue of a god made of brass at home? The origin of statues and the respect paid to them. But after some time, the artists everywhere applied themselves to the representations of the gods. I find that the first brass image which was made at Rome was that of Ceres, and that the expenses were defrayed out of the property that belonged to Spurius Cassius, who was put to death by his own father for aspiring to the regal office. The practice, however, soon passed from the gods to the statues and representations of men, and this in various forms. The ancients stained their statues with bitumen, which made them more remarkable that they were afterwards found of covering them with gold. I do not know whether this was a Roman invention, but it certainly had the repute of being an ancient practice of Rome. It was not the custom, in former times, to give the likeness of individuals, except of such as deserved to be held in lasting remembrance on account of some illustrious deed. In the first instance, for a victory at the sacred games, and more particularly the Olympic Games, where it was the usage for the victors always to have their statues consecrated, and if anyone was so fortunate as to obtain the prize 3 times, his statue was made with the exact resemblance of every individual limb, from which circumstance they were called iconicae. I do not know whether the first public statues were not erected by the Athenians, and in honour of Harmonius and Aristogiton, who slew the tyrant, an event which took place in the same year in which the kings were expelled from Rome. This custom, from a most praiseworthy emulation, was afterwards adopted by all other nations, so that statues were erected as ornaments in the public places of municipal towns, and the memory of individuals was thus preserved, their various honours being inscribed on the pedestals, to be read there by posterity, and not on their tombs alone. After some time, a kind of forum or public place came to be made in private houses and in our halls, the clients adopting this method of doing honour to their patrons. Chapter 10. The different kinds and forms of statues. Statues at home with cutlasses. In former times, the statues that were thus dedicated were clad in the toga, naked statues also, brandishing a spear, after the manner of the youths at their gymnastic exercises, were much admired. These were called Achillean. The Greek practice is not to cover any part of the body, while, on the contrary, the Roman and military statues have the addition of a cuirass. Caesar, the dictator, permitted a statue with a cuirass to be erected in honour of him in his forum. As to the statues which are made in the guard of the Luperci, they are of no older date than those which have been lately erected covered with a cloak. Mancinus gave directions that he should be represented in the dress which he wore when he was surrendered to the enemy. It has been remarked by some authors that Elatius, the poet, had a statue of himself erected in the Temple of the Muses, which was extremely large, although he himself was very short. Equestrian statues are also held in esteem in Rome, but they are of Greek origin, no doubt. Among the Greeks, those persons only were honoured with equestrian statues who were victors on horseback in the sacred games, though afterwards the same distinction was bestowed on those who were successful in the races with chariots with 2 or 4 horses, hence the use of chariots with us in the statues of those who have triumphed. But this did not take place until the late period, and it was not until the time of the late Emperor Augustus that we had chariots represented with 6 horses, as also with elephants. Chapter 11. In honour of whom public statues were first erected, in honour of whom they were first placed on pillars, when the rostra were first erected. The custom of erecting chariots with 2 horses in honour of those who had discharged the office of praetor, and had passed around the circus in a chariot, is not of ancient date. That of placing statues on pillars is older, as it was done in honour of Caemanius, who conquered the ancient Latins, to whom the Romans by treaty gave 1/3 of the spoil which they had obtained. It was in the same consulship that the rostra, or the beaks of the ships, which had been taken from the Antiates when vanquished, were fixed to the tribunal, it being the year of the city 416. The same thing was done also by Caius Julius, who was the first to obtain naval triumph over the Carthaginians. His column still remains in the forum. I am not certain whether this honour was not first conferred by the people on Elminutius, the praefect of the markets, whose statue was first erected without the Trigeminian gate, by means of a tax of the 12th of an as per head. The same thing, however, had been previously done by the Senate, and it would have been a more distinguished honour had it not had its origin on such frivolous occasions. The statue of Attus Navius, for example, was erected before the Senate House, the pedestal of which was consumed when the Senate House itself was burnt at the funeral of Publius Claudius. The statue of Hermodorus also, the Ephesian, the interpreter of the laws which were transcribed by the Decemvirs, was erected by the public in the Comitium. It was for a very different and more important reason that the statue of Horatius Coelis was erected, he having singly prevented the enemy from passing the Sublician Bridge, a statue which remains to this day. I am not at all surprised that the statues of the Sibyl should have been erected near the rostra, even though 3 in number, one of which was repaired by Sextus Aevius Taurus, Aedile of the people, and the other 2 by M. Messala. I should have considered these, and that of Attus Navius, to have been the oldest, having been placed there in the time of Tarquinius Prisus, had there not been in the capital the statues of the preceding kings. Among those we have the statues of Romulus and Tatius without the tunic, as also that of Camillus near the rostra. The equestrian statue of Marcius Tremulus, clad in the toga, stood before the temple of the Castors, him who twice subdued the Samnites, and by the capture of Anagnia delivered the people from their tribute. Among the most ancient are those of Tullus Cloelius, Lucius Roscius, Spurius Nautius, and C. Fulcinus near the rostra, all of whom were near assassinated by the Fidenates when on their mission as ambassadors. It was the custom with the Republic to confer this honour on those who had been unjustly put to death, such as P. Junius also and Titus Coruncanius, who were slain by Teuta, queen of the Illyrians. It would be wrong not to mention what is stated in the Annals, that their statues erected in the Forum were 3 feet in height, whence it would appear that such were the dimensions of these marks of honour in those times. Nor must I forget to mention Cnaeus Octavius, on account of the language used by the Senate. When King Antiochus said that he would give him an answer at another time, Octavius drew a line around him with a stick, which he happened to have in his hand, and compelled him to give an answer before he allowed him to step beyond the circle. Octavius being slain while on the embassy, the Senate ordered his statue to be placed in the most conspicuous spot, and that spot was the rostra. A statue appears also to have been decreed to Tarasia Caia, or Furiccia, a Vestal Virgin, the same too, to be placed wherever she might think fit. An additional honour, no less remarkable, it is thought, than the grant itself of a statue to a female. I will state her merits in the words of the annals, because she had gratuitously presented to the public the field bordering on the Tiber. Chapter 12. In honour of what foreigners' public statues were erected at home. I find also that statues were erected in honour of Pythagoras and of Alcibiades in the corner of the Comitium, in obedience to the command of the Pythian Apollo, who, in the Samnite War, had directed that statues of the bravest and wisest of the Greeks should be erected in some conspicuous spot, and here they remained until Sylla, the dictator, built the Senate house on the site. It is wonderful that the Senate should then have preferred Pythagoras to Socrates, who, in consequence of his wisdom, had been preferred to all other men by the god himself, as also that they should have preferred Alcibiades for valour to so many other heroes, or indeed any one to Themistocles, who so greatly excelled in both qualities. The reason of the statues being raised on columns was that the persons represented might be elevated above other mortals, the same thing being signified by the use of arches, a new invention which had its origin among the Greeks. I am of opinion that there is no one to whom more statues were erected than to Demetrius Phalereus at Athens, for there were 360 erected in his honour, these being reckoned at that period no more days in the year. These, however, were soon broken to pieces. The different tribes erected statues in all the quarters of Rome, in honour of Marius Gratidianus, as already stated, but they were all thrown down by Sylla when he entered Rome. Chapter 13. The first equestrian statues publicly erected at Rome, and in honour of what female statues were publicly erected there. Pedestrian statues have been, undoubtedly, for a long time, in estimation at Rome. Equestrian statues are, however, of considerable antiquity, and females even have participated in this honour, for the statue of Clelia is equestrian, as if it had not been thought sufficient to have her clad in the toga, and this, although statues were not decreed to Lucretia or to Brutus, who had expelled the kings, and through both of whom Clelia had been given as a hostage. I should have thought that this statue and that of Cocles were the first that were erected at the public expense, for it is most likely that the statues of Attis and the Sibyl were erected by the Tarquinius, and those of each of the other kings by themselves respectively. Had not Piso stated that the statue of Clelia was erected by those who had been hostages with her when they were given up by Porsenna as a mark of honour? But Annius Fetialis states, on the other hand, that the equestrian statue which stood opposite the temple of Jupiter Stator in the vestibule of the house of Tarquinius Superbus was that of Valeria, the daughter of the consul Publicola, and that she was the only person that escaped and swam across the Tiber, the rest of the hostages that had been sent to Porsenna having been destroyed by a stratagem of Tarquinius. Chapter 14. At what period all the statues erected by private individuals were removed from the public places? We are informed by Elpiso that when M. Aemilius and C. Popilius were consuls for the second time, the censors P. Cornelius Scipio and M. Pompilius caused all the statues erected round the forum in honour of those who had borne the office of magistrates to be removed, with the exception of those which had been placed there, either by the order of the people or of the Senate. The statue also which Spurius Cassius, who had aspired to the supreme authority, had erected in honour of himself before the temple of Tellus, was melted down by order of the censors, for even in this respect the men of those days took precautions against ambition. There are still extant some declamations by Cato, during his censorship, against the practice of erecting statues of women in the Roman provinces. However, he could not prevent these statues being erected at Rome even, to Cornelia, for instance, the mother of the Gracchi and daughter of the elder Scipio Africanus. She is represented in a sitting position, and the statue is remarkable for having no straps to the shoes. This statue, which was formerly in the public portico of Metellus, is now in the buildings of Octavia. Chapter 15. The first statues publicly erected by foreigners. The first statue that was erected at Rome at the expense of a foreigner was that of C. Aelius, the tribune of the people, who had introduced a law against Sthenius Statilius Luanius for having twice attacked Thurii, on which account the inhabitants of that place presented Aelius with a statue and a golden crown. At a later period, the same people erected a statue to Fabricius, who had delivered their city from a state of siege. From time to time, various nations thus placed themselves under the protection of Romans, and all distinctions were thereby so effectually removed that statues of Hannibal even are to be seen in 3 different places in that city, within the walls of which he, alone of all its enemies, had hurled his spear. Chapter 16. That there were statuaries in Italy also at an early period. Various circumstances prove that the art of making statues was commonly practiced in Italy at an early period. The statue in the cattle market is said to have been consecrated to Hercules by Evander. It is called the Triumphal Hercules, and on the occasion of triumphal processions is arrayed in triumphal vestments. And then besides, King Numa dedicated the statue of the two-faced Janus, a deity who is worshipped as presiding over both peace and war. The fingers, too, are so formed as to indicate 365 days, in other words, the year, thus denoting that he is the god of time and duration. There are also Etruscan statues dispersed in various parts of the world, which, beyond a doubt, were originally made in Etruria. I should have supposed that these had been the statues only of divinities, had not Metrodorus of Sepsis, who had his surname from his hatred to the Roman name, reproached us with having pillaged the city of Valinci for the sake of the 2,000 statues which it contained. It appears to me a singular fact that, although the origin of statues was of such great antiquity in Italy, the images of the gods which were consecrated to them in their temples should have been formed either of wool or of earthenware. Until the conquest of Asia, which introduced luxury among us, it will be the best plan to enlarge upon the origin of the art of expressing likenesses when we come to speak of what the Greeks call plastis, for the art of modelling was prior to that of statuary. This last, however, has flourished to such an extraordinary degree that an account of it would fill many volumes, if we were desirous of making an extensive acquaintance with the subject, but as to learning everything contained with it, who could do it? Chapter 17. The immoderate prices of statues. In the aedileship of M. Scaurus, there were 3,000 statues erected on the stage of what was a temporary theatre only. Mummius, the conqueror of Achaia, filled the city with statues, he who at his death was destined not to leave a dowry to his daughter, for why not mention this as an apology for him? The Luculi also introduced many articles from abroad, yet we learn from Mucianus, who was thrice consul, that there are still 3,000 statues in Rhodes, and it is supposed that there are no fewer in existence at Athens, at Olympia, and at Delphi. What living mortal could enumerate them all, or of what utility would be such information? Still, however, I may perhaps afford amusement by giving some slight account of such of those works of art as are in any way remarkable, and stating the names of the more celebrated artists. Of each of these it would be impossible to enumerate all the productions, for Lysippus alone is said to have executed no less than 1,500 works of art, all of which were of such excellence that any one of them might have immortalized him. The number was ascertained by his heir, upon opening his coffers after his death, it having been his practice to lay up 1 golden denarius out of the sum which he had received as the price of each statue. This art had arrived at incredible perfection, both in successfulness and in boldness of design. As proof of successfulness, I will adduce one example, and that of a figure which represented neither god nor man. We have seen in our own time in the capital, before it was last burnt by the party of Vitellius, in the shrine of Juno there, a bronze figure of a dog licking its wounds. Its miraculous excellence and its perfect truthfulness were not only proved by the circumstance of its having been consecrated there, but also by the novel kind of security that was taken for its safety. For, no sum appearing equal to its value, it was publicly enacted that the keepers of it should be answerable for its safety with their lives. Chapter 18. The most celebrated colossal statues in the city. As to boldness of design, the examples are innumerable. for we see designed statues of enormous bulk, known as colossal statues, and equal to towers in size. Such, for instance, is the Apollo in the Capitol, which was brought by Lucullus from Apollonia, a city of Pontus, 30 cubits in height, and which cost 500 talents. Such, too, is the statue of Jupiter in the Campus Martius, dedicated by the late Emperor Claudius, but which appears small in comparison from its vicinity to the theatre of Pompeius, and such is that at Tarentum, 40 cubits in height, and the work of Lysippus. It is a remarkable circumstance in this statue that, though, as it is stated, it is so nicely balanced as to be movable by the hand, it has never been thrown down by a tempest. This, indeed, the artist, it is said, has guarded against by a column erected at a short distance from it, upon the side on which the violence of the wind required to be broken. On account, therefore, of its magnitude, and the great difficulty of moving it, Fabius Verrucus did not touch it when he transferred the Hercules from that place to the Capitol, where it now stands. But that which is by far the most worthy of our admiration is the colossal statue of the Sun, which stood formerly at Rhodes, and was the work of Chares the Lydian, a pupil of the above-named Lysippus. No less than 70 cubits in height, this statue, 56 years after it was erected, was thrown down by an earthquake, but even as it lies, it excites our wonder and admiration. Few men can clasp the thumb in their arms, and its fingers are larger than most statues. Where the limbs are broken asunder, vast caverns are seen yawning in the interior. Within it, too, are to be seen large masses of rock, by the weight of which the artist steadied it while erecting it. It is said that it was 12 years before the statue was completed, and that 300 talents were expended upon it, a sum raised from the engines of warfare which had been abandoned by King Demetrius when tired of the long protracted siege of Rhodes. In the same city there are other colossal statues, 100 in number, but though smaller than the one already mentioned, wherever erected they would, any one of them, have ennobled the place. In addition to these, there are 5 colossal statues of the gods, which were made by Bryaxis. Colossal statues used to also be made in Italy. At all events, we see the Tuscan Apollo in the library of the Temple of Augustus, 50 feet in height from the toe, and it is a question of whether it is more remarkable for the quality of the metal or for the beauty of the workmanship. Spurius Carvilius also erected the statue of Jupiter, which is seen in the Capitol, after he had conquered the Samnites, who fought in obedience to a most solemn oath, it being formed out of their breastplates, greaves, and helmets, and of such large dimensions it may be seen from the statue of Jupiter Latiaris. He made his own statue, which is at the feet of the other one, out of the filings of the metal. There are also in the Capitol 2 heads which are very much admired, and which were dedicated by Consul P. Lentulus, one of them executed by the above-mentioned Chares, the other by Decius. But this last is so greatly excelled by the former as to have all the appearance of being the work of one of the poorest of artists. But all these gigantic statues of this kind have been surpassed in our own age by that of Mercury, made by Zenodotus, for the city of Arverni in Gaul, which was 10 years in being completed, and the making of which cost 400,000 sesterces. Having given sufficient proof there of his artistic skill, he was sent for by Nero to Rome, where he made a colossal statue intended to represent that prince, 110 feet in height. In consequence, however, of the public detestation of Nero's crimes, this statue was consecrated to the sun. We used to admire in his studio not only the likeness in the model of clay, but in the small sketches also, which served as the first foundation of the work. This statue proves that the art of fusing precious brass was then lost, for Nero was prepared to furnish the requisite gold and silver, and Zenodotus was inferior to none of the ancients, either as a designer or as an engraver. At the time that he was working at the statue for the Arverni, he copied for Dubius Avitus, then the governor of the province, 2 drinking cups, chased by the hand of Calamis, which had been highly prized by Germanicus Caesar, and had been given by him to his preceptor Cassius Silanus, the uncle of Avitus, and this with such exactness that they could scarcely be distinguished from the originals. The greater, then, the superiority of Zenodotus, the more certainly it may be concluded that the secret of fusing precious brass is lost. Persons who possess what are called Corinthian bronzes are generally so much enamoured of them as to carry them about with them from place to place. Hortensius the orator, for instance, who possessed a sphinx, which he had made Verus give him when accused. It was to this figure that Cicero alluded in an altercation which took place at the trial, when, upon Hortensius saying that he could not understand enigmas, Cicero made answer that he ought to understand them, as he had got a sphinx at home. The Emperor Nero, also, used to carry about with him the figure of an Amazon, of which I shall speak further hereafter. And, shortly before this, Cestius, a person of consular rank, had possessed a figure which he carried with him even in battle. The tent, too, of Alexander the Great was usually supported, it is said, by statues, 2 of which are consecrated before the temple of Mars Ultor, and a similar number before the palace. End of section 17. Recording by Jack Ball. Section 18 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jack Ball. The Natural History, Volume 7. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 18, Book 34, Chapter 19. Chapter 19. An account of the most celebrated works in brass and of the artists, 366 in number. An almost innumerable multitude of artists have been rendered famous by their statues and figures of smaller size. Before all others is Phidias, the Athenian, who executed the Jupiter at Olympia in ivory and gold, but who also made the figures in brass as well. He flourished in the 83rd Olympia, about the year of our city 300. To the same age belong also his rivals Alamenes, Critias, Nesiotes, and Hegias. Afterwards, in the 87th Olympiad, there were Agilades, Calon, and Gorgias the Laconian. In the 19th Olympiad, there were Polyetus, Phradmon, Myron, Pythagoras, Scopas, and Parellus. Of these, Polyetus had for pupils Argius, Aspodorus, Alexis, Aristides, Phrynon, Dinon, Athenodorus, Demeas, the Clitorian. Laius, too, was the pupil of Myron. In the 95th Olympiad flourished Nausides, Dinomenes, Cneius, and Petrolius. In the 102nd Olympiad there were Polyeles, Sephistodotus, Leoihares, and Hypotodorus. In the 104th Olympiad flourished Praxiteles and Euphrano. In the 107th, Aetion and Therymaius. In the 113th, Lysippus, who was the contemporary of Alexander the Great, his brother Lysistratus, Sithenius, Euphron, Eucles, Sostratus, Ion, and Silanion, who was remarkable for having acquired celebrity without any instructor. Zeuxis was his pupil. In the 121st Olympiad were Eutychides, Euthicrates, Laipus, Sephistodotus, Timasius, Pyromachus. The practice of this art then ceased for some time, but revived in the 156th Olympiad, when there were some artists who, though far inferior to those already mentioned, were still highly esteemed. Antaeus, Callistratus, Polyeles, Athenaeus, Calixenus, Pythocles, Pythias, and Timocles. The age of the most celebrated artists thus being distinguished, I shall cursorily review the more eminent of them, the greater part being mentioned in a desultory manner. The most celebrated of these artists, though born at different epochs, have joined in a trial of skill in the Amazons which they have respectively made. When these statues were dedicated in the temple of Diana at Ephesus, it was agreed, in order to ascertain which was the best, that it should be left to the judgment of the artists themselves who were then present, upon which it was evident that the best, which all the artists agreed in considering as the next best to his own, accordingly the first rank was assigned to Polycletus, the second to Phidias, the third to Cressillas, the fourth to Sidon, and the fifth to Phradmon. Phidias, besides the Olympian Jupiter, which no one had ever equalled, also executed in ivory the erect statue of Minerva, which is in the Parthenon at Athens. He also made in brass, beside the Amazon above mentioned, a Minerva of such exquisite beauty that it received its name from its fine proportions. He also made the Cleducus, and another Minerva, which Paulo Aemilius dedicated at Rome in the Temple of Fortune of the passing day. Also the two statues, draped in pallium, which Catullus erected in the same temple, and a nude colossal statue. Phidias is deservedly considered to have discovered and developed the Toryutic art. Polycletus of Sicon, the pupil of Agilades, executed the Diadumenus, the statue of an effeminate youth, and remarkable for having cost 100 talents, as also the statue of a youth full of manly vigour, and called the Doryphoros. He also made what the artists have called the model statue, and from which, as a sort of standard, they study the lineaments, so that he, of all men, is thought in one work of art to have exhausted all the resources of art. He also made statues of a man using the body scraper, and two of a naked man challenging to play at dice, as also of two naked boys playing at dice, known as the Astragalizontes. They are now in the atrium of the Emperor Titus. That there can be no work more perfect than this. He also executed a Mercury, which was formerly at Lysimachia, a Hercules agita, seizing his arms, which is now at Rome, and an Artemon, which has received the name of Periphoretus. Polycletus is generally considered as having attained the highest excellence in statuary, and as having perfected the Toryutic art which Phidias invented. A discovery which was entirely his own was the art of placing statues on one leg. It is remarked, however, by Varro, that his statues are all square-built, and made very much after the same model. Myron of Eleutherii, who was also the pupil of Agilades, was rendered more particularly famous by his statue of a heifer, celebrated in their well-known lines, so true is it, that most men owe their renown to the genius of others than to their own. He also made the figure of a dog, a Discobolus, Perseus, the Pristai, a satyr admiring a flute, and a Minerva, the Delphic pentathletes, the Pancratiastai, and a Hercules, which is at the Circus Maximus in the house of Pompeius Magnus. Erinna, in her poems, makes allusion to a monument which he erected to a cricket and a locust. He also executed the Apollo, which, after being taken from the Ephesians by Triumvir Antonius, was restored by the Emperor Augustus, he having been admonished to do so in a dream. Myron appears to have been the first to give a varied development to the art, having made a greater number of designs than Polycletus, and shewn more attention to the symmetry. And yet, though he was very accurate in the proportions of his figures, he has neglected to give expression, besides which he has not treated the hair and the pubes with any greater attention than is observed in the rude figures of more ancient times. Pythagoras of Rhegium in Italy excelled him in the figure of the Panerotiast, which is now at Delphi, and in which he also surpassed Leontiscus. Pythagoras also executed the statue of Astylos the runner, which is exhibited at Olympia, that of a Libyan boy holding a tablet, also in the same place, and a nude male figure holding fruit. There is at Syracuse a figure of a lame man by him. Persons, when looking at it, seem to feel the very pain of his wound. He also made an Apollo with the serpent, pierced by his arrows, and a player on the lyre, known as the Dysaius, from the fact that, when Thebes was taken by Alexander the Great, a fugitive successfully concealed in its bosom a sum of gold. He was the first artist who gave expression to the sinews and the veins, and paid more attention to the hair. There was also another Pythagoras, a Samian, who was originally a painter, 7 of whose nude figures in the Temple of Fortune of the passing day, and one of an aged man are very much admired. He is said to have resembled the last mentioned artist so much in his features that they could not be distinguished. Sostratus, it is said, was the pupil of Pythagoras of Rhegium and his sister's son. According to Durius, Lysipius the Sicyonian was not the pupil of anyone, but was originally a worker in brass, and was first prompted to venture upon statuary by an answer that was given by Eupompus the painter, who, upon being asked which of his predecessors he proposed to take for his model, pointed to a crowd of men and replied that it was nature herself, and no artist that he proposed to imitate. As already mentioned, Lysippus was most prolific in his works, and made more statues than any other artist. Among these is the man using the body scraper, which Marcus Agrippa had erected in front of his own warm baths, and which wonderfully pleased the Emperor Tiberius. This prince, although in the beginning of his reign he imposed some restraint upon himself, and could not resist the temptation, and had this statue removed to his bedchamber, having substituted another for it at the baths. The people, however, were so resolutely opposed to this that at the theatre they clamorously demanded the epoxyomenos to be replaced, and the prince, notwithstanding his attachment to it, was obliged to restore it. Lysippus is also celebrated for his statue of the intoxicated female flute player, his dogs and huntsmen, and more particularly for his chariot with the sun, as represented by the Rhodians. He also executed a numerous series of statues of Alexander the Great, commencing from his childhood. The Emperor Nero was so delighted with his statue of the infant Alexander that he had it gilt. This addition, however, to its value so detracted from its artistic beauty that the gold was removed, and in this statue it was looked upon as still more precious, though disfigured by the scratches and seams which remained upon it, and in which the gold was still to be seen. He also made the statue of Hephaestion, the friend of Alexander the Great, which some persons attribute to Polyetus, whereas that artist lived nearly a century before his time. Also, the statue of Alexander at the chase, now consecrated at Delphi, the figure of a satyr, now at Athens, and the squadron of Alexander, all of whom he represented with the greatest accuracy. This last work of art, after his conquest of Macedonia, Metellus conveyed to Rome. Lysippus also executed chariots of various kinds. He is considered to have contributed very greatly to the art of statuary by expressing the details of the hair, by making the head smaller than had been done by the ancient, and the body more graceful and less bulky, a method by which his statues were made to appear taller. The Latin language has no appropriate name for that symmetry, which he so attentively observed in his new and hitherto untried method of modifying the squareness observable in the ancient statues. Indeed, it was a common saying of his that other artists made men as they actually were, while he made them as they appeared to be. One peculiar characteristic of his work is the finish and the minuteness, which are observed in even the smallest details. Lysippus left 3 sons, who were also his pupils, and became celebrated as artists, Laepus, Boedas, and more particularly Euthycrates. Although this last named artist rivaled his father in precision rather than in elegance, and preferred the scrupulous correctness to gracefulness, nothing can be more expressive than his Hercules at Delphi, his Alexander, his Hunter at Thespiae, and his Equestrian combat. Equally good, too, are his statue of Thorophonius, erected in the oracular cave of that divinity, his numerous chariots, his horse with the panniers, and his hounds. Tisicrates, also a native of Sion, was a pupil of Euthycrates, but more nearly approaching the style of Lysippus, so much so that several of his statues can be scarcely distinguished from those of Lysippus. His aged Theban, for example, his King Demetrius, and his Paeocestes, who saved the life of Alexander the Great, and so rendered himself deserving of this honour. Artists who have transmitted these details in their works bestow wonderful encomiums upon Telephanes, the Phoenician, a statuary but little known, they say, because he lived in Thessaly, where his works remained concealed, according to their account. However, he is quite equal to Polyetus, Myron, and Pythagoras. They more particularly command his Larissa, his Spintharus, the pentathlete, and his Apollo. Others, however, assign another reason for his being so little known, it being owing, they think, to his having devoted himself to the studios established by King Xerxes and Darius. Praxiteles, who excelled more particularly in marble, and thence acquired his chief celebrity, also executed some very beautiful works in brass: the Rape of Proserpine, the Catagussa, a Father Liber, a figure of drunkenness, and the celebrated satyr, to the Greeks known as periboitos. He also executed the statues which were formerly before the Temple of Good Fortune, and the Venus, which was destroyed by fire, with the Temple of that Goodness in the reign of Claudius, and was considered equal to his marble statue of Venus, so celebrated throughout the world. He also executed a Stephanusa, an Oenophorus, and the two figures of Harmodius and Aristogiton, who slew the tyrants, which, having been taken away from Greece by Xerxes, were restored to the Athenians on the conquest of Persia by Alexander the Great. He also made the youthful Apollo, known as the Sauroitonus, because he is aiming an arrow at a lizard which is stealing towards him. They are greatly admired also two statues of his, expressive of contrary emotions, a matron in tears, and a courtesan full of gaiety. This last is supposed to be a likeness of Phryne, and it is said that we can detect in her figure the love of the artist, and in the countenance of the courtesan the promised reward. His kindness of heart, too, is witnessed by another figure, for in a chariot and horses which had been executed by Calamis, he himself made the charioteer, in order that the artist who excelled in the representation of horses might not be considered deficient in the human figure. This last mentioned artist has executed other chariots too, some with 4 horses, and some with 2. And in his horses he is always unrivalled. But it may be not supposed that he was so greatly inferior in his human figures. It is as well to remark that his Alamina is equal to any that was ever produced. Aleamenes, who was a pupil of Phidias, worked in marble and executed a pentathlete in brass, known as the Encrinomenus. Aristides, too, who was the scholar of Polytus, executed chariots in metal with 4 and 2 horses. The Leaenia of Amphicrates is highly commended. The courtesan Leaina, who was a skilful performer on the lyre, and had become so acquainted with the Harmodius and Aristogiton, submitted to be tortured till she expired, rather than betray their plot for the extermination of the tyrants. The Athenians, being desirous of honouring her memory, without at the same time rendering homage to a courtesan, had her represented under the figure of the animal whose name she bore, and in order to indicate the cause of the honour thus paid her, ordered the artist to represent the animal without a tongue. Bryaxes executed in brass statues of Aesculapius and Seleucus, Boeidus, a figure in adoration, Baton, an Apollo, and a Juno, which are in the Temple of Concord at Rome. Stelilaus executed a statue of a man fainting from his wounds, in the expression of which may be seen how little life remains, as also the Olympian Pericles, well worthy of its title. Indeed, it is one of the marvellous adjuncts of this art that it renders men who are already celebrated even more so. Cephisodotus is the artist of an admirable Minerva, now erected in the port of Athens, as also of the altar before the temple of Jupiter Servator, at the same place, to which indeed few works are comparable. Caneus executed a nude Apollo, which is known as the Phlesia. It is at Didyme, and is composed of a bronze that was fused at Aegina. He also made a stag with it, so nicely poised on its hooves, as to admit of a thread being passed beneath. 1 4-foot 2, and the alternate hind foot are so as made firmly to grip the base of the socket, being so indented on either side, as to admit of the figure being thrown at pleasure upon alternate feet. Another work of his was the boys, known as the Celetizontes. Caerias made statues of Alexander the Great and of his father Philip. Desilaus made a Dophorus and a wounded Amazon. A Demetrius, a statue of the Lysimachi, who was priestess of the Minerva 64 years. This statuary also made the Minerva, which has the name of Musaea, and so called because the dragons on its Gorgon's head vibrate at the sound of the lyre. Also an equestrian statue of Simon, the first writer on the art of equitation. Daedalus, who is highly esteemed as a modeller in clay, made 2 brazen figures of youths using the body scraper. And Dinomenes executed figures of Protesilaus and Pythodemos the wrestler. The statue of Alexander Paris is the work of Euphrano. It is much admired because we recognise in it, at the same moment, all these characteristics. We see him as the umpire between the goddesses, the paramour of Helen, and yet the slayer of Achilles. We have a Minerva too, by Euphrano at Rome, known as the Catulina, and dedicated below the Capitol by Q. Lutatius. Also a figure of good success, holding in the right hand a patera, and in the left an ear of corn and a poppy. There is also a Latona by him in the Temple of Concord, with the newborn infants Apollo and Diana in her arms. He also executed some brazen chariots with 4 and 2 horses, and a Clyducus of beautiful proportions, as 2 colossal statues, one representing virtue, the other Greece, and a figure of a female lost in wonder and adoration, with statues of Alexander and Philip in chariots with 4 horses. Eutychides executed an emblematic figure of Eurotas, of which it has been frequently remarked that the work of the artist appears more flowing than the waters even of the river. Hegias is celebrated for his Minerva and his king Pyrrhus, his youthful Celitizontes, and his statues of Castor and Pollux before the temple of Jupiter Tonans. Hegesias for his Hercules, which is at our colony of Parium. Of Isodotus we have the Buthites. Lysias was the pupil of Myron. He made a figure representing a boy blowing a nearly extinguished fire, well worthy of his master. As also figures of the Argonauts, Leochares made a bronze representing the eagle carrying off Ganymede. The eagle has all the appearance of being sensible of the importance of his burden, and for whom he is carrying it, being careful not to injure the youth with his talons, even through the garments. He executed a figure also of Autolycus, who had been victorious in the contests of the Paneiratium, and for whom Xenophon wrote his Symposium. The figure also of Jupiter Tonans in the Capitol, the most admired of all his works, and a statue of Apollo crowned with a diadem. He executed also a figure of Lysissius, and of the boy Lagon, full of the archness and low-bred cunning of the slave. Lysias also made a figure of the boy burning perfumes. We have a young bull by Menaichmus, pressed down beneath a man's knee, with its neck bent back. This Menaichmus has also written a treatise on his art. Nausides is admired for a Mercury, a Discobolus, and a man sacrificing a ram. Nauserus made a figure of a wrestler panting for breath. Niceratus, and Aesculapius, and Hygeia, which are in the Temple of Concord at Rome. Pyromachus represented Alcibiades, managing a chariot with 4 horses. Polycles made a splendid statue of Hermaphroditus. Pyrrhus, statues of Hygeia and Minerva. And Pharnes, who was a pupil of Lysippus and Epithiusa. Stypax of Cyprus acquired his celebrity by a single work, the statue of the Splancoptes, which represents a slave of the Olympian Pericles, roasting entrails and kindling the fire with his breath. Silanion made a statue in metal of Apollodorus, who was himself a modeller, and not only the most diligent of all in the study of this art, but a most severe criticizer of his own works, frequently breaking his statues to pieces when he had finished them, and never able to satisfy his intense passion for the art, a circumstance which procured him the name of the Madman. Indeed, it is this expression which he has given to his works, which represent in metal embodied anger rather than the lineaments of a human being. The Achilles also of Silanion is very excellent, and his Epistates exercising the athletes. Strongyllion made a figure of an Amazon, which from the beauty of the legs was known as the Eucnemos, and which Nero used to have carried about him in his travels. Strongyllion was the artist, also of a youthful figure, which was so admired by Brutus of Philippi that it received from him its surname. Theodorus of Samos, who constructed the labyrinth, cast his own statue in brass, which was greatly admired, not only for its resemblance, but for the extreme delicacy of the work. In the right hand he holds a file, and with 3 fingers of the left a little model of a 4-horse chariot, which has since been transferred to Praenesti. It is so extremely minute that the whole piece, both chariot and charioteer, may be covered by the wings of a fly, which he also made with it. Xenocrates was the pupil of Ticrates, or as some say, of Euthicrates. He surpassed them both, however, in the number of his statues, and was the author of some treatises on his art. Several artists have represented the battles fought by Attalus and Eumenes with the Galli. Isogonus, for example, Pyromachus, Stratonicus, and Antigonus, who also wrote some works in reference to his art. Boethus, although more celebrated for his works in silver, has executed a beautiful figure of a child strangling a goose. The most celebrated of all of the works of which I have here spoken, have been dedicated for some time past by the Emperor Vespasianus in the Temple of Peace and the other public buildings of his. They had before been forcibly carried off by Nero and brought to Rome, and arranged by him in the reception rooms of his golden palace. In addition to these, there are several other artists of about equal celebrity, but none of whom have produced any first-rate works. Ariston, who was principally employed in chasing silver, Calides, Stesias, Cantharus of Syene, Diodorus, a pupil of Critias, Deliades, Euphorion, Euniceus, and Hecataeus, all of them chasers in silver. Lesbocles also, Prodorus, Pythodicus, and Polygnotus. Of the most celebrated painters, also two of the other chasers in silver, Stratonicus and Simonus, a pupil of Critias. I shall now enumerate those artists who have executed works of the same class. Apollodorus, for example, Antrobolus, Asclepiodorus, and Eleuas, who have executed statues of philosophers. Apelles has left us some figures of females in the act of adoration, Antignotus, Perixiomenos, and figures of the Tyrannicidis, already mentioned. Antimachus and Athenodorus made some statues of females of noble birth. Aristodemos executed figures of wrestlers, 2 horse chariots with the charioteers, philosophers, aged women, and a statue of King Seleucus. His Doryphorus, too, possesses his characteristic gracefulness. There were 2 artists of the name Sophistodotus. The earlier of them made a figure of Mercury nursing Father Liber, when an infant, also of a man haranguing, with the hand elevated, the original of which is now unknown. The younger Sophistodotus executed statues of philosophers. Colotes, who assisted Phidias in the Olympian Jupiter, also executed statues of philosophers, the same too with Cleon. Cencramis, Callicles, and Seppies. Calcosthenes made statues of comedians and athletes. Diepus executed Perioctomenos, Deiphron, Democritus, and Daemon made statues of philosophers. Epigonus, who had attempted nearly all the above-named classes of works, has distinguished himself more particularly by his trumpeter, and his child in tears, caressing its murdered mother. The woman in adoration of Eubulis is highly praised, and so is the man by Eubulides. Reckoning on his fingers, Mycon is admired for his athletes, Menognes for his 4 horse chariots. Niceratus, too, who attempted every kind of work that had been executed by any other artist, made statues of Eliabiades and of his mother Demerate, who is represented sacrificing by the light of torches. Tisicrates executed a 2 horse chariot in brass, in which Piston afterwards placed the figure of a female. Piston also made the statues of Mars and Mercury, which are in the Temple of Concord at Rome. No one can command Perillus, more cruel even than the tyrant Phalaris himself. He made for him a brazen bull, asserting that when a man was enclosed in it, and fire applied beneath, the cries of the man would resemble the roaring of a bull. However, with a cruelty in this instance marked by justice, the experiment of this torture was first tried upon himself. To such a degree did this man degrade the art of representing gods and men, an art more adapted than any other to refine the feelings. Surely so many persons had not toiled to perfect it in order to make it an instrument of torture. Hence it is that the works of Perillus are only preserved in order that whoever sees them may detest the hands that made them. Sthenes made the statues of Ceres, Jupiter, and Minerva, which are now in the Temple of Concord. Also figures of matrons weeping, adoring, and offering sacrifice. Simon executed figures of a dog and an archer. Stratonicus, the chaser in silver, made some figures of philosophers. So did both of the artists named Scopas. The following artists have made statues of athletes, armed men, hunters, and sacrificers: Baton, Eucer, Glaucides, Heliodorus, Hyrcanus, Leophon, Lyson, Leon, Menodorus, Meagrus, Polycrates, Polyidus, Pythoeretus, Protogenes, a famous painter whom we shall have occasion to mention hereafter, Patrocles, Paulis, Posidonius, the Ephesian, who was also a celebrated chaser in silver, Periclymenus, Philon, Simenus, Timotheus, Theomenstus, Timachides, Timon, Tisias, and Thrason. But of all these, Callimachus is the most remarkable on account of his surname. Being always dissatisfied with himself and continually correcting his works, he obtained the name of Katatexitechnos, thus affording a memorable example of the necessity of observing moderation even in carefulness. His Laconian female dances, for instance, is a most correct performance, but one in which, by extreme correctness, he has effaced all gracefulness. It has been said, too, that Callimachus was a painter also. Cato, in his expedition against Cyprus, sold all the statues he found there, with the exception of one of Zeno, in which case he was influenced neither by the value of the metal nor by its excellence as a work of art, but by the fact that it was a statue of a philosopher. I only mention this circumstance casually, that an example so little followed may be known. While speaking of statues, there is one other that should not be omitted, although its author is unknown, that of Hercules clothed in a tunic, the only one represented in that costume in Rome. It stands near the rostra, and the countenance is stern and expressive of his last agonies, caused by that dress. There are 3 inscriptions on it, the first of which states that it had formed part of the spoil obtained by Lueolus, the general. The second, that his son, while still a minor, dedicated in accordance with a decree of the Senate. The third, that T. Septimus Sabinus, the Aerule Aedile, had it restored to the public from the hands of a private individual. So vast has been the rivalry caused by this statue, and so high the value set upon it. End of section 18. Recording by Jack Ball. Section 19 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jack Ball. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 19, Book 34, Chapters 20 to 38. Chapter 20. The different kinds of copper and its combinations. Pyropus, Campanian copper. We will now return to the different kinds of copper and its several combinations. In Cyprian copper, we have the kind known as coronarium and that called regulari, both of them ductile. The former is made into thin leaves, and after being coloured with ox gall, is used for what has all the appearance of gilding on the coronets worn upon the stage. The same substance, if mixed with gold, in the proportion of the 6 scruples of gold to the ounce, and reduced into thin plates, acquires a fiery red colour, and is termed pyropus. In other mines again, they prepare the kind known as regulari, as also that which is called caldarium. These differ from each other in this respect, that, in the latter, the metal is only fused, and breaks when struck with the hammer, whereas the regulare is malleable, or ductile, as some call it, a property which belongs naturally to all the copper of Cyprus. In case, however, of all the other mines, this difference between bar copper and cast brass is produced by artificial means. All the ores, in fact, will produce bar or malleable copper when sufficiently melted and purified by heat. Among the other kinds of copper, the palm of excellence is awarded to that of Campania, which is the most esteemed for vessels and utensils. This last is prepared several ways. At Capua, it is melted upon fires made with wood and not coals, after which it is sprinkled with cold water and cleansed through a sieve made of oak. After being thus smelted a number of times, Spanish silver lead is added to it, in the proportion of 10 pounds of lead to 100 pounds of copper, a method by which it is rendered pliable, and made to assume that agreeable colour which is imparted to other kinds of copper by the application of oil and the action of the sun. Many parts, however, of Italy and the provinces produce a similar kind of metal, but there they add only 8 pounds of lead, and in consequence of the scarcity of the wood, melt it several times over upon coals. It is in Gaul more particularly, where the ore is melted between red-hot stones, that the difference is to be seen that is produced by these variations in the method of smelting. Indeed, this last method scorches the metal and renders it black and friable. Besides, they only melt it twice, whereas the oftener this operation is repeated, the better in quality it becomes. It is also as well to remark that all copper fuses best when the weather is intensely cold. The proper combination for making statues and tablets is as follows. The ore is first melted, after which there is added to the molten metal 1/3 part of second-hand copper, or, in other words, copper that has been in use and brought up for the purpose. For it is a peculiarity of this metal that when it has been some time in use and has been subject to long-continued friction, it becomes seasoned and subdued, as it were, to a high polish. 12 pounds and a half of silver lead are then added to every 100 pounds of the fused metal. There is also a combination of copper of a most delicate nature, mould copper, as it is called, there being added to the metal 1/10th part of lead, and 1/20th of silver lead, this combination being the best adapted for taking the colour known as greco-roman. The last kind is that known as olaria, from the vessels that are made of it. In this combination, 3 or 4 pounds of silver lead are added to every 100 pounds of copper. By the addition of lead to Cyprian copper, the purple tint is produced that we see upon the drapery of statues. Chapter 21. The Method of Preserving Copper. Copper becomes covered with verdigris more quickly when cleaned than when neglected, unless it is well rubbed with oil. It is said that the best method of preserving it is with a coating of tar. The custom of making use of copper for monuments, which are intended to be perpetuated, is of very ancient date. It is upon tablets of brass that our public enactments are engraved. Chapter 22. Cadmia. The ores of copper furnish a number of resources that are employed in medicine. Indeed, all kinds of ulcers are healed thereby with great rapidity. Of these, however, the most useful is cadmia. This substance is formed artificially beyond a doubt, in the furnaces also where they smelt silver, but it is whiter and not so heavy, and by no means to be compared with that from copper. There are several kinds of it, for as the mineral itself, from which it is prepared artificially, so necessary in fusing copper ore, and so useful in medicine, has the name of cadmium. So also it is found in the smelting furnaces, where it receives other names, according to the way in which it was formed. By the action of the flame and the blast, the more attenuated parts of the metal are separated, and become attached, in proportion to their lightness, to the arch top and sides of the furnace. These flakes are the thinnest near the exterior opening of the furnace, where the flame finds a vent, the substance being called capnitis. From its burnt appearance and its extreme lightness, it resembles white ashes. The best is that which is found in the interior, hanging from the arches of the chimney, and from its form and position named botrytis. It is heavier than the first mentioned kind, but lighter than those which follow. It is of 2 different colours. The least valuable is ash-coloured, the better kind being red, friable, and extremely useful as a remedy for affections of the eyes. A third kind of cadmia is that found on the sides of the furnace, and which, in consequence of its weight, could not reach the arched vaults of the chimney. This species is called placitis, in reference to its solid appearance, it presenting a plain surface more like a solid crust than pumice and mottled within. Its great use is for the cure of itch scab and for making wounds iacotrise. Of this last there are 2 varieties, the onychitis, which is almost entirely blue on the exterior and spotted like an onyx within, and the ostracitis, which is quite black and more dirty than the others, but particularly useful for healing wounds. All the species of cadmia are of the best quality from the furnaces of Cyprus. When used in medicine, it is heated a second time upon a fire of pure charcoal, and when duly incinerated, is quenched in Armenian wine, if required for making plasters, but in vinegar if wanted for the cure of itch scab. Some persons first pound it, and then burn it in earthen pots, which done, they wash it in mortars and then dry it. Nymphodorus recommends that the most heavy and dense pieces of mineral cadmia that can be procured should be burnt upon hot coals and quenched in Chian wine, after which it must be pounded and then sifted through a linen cloth. It is then pulverized in a mortar and macerated in rainwater, the sediment being again pounded until it is reduced to the consistency of ceruse, and presents no grittiness to the teeth. Aeolus recommends the same process, except that he selects the purest specimens of native cadmia. Chapter 23. 15 remedies derived from cadmia. 10 medicinal effects of calcined copper. Cadmia acts as a desiccative, heals wounds, arrests discharges, acts detergently upon webs and foul incrustations of the eyes, removes eruptions, and produces in fact all the good effects which we will have occasion to mention when speaking of lead. Copper too itself, when calcined, is employed for all these purposes, in addition to which it is used for white spots and cicatrizations upon the eyes. Mixed with milk, it is curative also of ulcers upon the eyes, for which purpose the people in Egypt made a kind of eye salve by grinding it upon whetstones. Taken with honey, it acts as an emetic. For these purposes, Cyprian copper is calcined in unbaked earthen pots, with an equal quantity of sulphur, the apertures of the vessel being well luted, and it being left in the furnace until the vessel itself has become completely hardened. Some persons add salt, and others substitute alum for sulphur. Others, again, add nothing, but merely sprinkle the copper with vinegar. When calcined, it is pounded in a mortar of Thebaic stone, after which it is washed with rainwater, and then pounded with a large quantity of water and left to settle. This process is repeated until the deposit has gained the appearance of minium, after which it is dried in the sun and put by for keeping in a box made of copper. Chapter 24. The scoria of copper. The scoria, too, of copper is washed in the same manner, but the action of it is less efficacious than that of copper itself. The flour, too, of copper is also used in medicine, a substance which is procured by fusing copper and then removing it into another furnace, where the repeated action of the bellows makes the metal separate into small scales, like the husks of millet, and known as the flour of copper. These scales are also separated. When the cakes of metal are plunged into water, they become red too, like the scales of copper known as lepis, by means of which the genuine flour of copper is adulterated, it being also sold under that name. This last is made by hammering nails that are forged from the cakes of metal. All these processes are principally carried on in the furnaces of Cyprus. The great difference between these substances being that this lepis is detached from the cakes by hammering, whereas the flour falls off spontaneously. Chapter 25. Stomoma of copper, 47 remedies. There is another finer kind of scale which is detached from the surface of the metal, like a very fine down, and known as stomoma. But of all these substances, and even of their names, the physicians, if I may venture to say, are quite ignorant, as appears by the names they give them. So unacquainted are they with the preparation of medicaments, a thing that was formerly considered the most essential part of their profession. At the present day, whenever they happen to find a book of recipes, if they wish to make any composition from these substances, or, in other words, to make trial of the prescription at the expense of their unhappy patients, they trust entirely to the druggists, who spoil everything by their fraudulent adulterations. For this long time past, they have even purchased their plasters and eye salves ready-made, and the consequence is that the spoiled or adulterated wares in the druggist shops are thus got rid of. Both lepis and flour of copper are calcined in the shallow earthen or brazen pans, after which they are washed, as described above, and employed for the same purposes. In addition to above, they are used for excrescences in the nostrils and in the anus, and also for dullness of the hearing, being forcibly blown into the ears through a tube. Incorporated with meal, they are applied to swellings of the uvula, and with honey to swellings of the tonsils. The scales prepared from white copper are much less efficacious than those from Cyprian copper, Sometimes they first macerate the nails and cakes of copper in a boy's urine, and in some instances they pound the scales when detached and wash them in rainwater. They are then given to dropsical patients in doses of 2 drachmae, with 1 semisextarius of honeyed wine. They are also made into a liniment with fine flour. Chapter 26. Verdigris, 18 remedies. Verdigris is also applied to many purposes, and is prepared in numerous ways. Sometimes it is detached already formed, from the mineral from which copper is smelted, and sometimes it is made by piercing holes in white copper and suspending it over strong vinegar in casks, which are closed with covers, it being much superior if scales of copper are used for the purpose. Some persons plunge vessels themselves, made of white copper, into earthen pots filled with vinegar and scrape them at the end of 10 days. Others, again, cover the vessels with husks of grapes and scrape them in the same way at the end of 10 days. Others sprinkle vinegar upon copper filings and stir them frequently with a spatula in the course of the day until they are completely dissolved. Others prefer triturating these filings with vinegar in a brazen mortar, but the most expeditious method of all is to add the vinegar shavings of coronet copper. Rhodian verdigris, more particularly, is adulterated with pounded marble. Some persons use pumice stone or gum. The adulteration, however, which is the most difficult to detect, is made with copperas, the other sophistications being detected by the crackling of the substance when bitten with the teeth. The best mode of testing it is by using an eye fire shovel, for when thus subjected to the fire, if pure, the verdigris retains its colour, but if mixed with copperas, it becomes red. The fraud may also be detected by using the leaf of papyrus, which has been steeped in an infusion of nut galls, for which it becomes black immediately upon the genuine verdigris being applied. It may also be detected by the eye, the green colour being unpleasant to the sight. But whether it is pure or adulterated, the best method is first to wash and dry it, and then to burn it in a new earthen vessel, turning it over until it is reduced to an ash, after which it is pounded and put by for use. Some persons calcine it in raw earthen vessels until the earthenware becomes thoroughly baked. Others again add it to male frankincense. Verdigris is washed too in the same manner as cadmia. It affords a most useful ingredient for eye salves, and from its mordant action is highly beneficial for watery humours of the eyes. It is necessary, however, to wash the part with warm water applied with a fine sponge until its mordancy is no longer felt. Chapter 27. Hieracium. Hieracium is the name given to an eye salve, which is essentially composed of the following ingredients: 4 ounces of sal ammoniac, 2 of Cyprian verdigris, the same quantity of the kind of copperas which is called chalcanthum, 1 ounce of maise, and 6 of saffron, all these substances being pounded together with Thasian vinegar and made up into pills. It is an excellent remedy for incipient glaucoma and cataract, as also for films upon the eyes, eruptions, albugo, and diseases of the eyelids. Verdigris in a crude state is also used as an ingredient in plasters for wounds. In combination with oil, it is wonderfully efficacious for ulcerations of the mouth and gums, and for sore lips. Used in the form of a cerate, it acts detergently upon ulcers, and promotes their cicatrization. Verdigris also consumes the calicites of fistulas and excrescences about the anus, either used by itself, applied with a sal ammoniac, or inserted in the fistula in the form of a salve. The same substance, kneaded with 1/3 part of resin turpentine, removes leprosy. Chapter 28. Skolvex of copper, 18 remedies. There is another kind of verdigris also, which is called skolex. It is prepared by tritating in a mortar of Cyprian copper, alum, and salt, or an equal quantity of nitre, with the very strongest white vinegar. This preparation is only made during the hottest days of the year, about the rising of the dog star. The whole is triturated until it becomes green, and assumes the appearance of small worms, to which it owes its name. This repulsive form is corrected by mixing the urine of a young child with twice the quantity of vinegar. Scolex is used for the same medicinal purposes as centerna, which we have described as being used for soldering gold, and they have both of them the same properties as verdigris. Native scolex is also procured by scraping the copper ore of which we are about to speak. Chapter 29. Calcitis. 7 Remedies. Calcitis is the name of a mineral from which, as well as cadmia, copper is extracted by heat. It differs from cadmia in this respect, that this last is procured from beds below the surface, while calcitis is detached from rocks that are exposed to the air. Calcitis also becomes immediately friable, being naturally so soft as to have the appearance of a compressed mass of down. There is also this other distinction between them, that calcitis is a composition of 3 other substances, copper, maisi, and sori, of which last we shall speak in their appropriate places. The veins of copper which it contains are oblong. The most approved kind is the colour of honey. It is streaked with fine sinuous veins, and is friable and not stony. It is generally thought to be most valuable when fresh, as when old it becomes converted into sori. It is highly useful for removing fleshy excrescences in ulcers, for arresting hemorrhage, and in the form of a powder, for acting as stringently upon the gums, the uvula, and the tonsillary glands. It is applied in wool as a pessary for affections of the uterus, and with leek juice it is formed into plasters for diseases of the genitals. This substance is macerated for 40 days in vinegar, in an earthen vessel luted with dung, after which it acquires a saffron colour. When this composition is mixed with an equal proportion of cadmia, it forms the medicament known as soricon. If 2 parts of calcitis are combined with 1 of cadmia, the medicament becomes more active, and it is rendered still more powerful if vinegar is used instead of wine. For all these purposes, calcined calcitis is the most efficacious. Chapter 30. Sori. 3 Remedies. The sori of Egypt is the most esteemed, being considered much superior to that of Cyprus, Spain, and Africa, although some prefer the sori from Cyprus for affections of the eyes. But from whatever place it comes, the best is that which has the strongest odour, and which, when triturated, becomes greasy, black, and spongy. It is a substance so unpleasant to the stomach that some persons are made sick merely by the smell. This is the case more particularly with the sori from Egypt, that from other countries by trituration acquires the lust of maisi, and used as a collatory. It is good for toothache. It is also useful for malignant ulcers of a serpiginous nature. It is calcined upon charcoal like calcitis. Chapter 31. Maisi. 13 Remedies. Some persons have stated that maisi is formed by the calcination of the mineral in trenches. Its fine yellow powder becomes mixed with the ashes of the burnt firewood. The fact is, however, that though obtained from the mineral, it is already formed and in compact masses which require force to detach them. The best is that which comes from the manufactories of Cyprus, its characteristics being that when broken, it sparkles like gold, and when triturated, it presents a sandy or earthy appearance, like calcitis. Maisi is used in the process of refining gold. Mixed with oil of roses, it is used as an injection for suppurations of the ears, and in combination with wool, it is applied to the ulcers of the head. It also removes inveterate granulations of the eyelids, and is particularly useful for affectations of the tonsils, quinsy, and suppurations. For these maladies, 16 drachmae should be mixed with 1 semisextarius of vinegar, and boiled with the addition of some honey, until it becomes of a viscous consistency, in which state it is applicable to the different purposes above mentioned. When its action is wanted to be modified, a sprinkling of honey is added. A fermentation of maisi and vinegar removes the calicites of fistulous ulcers. It also enters into the composition of eye salves. It arrests hemorrhage, prevents the spreading of serpiginous and putrid ulcers, and consumes fleshy excrescences. It is particularly useful for diseases of the male generative organs and acts as a cheek upon menstruation. Chapter 32. Kgsaturn, or Shoemaker's Black. 16 Remedies. The Greeks, by the name, which they have given to it, have indicated the relation between shoemaker's black and copper, for they call it kgsaturn. Indeed, there is no substance so singular in its nature. It is prepared in Spain from the water of wells or pits which contain it in dissolution. This water is boiled with an equal quantity of pure water, and is then poured into large wooden reservoirs. Across these reservoirs there are a number of immovable beams to which cords are fastened, and then sunk into the water beneath by means of stones, upon which a slimy sediment attaches itself to the cords, in drops of a vitreous appearance, somewhat resembling a bunch of grapes. Upon being removed, it is dried for 30 days. It is of an azure colour and of a brilliant lustre, and is often taken for glass. When dissolved, it forms the black dye that is used for colouring leather. Kgsaturn is also prepared in various other ways, the earth which contains it being sometimes excavated into trenches, from the sides of which globules exude, which become concrete when exposed to the action of the winter frosts. This kind is called stalagmia, and there is none more pure. When its colour is nearly white, with a slight tinge of violet, it is called loncorton. It is also prepared in pans hollowed out in the rocks, the rainwater carrying the slime into them, where it settles and becomes hardened. It is also formed in the same way in which we prepare salt, the intense heat of the sun separating the fresh water from it. Hence, it is that some distinguish the two kinds of kgsaturn, the fossil and the artificial, the latter being paler than the former and much inferior to it in quality as it is in colour. The calcitis which comes from Cyprus is the most highly esteemed for the purposes of medicine, being taken in doses of 1 drachma with honey, as an expellent of intestinal worms. Diluted and injected into the nostrils, it acts detergently upon the brain, and taken with honey or with hydromel, it acts as a purgative upon the stomach. It removes granulations upon the eyelids, and is good for pains and films upon the eyes. It is curative also of ulcerations of the mouth. It arrests bleeding at the nostrils and hemorrhoidal discharges. In combination with seed of hyoscyamus, it brings away splinters of broken bones. Applied to the forehead with a sponge, it acts as a check upon defluxations of the eyes. Made up into plasters, it is very efficacious as a detergent for sores and flesh excrescences and ulcers. The decoction of it, by the contact solely, is curative of swellings of the uvula. It is laid with linseed upon plasters, which are used for relieving pains. The whitish kind is preferred to the violent in one instance only, for the purpose of being blown into the ears, through a tube, to relieve deafness. Applied topically by itself, it heals wounds, but it leaves a discoloration upon the scars. It has been lately discovered that if sprinkled upon the mouths of bears and lions in the arena, its astringent action is so powerful as to deprive the animals of the power of biting. Chapter 33. Pompholix. The substances called pompholix and spodos are also found in the furnaces of copper-smelting works. The difference between them being that pompholix is disengaged by washing while spodos is not washed. Some persons have called the part which is white and very light pompholix, and say that it is the ashes of copper and cadmia, whereas spodos is darker and heavier, being a substance scraped from the walls of the furnace, mixed with extinguished sparks from the metal, and sometimes with the residue of coals. When vinegar is combined with it, pompholix emits a coppery smell, and if it is touched with the tongue, the taste is most abominable. It is useful as an ingredient in ophthalmic preparations for all diseases of the eyes, as also for all the purposes of which spodos is used, this last only differing from it in its action being less powerful. It is also used for plasters, when required to be gently cooling and desiccative. For all these purposes, it is more efficacious when it has been moistened with wine. Chapter 34. Spodos. 5 Remedies. The Cyprian spodos is the best. It is formed by fusing cadmia with copper ore. This substance, which is the lightest part of the metal disengaged by fusion, escapes from the furnace and adheres to the roof, being distinguished from the soot by the whiteness of its colour. Such parts of it as less white are indicative of incomplete combustion, and this is what some persons call pompholyx. Some portions of it, as are of a more reddish colour, are possessed of a more energetic power, and are found to be so corrosive that if it touches the eyes while being washed, it will cause blindness. There is also a spodos of a honey colour, an indication that it contains a large proportion of copper. All the different kinds, however, are improved by washing, it being first skimmed with a feather, and afterwards submitted to a more substantial washing, the harder grains being removed with the finger. That too which has been washed with wine is more modified in its effects, there being also some difference according to the kind of wine that is used. When it has been washed with weak wine, the spodos is considered not so beneficial as an ingredient in medicaments for the eyes, but the same kind of preparation is more efficacious for running sores, and for ulcers of the mouth attended with a discharge of matter, as well as in all those remedies which are used for gangrene. There is also a kind of spodos, called lauriotis, which is made in the furnaces where silver is smelted. The kind, however, that is best for the eyes, it is said, is that produced in the furnaces for smelting gold. Indeed, there is no department of art in which the ingenuity of man is more to be admired, for it has discovered, among the very commonest objects, a substance that is in every way possessed of similar properties. Chapter 35. 15 Varieties of Antispodos. The substance called antispodos is produced from the ashes of the fig tree, or wild fig, or of leaves of myrtle, together with the more tender shoots of the branches. The leaves too of the wild olive furnish it, the cultivated olive, the quince tree, and the lentisk, unripe mulberries also, before they have changed their colour, dried in the sun, and the foliage of the box, pseudocyperus, bramble, terebinth, and oenanthe. The same virtues have also been found in the ashes of bull glue and of linen cloth. All these substances are burnt in a pot of raw earth, which is heated in a furnace until the earthenware is thoroughly baked. Chapter 36. Smegma. In the copper forges also smegma is prepared. When the metal is liquefied and thoroughly smelted, charcoal is added to it and gradually kindled, after which, upon it being suddenly acted upon by a powerful pair of bellows, a substance is disengaged like a sort of copper chaff. The floor on which it is received ought to be prepared with a stratum of coal dust. Chapter 37. Diphrix. There is another product of these furnaces which is easily distinguished from smegma, and which the Greeks call diphrix, from its twice being calcined. This substance is prepared from 3 different sources. It is prepared, they say, from a mineral pyrites, which is heated in the furnace until it is converted by calcination into a red earth. It is also made in Cyprus, from a slimy substance extracted from a certain cavern there, which is first dried and then gradually heated by a fire made of twigs. A third way of making it is from the residue in the copper furnaces that falls to the bottom. The difference between the component parts of the ore is this: the copper itself runs into the receivers, the scoriae make their escape from the furnace, the flour becomes sublimated, and the diphrix remains behind. Some say that there are certain globules in the ore while being smelted, which become soldered together, and that the rest of the metal is fused around it, the mass itself not becoming liquefied unless it is transferred to another furnace, and forming a sort of knot, as it were, in the metal. That which remains after the fusion, they say, is called diphrix. Its use in medicine is similar to that of the substances mentioned above. It is desiccative, removes morbid excrescences, and acts as a detergent. It is tested by placing it on the tongue, which ought to be instantly parched by it, a coppery flavour being perceptible. Chapter 38. Particulars relative to the Servilian Trians. We must not neglect to mention one other very remarkable fact relative to copper. The Servilian family, so illustrious in our annals, nourishes with gold and silver a copper trians, which devours them both. The origin and nature of this coin is to me incomprehensible, but I will quote the very words of the story as given by old Messala himself. The family of the Servilii is in possession of a sacred Trians, to which they offer every year a sacrifice with the greatest care and magnificence. The Trians itself, they say, appears sometimes to increase in size and sometimes to diminish, changes which indicate the coming advancement or decadence of the family. End of section 19. Recording by Jack Ball.